Entering new location. Rating easy. Hostile construction initiated. Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
You're going nowhere!
Damn! Thought I finished you, Agent!
Get back! You're out of cover!
Station available. Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
Ready to immobilize turtle.
Selected. Difficulty rating high value target. Hostile construction initiated. Easy. Constructing hostile combatant. available. Room selected. Difficulty rating, easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors. Console available. Entering new location. Difficulty rating, easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
I'm here. Let's do this. Got you.
Supply station available. Room selected. Difficulty rating medium. Electrical hazard detected. Constructing. Hostile squad. Highlighted doors.
You can do this.
Agent down. Immediate medical assistance needed. Console online. Room selected. Difficulty rating. High value target. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Jesus fucking Christ. There's gotta be a reason why they're always coming after me.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, shitload of people are coming up to me. Watch out.
Agent down.
When the bus came out, he rushed at me. Then the two rusher rushed at me, and the operator rushed at me. Fuck this! I can't hear. Then I thought it was you right beside me. No, it was not a fucking operator. I keep running. I keep running. And that's when I saw that you were across, and I was going towards you. That's why I said there's a shitload of people. There was about 5 of them behind me. You cannot fucking believe this. Oh yeah? No, believe. Fuck up a stick. I need some red though. Okay. Fuck, you have faith in me. You gotta get us killed in the nemesis, it says.
Enter new location. Difficulty rating. Easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
You're going nowhere!
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
Turn down,
Hostile construction initiated.
Gotta follow orders. 3, no, go back. Vision's nothing.
console active.
Oh. Give me a second, I have to put my dog outside. They've been bugging me for almost 20 minutes. Won't take long.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating, medium. Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium. Hostile combatant.
Dead! Drop that fucking engine already!
Console active. Supply station activated.
Last room.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Well, we are 100%. We could have done the last room. Medium.
Hostile construction initiated.
Ready to engage.
Console online. Entering new room.
Nemesis, we're coming.
Value target. Hostile construction initiated. Room selected. Difficulty rating: Nemesis. Difficulty increased. Constructing Nemesis. assistance needed.
Fuck me.
Rogue striker drone detected. Hostile striker drone detected. System restored. Rogue assault turret detected. Hostile assault turret detected.
Fuck off. Is with us, is with us.
Immediate medical assistance
I'm
needed.
just letting you know.
Agent down. An agent needs assistance.
Why are you charging us all the time? Why? I don't understand. I think you're the only player I play with that you charge us like that every single fucking time. I'm telling you. I think he's in love with you. I think that's what it is.
Facility detected. Combat simulation program active.
No, oh, sounds good. I'll be back on later on tonight after my parents are gone.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied. Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program.
Sounds good.
You are no longer in a group. Combat simulation program activated. Facility detected. Shade tech prohibited. Access denied. Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Combat simulation program activated. Entering safe area. Facility detected. Combat simulation program active. Shade tech prohibited. Access denied. Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Safe area detected. Combat simulation activated. Facility detected. Shade tech prohibited. Access denied. Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program. Combat simulation program activated. Entering safe area. Facility detected. Combat simulation program active. Access denied. Deactivating protocol assaults. Entering combat simulation program. Another agent is joined. Safe area entered.
They big just run all the way up on you and punch you in the face. Oh, probably not.
How are you, Mr. Behart?
I'm very well. Yourself?
Entering new room.
Surviving,
Difficulty rating. Easy.
except in here.
Huh?
Three time we died at Nemesis.
I saw that last one where he just ran up and punched you in the face, and then, it wasn't much longer before the same thing happened to Ed.
And the time before, you know what he did? And nobody had it. This time I was pushing it because I had the assault turret and I had the striker drone, which that never happened, you know? I said, I gotta try it. And the time before, nobody had it. He fucking threw a goddamn stinger hive behind us. Took about 3 seconds, all 3 of us were dead. Nobody had a stinger hive. Since when does he have a fucking skill that we don't have?
Did somebody have a reviver hive?
Nope.
Console active.
What
What?
the hell?
We had no hive whatsoever. No reviver, no restorer, no booster. And especially no fucking stinger hive, because it happened before. I've seen it happen before with a stinger hive. We had one of us had a stinger hive and same fucking thing. 3 seconds, we were all fucking dead. By the time you realize where the hive is, it's done.
Yeah, you're already bleeding, and when you're bleeding, you're done.
I never seen it happen that hit them having a skill that we don't have. Like beside the restorer hive when he's always fucking healing and healing and healing.
Console active. Supply station online.
How about this? So, have you just been going the shortest route to the Nexus then?
Difficulty rating.
What?
Easy.
Have you just been going the shortest route to them instead of trying to take hard?
Yep.
Could that be the reason why they're attacking you, or that doesn't make it doesn't make a difference?
Hostile combatant.
I know Efrener, like he was laughing about it, but what I said was true. When I said he's the only one that I play with that they rush us like that.
Damn, he wanted you.
They always want me. That's another thing I don't understand. Every fucking rusher, bomber, whatever, they always want me. Is that because I'm the leader?
Might be because you're the leader, yeah.
Which, that's fucking ridiculous. I mean, you say like maybe once at a time, like one time it's you, one time it's, no. If there's two of them, they're both coming at me. Fuck, give me something fucking good, come on.
There's not much I can do about this right now. I can't spend the rerolls because we don't have too many.
I reroll only once.
Yeah. Next one I'll get leadership hopefully, so. Well, next loop I'll get leadership and start building it up. This is...
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Oh, he's ran straight out. He ignored me. He's coming for you.
I'm telling you. And the other one, I just killed him.
Console active.
Why are we getting less currency than we're supposed to be getting for the room?
300 something.
Okay, wait, yeah, that's right, it was an easier room, my bad. That's right.
Room selected.
Easier, less
Difficulty
currency.
rating.
Got it.
High value target. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Vital signs critical.
Don't die.
I don't die. I got two fucking Russia and a shotgunner after me.
I'm killing the shotgunner.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
come on, bloodsucker, Dr. Homo fucking adaptive instinct. Jesus fucking Christ.
Nothing. Yeah, I got plague, so that's all I'm gonna work with right now.
Last week when we played, were two of us. After 7 loop, we had 7 loop. We had 5-time exotic. Yep. Right after the next game, we got the second exotic win. Loop 12.
That does make sense, actually. Go ahead and put this thing on. Use my special ammo, but it doesn't matter. We now have a hand cannon. Ed was done after that crippling, backhand.
I said I'm gonna go grab something to eat.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Easy.
Even me, I got time to get to the Nemesis, then after that I have to go. I'll be back on
Mission initiated.
around 6. Because my parents are coming over. My new tractor is supposed to come in today, and I have to go to the hardware store before both of them showed up.
Console available. Operator authorized to select new room.
Go to the next room. Yeah. Ooh, this one.
No, we
We
can't.
got a boss here. You can't?
No. If we do it hard, I know, but if we do it hard, that means
It'll go.
it means that we're probably gonna. We're not sure if we're gonna get to the Nemesis in Loop 5.
Okay.
And right now it makes no. And right now it makes no sense because we're only at Loop 2. There's only one wave anyway.
Yeah.
When there's 2 waves, it's worth it because there's 2 waves.
Highlighted doors.
Because you save one loop just by going with the boss right away.
Can't hide.
He went straight to you again. I don't know what that is.
It always does.
You must have done something in another life for these things.
Yeah, that must be it.
Console online.
Were you playing with an explosive build within the past week?
Nope.
Asking for a friend.
What do you do with this? God.
Yeah, I got Overwatch now.
Operator cleared to select new room.
Easy room over here. Also has the blue and everything to it.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant. Console online. Supply station online.
There it is. Finally.
Operator authorized to select new room. Room selected. Difficulty rating. Constructing hostile combatant. Console available. Operator selected. Select new room to proceed. Room selected. Difficulty rating. High value target. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. station. Difficulty rating, easy. Hostile construction initiated. Console available. Room selected. Difficulty rating, easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Oh fuck, this is a rusher.
Console available.
Now I need trauma.
Fuck, 3 times you give us buses.
Yep.
That's the other day. I made it all the way to loop 19. I got 1 bus.
That's a lot of extra waves that you guys had to do. That's ouch. But you were at 19 solo, right?
Yep.
Activating chemical hazard. Room selected. Difficulty rating, easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I hear that. Yep.
What
Same
them?
with you.
Console active. Supply station online. selected. Difficulty rating, easy. Hostile construction initiated.
Kill both of them again.
Console online.
Oh, we just not there. I will meet after this.
EMP hazard activated. Room selected. Difficulty rating, high value target. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
They're alive.
Fuck you.
Got killed.
Fuck are you, motherfucker?
Probably coming down the middle up top. No, he's up top.
System malfunctioning. System reactivated.
It would probably help a bit more if we had gotten something like, what's his name, free. Dang, that's a 75% damage increase. That's like 7
Extreme
cores.
heat signature detected.
Oh, one. no, not like this.
Vital signs critical.
I'm doing that, but you're not.
Agent down. Agent down. Agent deceased.
Oh, fuck. I don't even have a reviver to get you there.
You have to fix when you get stuck in the corner then you can't fucking get out.
Console online.
Fire flame is fire. Fire flame is really bad. Is that the we go for, or do we go for these?
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy. Hostile construction initiated.
Okay, you ready to go? Alright. Really?
Difficulty rating, easy. Hostiles constructed. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Fuck off.
Console online. Supply station activated. Enter new location. Difficulty rating, easy. Poison gas hazard activated. Hostile construction initiated.
I can do this.
Console available. Selected. Difficulty rating, high value target. Poison gas detected. Hostile construction initiated.
What is fire?
I'm here.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Come on, get the kill so you can get some extra armor off of it. 20% to 20% of it. There we go.
Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
Fucking Russia again.
Boston's behind us. Push forward. Sure. Oh, an exotic, nice. Hopefully we get some useful.
Unfucking believable. Sandman, Glass Canyon, Ray Instinct. Jesus fucking Christ.
I guess blind justice, so that's the only one that's worth it. Unless I get a sniper rifle with points, that freaks something out. Not a lot though. Look at that. Ask and you shall receive.
Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Needed. Agent down.
What are you doing?
This is one of the worst run I have since I've been playing Descent. Put it that way.
I hear you, but I still gotta deal with this dude. Exactly. I just hit you in the head and it only did 33. That's... yeah. I get it, but I don't. There's two. Hold that out real quick.
Console available.
Look, fast and I can't even fucking read it. The one with the status effect. Energizer skilled. Jesus fuck. What the fuck you want me to do with that? Reroll. Entrench. for 7th time. Mac Bomber. Empowered Extra. Reroll. Entrench again. Energize. Tech Support. Fastened. Reroll. Oh, opportunistic. Really? Wow. Outstanding.
4 rerolls later. Yeah, but I'd have just stuck with Empowered because status effects are important.
Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium. Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Surprised I did that.
Let's get lucky.
Serious trauma
Not
detected.
like that.
Agent incapacitated.
He's thinking about it.
I'm gonna try to frame these. Oh, fucking bitch.
Oh, another wave. Oh, you got sand knives. Nice.
Mind keeping me alive while I reload this thing?
Console available. Supply station available.
Okay. Hold on, I'll read that.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating, medium. Hostile construction initiated. Console available.
Keep picking a thing, we're already 100.
You know, I want those blues.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium. Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors. Constructing hostile combatant.
Lights up like a fucking Christmas tree. Tag, you're it.
Empty, ready! I've been flanked! Moving! It's fucking go time!
Kennedy, hold on.
That door was just about to close on me. Oh, no, it's nothing. Yeah, got that. Yep. Let's hope they don't rush us again.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Nemesis. Difficulty increased. Constructing Nemesis. System disrupted.
Hive, well, either hive
Rogue
going now.
restore hive detected. Hostile restore
Blinder
hive
is gone.
detected. Rogue blinder firefly detected. Hostile blinder firefly detected. System restored.
Ooh, got me.
Rogue fixer drone detected. Hostile fixer drone detected.
Oh, come on.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Got one.
Simulation terminated. Collecting data.
He didn't die.
I got 2 red, 2 blue, 3 yellow. And red, I got Vigilance 2, Allegro 3. Wow.
I've got 9 on leadership and 1 on adrenaline run. I literally got 2 blue and 4 reds, and then 3 yellows. Trauma, vindictive, and tech support. Which tech support hasn't done me any good. The tech support was a random one they gave me at the beginning of the thing, so I'll take it. I will take it. That's a much better rifle. That's all I've got. Crash skills anyway, so. They're supposed to make it in the next patch or so that it's easier to get your reconstructed caches.
Yeah.
Like 50% after beating the Nemesis as opposed to like maybe 10%.
fuck, I gotta go.
Difficulty
Jeez.
rating. Medium. Hostile construction initiated.
Ooh, the fuck is...
Yeah, I'll cover you.
I'm not with that.
Twice in a row, Rikers. I've never seen that.
Oh, it's 6th level, yeah. Good. Wow. They're not too aggressive though, aren't they?
Reloading this stupid gun when I should be shooting shit!
I got something for you.
Console available. Room selected. Difficulty rating. Medium. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Let's get what these...
Getting a little too comfortable. All that's gonna be left of you is a stain on the ground.
Medium. Activating chemical hazard. Constructing hostile combatant.
I was made for this. I'm gonna turn you into confetti.
We're not doing that shit no more.
I'm too fucked! Damn! Out again! Got you down, motherfucker!
Console available. Supply station online. Difficulty rating, medium. Activating steam hazard prototype. Constructing hostile combatant. console available. Room selected. Difficulty rating. High value target. Chemical hazard detected. Constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Hey, back off!
Ask me how he hit me through the wall. Ask me how he hit me through the wall.
I'm surrounded! Take these guys hard or I kill you! You all know what to do! You're getting too fucking close! It's all the challenge out of me!
Serious trauma detected.
I'll make you my goddamn assassin!
Fuck you.
Once I get a shot, you're fucked!
New location. Difficulty rating. Easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
I know.
Console. Active.
I need to take an optimist. And there we go.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn. Highlighted doors.
This music.
Oh, fuck you.
Agent out.
Oh, fuck you!
Agent killed. Console online.
Wow, Optimist. My third red. Fucking Luke 8 to 7. Wow.
No, asking you shall receive. I was asking for it, but it gave it to you. So, it happened.
Hey, that's the first one, fucking 7 loop.
Alright. That is a little disappointing, but...
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
They won't know what hit them.
Okay, we can go this, man. I ain't afraid of y'all either.
God damn it!
I wish I had more of the liquid.
Console active.
I just got this stuff. I have to go out this with this stuff. And this goes on this.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy. Constructing hostile component.
We are fucked here! Right on top of me! On my up!
You stay out of this, agent. Brother, got your back.
Unloading on target!
Vital signs critical.
I'm stuck, oh, god damn it.
Console available. Supply station online.
And liquid.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. High value target. Constructing hostile combatant.
Come get some!
Ready for you.
Fucking die on me! Get the fuck away from me!
Getting shot from behind.
Agent incapacitated.
Of course.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Medic is getting somebody over there.
This is so fucked! Hey, division! No luck! We're being flanked!
Fuck.
Alright.
Are you
Good catching back up with you again.
are you coming on tonight or?
Probably. Well, it depends on what time tonight too, please.
No, I'm talking about like 6, 7. My time.
6? Oh, 6. Oh, yeah. Oh, I should be on by then, yeah. I'll be on then. It's about 5 my time. 2 Eastern, so.
Yeah, I'm not late, really early. It's right after my parents. I know my parents, they're not gonna stay late because they like to leave before it gets dark. It gets dark at 7, so I'm expecting them to leave around 6.
Yep. Alright.
Not because I don't want to stay, but
Oh, you're good. So, are we gonna kill the Nemesis again, or are we just holding?
no, but you want to if you hold, you're not gonna be able to play to do nothing with your PlayStation for the rest of the afternoon.
I've got other things I can do.
It's up to you. You want to leave it here then?
Yeah, I'll leave it here.
All right, like this. Okay. I will start the broadcast in the meantime.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Shout outs to everyone joining me live here this Saturday on the CG live stream. Welcome everyone. So today we are continuing the art, continuing our submissions for the alternate reality CG challenge. If you guys don't know what it is at this point, you know, welcome to the channel. I've issued y'all basically an animation. And in this animation, I'm asking you guys to replace the character and replace the environment and just have a blast with it. You just can't touch the camera. You can't touch the character's, like, you know, animation, body position kind of stuff. And yeah, you just fill it out and do some cool stuff. We have 122 submissions so far. And yeah, I've been working on mine for the last 2 weeks or so. You guys been doing the same, and we're gonna hop into it. Let me switch over here. What's going on, everybody? Welcome today. It's good to see you guys. Yeah, I've been working on my art this week. I spent all of Wednesday, like the entirety of Wednesday, probably 12 plus hours, just working on this, trying to get this sewer system looking correct. So I want to talk to you guys about how I did that and how I created this, like, endless looking texture. I went outside and I took a bunch of pictures, processed them, and kind of turned it into a really cool looking sewer here. So I want to show you guys how exactly I accomplished that, and how powerful that is for basically anything you want. You can create any texture you want. Obviously, you can see here that, like, certain parts are more reflective and more rough. And I'll show you guys how to process all of these textures and stuff in Photoshop. It's really fun, very simple, and a very satisfying process that if you guys hadn't created your own textures before, it's going to be really cool. So let's hide the fog so we can get a little bit more render quality on this. You guys also can see I have this giant, like, dirt pit, which right now, currently in the render as is not really selling. And I just need to do a better job of, I don't know, framing it, or I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. I have to figure out how that's exactly going to go. But yeah, right now we're going to focus on just this sewer system. I'm going to show you guys how I made these custom textures. And there's no looping here. It's just like a really long image that just goes. And this is the short version of it too. It's pretty insane. Yeah, so I'll show you guys how to make those textures, and then I'm just going to detail the crap out of this sewer system. I'm going to put a bunch of junk in the corners. I'm going to put a bunch of, like, shrubs and plants here building up in the center where the water is, based off of reference imagery I took, and really just try and work out my foreground here. We got a couple missing textures I have to relink here, but yeah, how are you guys doing? How's everyone doing today? Thanks for hopping in the stream. Welcome. Happy Saturday to everyone. I hope you guys are having a good time. Ooh, I got some peppermint tea. Very nice. I went rock climbing yesterday. It was difficult. It was very difficult. I learned how to tie anchors, which is like a very, I don't want to say stressful process, but it's like, I don't know. If you get the anchors wrong, you will die. So you better not mess up your knots, and you better not mess up the position of your carabiners and all that stuff. So it was really cool. My buddy Jan taught me how to do all that stuff, and we climbed some really tall rocks. Freaking awesome. So I am very sore today. I am extremely sore, but it was so worth it. It's really nice to get outside and climb some rocks. Man, it feels good. It feels really good. Yeah. So how did I create this endless texture? Let me show you guys this endless texture. If we get in close here, we can see that it's pretty darn detailed, right? And I actually just, well, here's exactly what happened. Here's exactly how I did this. So there is a place that I will not mention, because you'll have to find your own wall here. But there's a place I went to, somewhere in Los Angeles. Ooh, I could tell it's a little stretched. I might have to stretch that back there. But yeah, there's a place I went to in Los Angeles. It's essentially, like the LA River. I basically found a spot somewhere in the LA River that had vertical 90-degree walls just like this. And what I did was basically went into this, I don't know the technical name for this kind of like wash or LA River. I don't know. It's definitely not a river. It's like an overflow thing from the mountains to the ocean. I don't know exactly what that's called. But I went through with my iPhone and I just took pictures making sure that each image overlapped a little bit. So like if I were to take a shot here with this like yellow, let's say I took a shot here with the yellow piece on the left side, I would move over and take a shot here so that that yellow piece is in both of the pictures. And I just, kept going. So I'm looking at this streak or this streak here on the left, move over. Yep, there's that streak on the right now. So you just want to keep going and keep shooting these images with a little bit of overlap. And what I did, let me open up Lightroom, because what I did is I took all those images from my iPhone. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. All right, one moment. All right. A ravine, a waterway, something like that. Yeah, something like that. I took all these pictures just going from, let's see, let me get rid of this second window, screen mode, normal. Yeah, and I just kept going through, taking pictures, and the original image, I believe if I were to take off the crop, looks a little something like this. I also adjusted like the transform values and I adjusted the camera calibration. Let's see, transform values and the lens correction. So since I shot on an iPhone, I enabled the lens correction, remove chromatic aberration, and I chose the Apple profile, and it removes basically like the distortion that you get from shooting on your iPhone. And then I went through and I actually, let's see if I can get rid of this crop for a second. As shot, yes please. So I went through and I took this transform value and I basically straightened out my edges. All right, since it's a wall, I want to be able to make sure it's as perpendicular and parallel and 90 degrees as possible. So let's see if I can't reset this. So that's off and this is on. And what I'm doing is going through and I'm adding these little rulers essentially, or these guides. And I'm saying I'm drawing a line from this side to this side. And maybe I can just see if I can't delete these guys and do it with you and show you how I'm doing this. So basically, I took a picture of my wall. To turn this into a 3D texture, I just want to straighten it out a little bit. So we'll grab this little top left button right here. This is our guides. And if let's see, you should be able to click and drag. Yep. And you'll just tell the program what are, the horizontal lines, the vertical lines. So I'm getting the top and I'm getting the bottom. You see how it stretched it out and it matched it perfectly? So now the top and the bottom of this concrete wall is flush with the top and bottom of the frame. And you can do the same for the vertical lines. So I'm seeing these vertical lines up in here. So I'll grab that one and I'll grab this one right here. And that will perfectly align your 3D, or essentially that'll align your image to be as flat as possible. You don't want any weird angles if you want to stitch all of these images together. So I did that, I cropped it down, making sure to actually maintain the original aspect ratio. So I'm just bringing these in like this, boom, and that's the image. And I did that for all 50 of these pieces of wall, right? Just going through and getting this whole thing. There's so much detail and texture. There's no way I could do this like manually, or not manually. I couldn't do it automatically. I couldn't go to Quixel Bridge and do all of this. I needed to actually take the pictures myself to get the look I wanted to get. So once I have all of this, let me open up Photoshop and I'll show you guys how I stitched all these things together and how I created a normal map. You can also create a roughness and specular map too. So I'm gonna show you guys exactly how I did that right now. Thanks for joining me, y'all. Thanks for joining me on this Saturday. We're doing it. We got a freaking CG live stream going right now. Let's see if I can't open up some images here. All right, so let's see. Let me bring this on over for y'all, and let me open up some of these images. All right, let's find them. Navigate. Here's the art. VFX. You got to keep your folders organized here so you know where your stuff is. Endless concrete. And we want the processed. You know, I just put them in the processed folder. And we'll go with the... let's go with the wall. There's a lot of images here. So let's see if we can't find like just 5 images or something. These 5, and I'll just demonstrate on these 5 images. You can go as long as you want. Like, I'll show you guys my final image. Let me show you how ridiculous this final image is. It was too long. It was honestly, it had no business being this long. So this is the full length of, I think this is half though. Hold on. No, that's the full amount, or maybe I saved over it. But that's basically, yeah, I think I did save over it because it was just too long. It was like double or triple this length. But if you go to 100%, you can see the whole wall is stitched together and you have a big old wall to work with. Super cool, really awesome. I made sure to include like the nasty water on this side. Freaking awesome. Okay, so let me show you how I stitch these together really quick. So I have all my images here in Photoshop. What you can do actually is you can go to File, Automate, Photo Merge, and you can select Auto here, add open files to the stack. You have all of these. Let's just check vignette removal and geometric distortion correction. I don't think we need to do geometric distortion correction because we kind of already like, I'm wondering what that is. I'm wondering if it fixes like the Apple profile or if that actually tries to mesh the images into each other. But let's give it a shot. Let's see what this does. And we should just get one long image if we're lucky. Okay, so it, you know, this one, it looked like this one was kind of missing. And this was the thing, I had to do this manually for all of these images. But you guys get the idea. Kind of brought everything together. And what we can do here is actually merge all of this stuff, Control E, and we can crop it down. Let's see. Get width and height resolution. Why? Sometimes I don't know how to use Photoshop. Where are you at? A ratio? No, we don't want a ratio. I just want to go off the... God dang. Y'all are probably screaming at me right now like, dude, it's so easy. What are you doing? Here, I'm going to do it the cheat way. We'll do that. And then I'm going to trim it. So if we go to image trim, it'll get rid of all the transparent pixels. Except for the ones, like it's not going to crop the image, obviously. But here's what you can do. You can control click your image in the layer here, and it should, yep, highlight your image. You guys can probably see this little selection going around here. If you hit Control Shift I, you'll invert the selection, and Shift Backspace will pop up this fill option. If you select content aware fill and hit OK, Photoshop will do its best to fill in these missing pixels. And that's not that bad of a job there. That is not that bad. You could also like liquefy it, you know, and merge this. So basically you could do something where you like, let's see, if I wanted to, there's probably a better way to do this, but if I want to use the liquefy tool, I can kind of just move this down a little bit. You guys get the idea, right? You see how I'm like stretching this to hit the border and to be generally flush here with the image. Then we can hit OK. And we can try trimming it again. Get rid of all those transparent pixels. And from here, you could either crop it or you could try the content aware fill thing again. But in this case, I'd probably just crop it. So you said hold shift. Is that the key? What the heck? Holding shift does not do what I want it to do. Yikes. I should know this stuff, right? See, even I'm a noob at Photoshop. I'll do it the cheat way. I'll take it and I'll just kind of scale it up a little bit. Holding shift, bring those up there, bring those down there, and that's looking good. Yo, we got our first super chat of the day, I believe. I don't think I missed any. Jones Lab, thank you for the super chat. You say, what up, finishing my submission after about 100 hours today. Dang, dude, that is awesome. Graphic designer for 10 years. This is my favorite project ever. Thanks for the motivation. Dude, thank you for putting all of your hard work into this thing. The more you guys put into your submissions, the more awesome the final montage is going to be. Combining all these images and all these renders together is going to be truly epic. So I actually got the 122 submissions so far, and I put them out into DaVinci, and I have a musician working on some music right now. So I popped in his temp music and sat back, and it's incredible already. It's seriously incredible already. Without the final music and without all the renders, it's so cool to watch. It syncs up and it's amazing. So I can't wait to show you guys that final montage, which will be middle of June. So June 1st is the deadline for these submissions. That's going to be a Tuesday, I believe. That Saturday, I'm going to have myself and a couple guest judges going over, I believe, the top 100 renders, because there's just, depending on how many there are, there's just going to be too many to do. We'll see, though. We'll see how many there are. So we'll select the winners immediately, right after the June 1st delivery on Tuesday. That Saturday, that weekend, the next live stream will be I'll choose the winners. That's 2 live streams from now. After that will be the montage. Yes, I am so excited. I'm so excited. So guys, keep up the hard work. I'm going to be cranking on my render today here on the live stream, and I know you guys will be too, so thank you for joining me. So guys, we're talking about how to make custom textures right now, though. We just stitched these concrete images together in Photoshop using the File, Automate, Photo Merge option. We had all of our images that we took on our iPhone. I shot all of these on my iPhone, brought them into Lightroom, and cropped them and warped them so that they were flush 90-degree perpendicular lines here. We don't want any warped lines. We want everything as upright and square as possible. That way we can merge them together properly here, just like this. So we got everything merged here. Now, the next thing that we want to do is, let's go ahead and select this and let's duplicate it, Control J, and we want to make a normal map. All right. So this is your diffuse map. All right. We'll throw this down on a, let's do it. Let's freaking do it. Let's hop into C4D. I'll make a new file, Control N, and let's go ahead and render this. Let me save out this image. I'm just going to go straight to the desktop because This is just a demonstration. So we'll call this diffusion. Bam. All right, I'm going to take note of its dimensions, okay? So we hover over this. You can see 1919 by 330. All right. So in C4D, let's make a plane. And it'll be 1919 by 330. And if I make a new octane material and I drop that diffuse texture, or that diffuse, diffuse texture, technically that is correct, into the diffuse channel and drop that onto the plane, then you'll see we have a brick wall that just kind of goes, right? But what if I want to load, let's go ahead and load an HDRI image here. I'll link the texture to HDRI link. Let's open that up just so we can get, I don't know, church entrance. All right, let's select church entrance. It's blown out, so we need to select the image and set it to linear. That's going to smooth it out a little bit. Okay, so you see how it's super reflective, like it's a wet pavement? Well, we don't want that right now. We actually want to give it a little bit more depth. We want some bump map. We want specular map, roughness, normal, all that good stuff, right? You guys know how to build textures at this point. So, back in Photoshop. I didn't know this. I watched a Winbush tutorial. And it blew my mind. So, if you go to Filter, 3D, Generate Normal Map, it'll do exactly that. It'll generate you a normal map. Boom. Look at that. Freaking awesome. You can select whether you invert it or not. So you can be like, okay, I know that the paint here, they were trying to get rid of some graffiti, so they're adding onto it. So you want to invert it so it looks like it's popping out at you. And then you can mess with all these settings here, like the detail scale. You can bring this down, make it not as intense. You can crank it up and like go to town with it. That's going to be crazy. But I think somewhere here is probably nice. And then you can work the low values and try and like bring out a little bit more of the low end, maybe the medium scale here, not doing too much. The high end, again, not doing too much, but maybe if we come all the way up with the low end. Well, this is a weird thing. Sometimes these sliders don't work. So if I hit cancel and we try that one more time, filter, 3D, generate normal map. Right, try typing in these values like 50%. And the medium goes to like 50% and the high just 50%. Everything straight 50%. But I think it gets a little bit more detailed when you like drop it down. So let me try taking all this stuff down to 20%. And you see it didn't change. Let's hit OK and see if it, yeah. Let's try it again, filter 3D. I think that's just a bug. Let's bring the detail scale up just a little bit. Right, and this is fine. This is fine. You guys can mess with all these settings. We'll hit OK, and we're going to save this out as our normal map. The JPEG, yeah, whatever. Normal. Usually it'd be like a TIFF or like a PNG or something. Dang, son, Mr. Hanshauser Bosch back in the house with the frickin' super chats. My God. Dropping bombs here, man. Thank you for that. My goodness. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. That's going to help me pay for some of the CG assets I've had to purchase to create my render. Man, that's awesome. So you say, can't wait to see everyone's projects come together. I agree. It really is special. There is nothing like this right now where everyone is putting all this work into their one render, and we're combining all of it into like so many hours of work. It'd be cool to actually take a tally and say like how many hours of work this is total. Like that would be cool. Like we have the stats, how much render time, how many hours of work, how many frames total. Like that'd be sweet. And Mr. Hans Hauser Bosch had a good time participating as well. So thank you for that super chat, man. Very generous of you. Always, always. Very much appreciated. I'm glad you had a good time with it. Yeah. Let's get back to it, guys. Indie Story. I'm excited to see your render, dude. Very excited to see yours. You're very, very talented, very good with Unreal Engine. And hey, by the way, guys, this is very important. If you're using Unreal Engine to create your alternate realities render, then please make sure you check the info channel on my Discord server for the alternate realities, channels, and download the Unreal Engine update, okay? You can either download the new project file or you can just type in the data manually. Basically what happened is the camera was off. So if you render your final submission with the camera in the wrong place, that's no good. So make sure you guys check the info channel. If you're using Unreal Engine to create your art, check it and just change 2 values. It's all in there, okay? It's very simple. You got to go in the sequencer and change 2 values, all right? So make sure your camera is in the right place if you're using Unreal Engine. And Glenn, thank you for the super chat as well. Much appreciated. Heck yeah, dude. Anything is helpful. Anything is helpful. You rock, man. Thank you for the support. I appreciate you, Glenn. Heck yeah, let's get back to it. All right, so our normal map, all right? Let's load our normal map into C4D and see what it looks like. So let me just hop into here. And I'll just put this up into here so we can have a little bit more room. And let's see if we can't just drag this image, that normal map, right in, and let's see what it does. So take a look at the render view, drop the normal map in, and yeah, it does a little something. It's a little too glossy right now, so I think it needs a roughness and a specular channel working on it. However, it's pretty low res, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty low res. But that's because I took the pictures with my iPhone. So if I'm actually gonna go back and redo this with my DSLR. And I think my next texture pack is going to be, it's gonna be called Endless Concrete. And I'm gonna just do a bunch of these for you guys, and I'll have it on Gumroad for, I don't know, something affordable. Absolutely. And I think I'm going to put together a video on the process. Some fun vlog video where I go out and I shoot all this stuff. I show you guys how I'm doing it. And then I show you the exact process in Photoshop. And then I'll sell the pack at the end. Very similar to the Surface Imperfection video. And Johnson, yo, thanks for the super chat, man. Heck yeah. Cool beanie. I'm glad you like the beanie. I like it too. Thanks for the drink money, man. I appreciate it. I'll get some tea. Maybe I'll get some kombucha. Maybe I'll get, who knows, man. Maybe some wine or something. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Okay. So let's create our specular and our roughness channel here. So let's come up in here. And I'm going to simply make a black and white adjustment layer here. Where are you? Black and white. Bam. So this can this can easily be your specular channel here. We can say that the graffiti is like the paint over the graffiti could be more reflective than the actual concrete wall. And the these areas where, oh god dang it, I did it again. So the paint where the graffiti is can be more reflective because it's whiter, right? So black is going to be non-reflective and white is going to be reflective, or the other way around, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. So we can say that the graffiti areas are going to be a bit more reflective because, they're paint. It's paint, so it catches a bit more light. And then the areas that are darker here, like this crack, will be less reflective. And the wall itself, it'll be a series of grays and darks and lights. So I think this is actually pretty nice. I'm going to go ahead and save this as our specular. And let's see what it looks like. Back into cinema. We'll try and get a nice reflective point. Like, yeah, here we go. Something like this. And let's go ahead and drop that image in here. Bam. And guys, remember, if you're in Octane, I don't know if any other renderers do this, but if you're in Octane and you want to save VRAM so that you can make your scenes more complicated, take your black and white images, set the type to float. And that's basically, by default, Octane is assuming that all of your textures are color textures. And there's more data, more bits and bytes in color textures than there are in black and white textures. So don't have your black and white textures be color textures. You're just wasting space. So yeah, let's put that into the specular. And then you can see it's doing a little thing here. Let me see here if some contrast could help. So I'm gonna go to color correction, drop a color correction node, and I'll just boost the contrast by 20 or something. And there you can see we're getting these nice streaks here. And yep, this is very reflective here on the little paint areas. So it looks pretty darn cool to me. Now, what we could do is basically work in a roughness texture. So one way to do it is to just go to the roughness and set it to like 0.2 or something. So it all kind of gets smoothed out equally, which isn't that bad. And it's a little reflective. So maybe we can take the specular channel, the float, and just take that down by half maybe. Or am I on the wrong? Let's see. Am I on the wrong? No, this should be correct. Let's see. We go to specular and we take the float all the way down to 0. Why is that still reflective? Oh, because it's, I see. It's because it's, is it getting the color correction node? If I were to plug this specular in, let's take that roughness down to 0, and then let's try that again. Oh, is it the mix that needs to come down? Interesting. All right, so let's try that again. Bring the mix down so it's just not as intense. And let's try using the same image as the roughness. I'm just going to control drag, drop that into the roughness channel, and see what happens. Indie Story, yo, dude, thank you for the super chat. Your stuff is so good. I can't wait to see your submission. Yeah, you're welcome. I think this challenge is a really cool way for people to get inspired and create cool stuff. And you're saying that it really made you push yourself in Unreal and learn new things. Yes, that's the whole point. We got to learn new stuff. I haven't done a custom texture before, so I'm in the same boat, dude. We're all learning and growing together, and that, again, is the whole point of this channel, is so we can learn and grow together. So you say you barely get time after work, but gets you excited to stay up late and create new worlds. Heck yeah, dude. Me too, man. Me too. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you for the support. And thank you for participating in the challenge, man. I can't wait to see your final. All right, what if we invert this roughness? I see. Let's maybe give this a color correction node too. And crank the, let's crank the gamma. See what happens if we crank the gamma down. I feel like it just needs to be really subtle. Contrast, let's try 20 on the contrast. And maybe I'll take the noise or the normal texture and bring it down by half. And then let's also take the specular and bring that down by half. So it's just a bit more subtle. And you know, if you do these right, if you do this with a DSLR, it's really going to look nice. But yeah, for what I'm doing, I was fine to use my iPhone. Because in my render, it's not going to be super close up. Yeah, and then the bump channel, I mean, you could also go back into Photoshop and start messing with, let's duplicate this one more time. I think it actually has a displacement option. So you can go filter, 3D, generate bump or height map. So let's see what this does. It looks a little blurry. But let me just try this. Let me see what this looks like. Let's hit OK on this and let's save it out. Let's see what it looks like. So I'll desktop it, JPEG, and we'll call this displacement. And let's drop it in. Isn't it really cool that you can do all this from Photoshop? I never knew it until I watched Winbush's tutorial. Let's drag displacement out, get a displacement node, drop that on, and it's gonna do a thing. So we can do, let's see, in the displacement, mid-level is always 0.5, and let's just set it to 4K resolution, and we'll set it to like 20 or even 100 so we can get an idea of what's going on. Okay, so it looks like the edges are a little weird, but if we set the height to maybe like, yeah, 20, we can get a little something out of that, just a little something. Very cool. Now it might be a little heavy on these painted parts, so you'd have to go back in there and essentially like tone them down. So this white is coming up a little too much, so you need to come in here with like a gray brush and get those back down to be more of the gray of the background itself. And that's where and why custom textures can be expensive, because there's a lot of manual detail work that goes into making this look nice. For example, the water spot, you know, I had that water streak coming down. That I had to make sure, I had to basically do like custom roughness, custom specular maps on that, just because, you know, water is reflective. It's not the same as the concrete. So yeah, Scorn, yo, Michael Scorn, dude, thank you for the super chat. You really enjoyed the challenge. Couldn't manage to get a 4K render done as needed. The PC for other things also. Learned so much. Yeah, it's all right. All good, dude. The 1080p is totally fine. But you're looking forward to the next one. And the next one is coming around the corner. All right. And it's going to be very different from what we're doing on this one. It's going to be very fun. It's already in the works. And I'm just excited for you guys to get into it. Yeah, it's going to be sweet. What's up, Ronan? We got Ronan, the moderator, up in here, holding it down. Thank you. I appreciate you for that, man. Okay, so while Octane thinks really hard, here we go. So I'll show you guys that little water spot that I did. Yeah, this one here. I need to tile this a little bit differently. It looks a little stretched, doesn't it? Let me see if I can't just drop this length. That feels a bit better. Yeah. So you can see it's a bit more reflective at certain parts. More reflective than the wall itself. A better example, honestly, is this ground. So the ground here, for this, what I did was I actually went underneath a bridge and I took a bunch of shots, again with my iPhone, of the ceiling of the bridge. And it's these giant concrete structures. And I stitched them together the same way. And then I took basically a reference picture of this drain, and I took the water from it and I brought that into Photoshop and combined this texture of the underneath of the bridge with this water. And I made sure that the water was more reflective. You know, again, going back to like that custom nature of these textures, I made sure that the water was going to be more reflective than the concrete itself. So yeah, that's essentially what I did to make this custom bridge or waterway drain, I don't know, to create this look. And it really works. It's super solid, and I'm really, really happy with how it turned out. So what's the meat of this stream? What are we going to do? I'm going to build out this sewer with a bunch of like mud and foliage, a bunch of shrubs, a bunch of what else are we going to do? We're going to do like some garbage in the corners, and we're really going to make it look nasty and muddy. And I'm just going to detail this out like I detailed out my foreground last week. The background buildings I'm probably going to save for this week. I'm going to work on them this week and probably touch them up this weekend on the final stream. And then I'll get into character stuff over the weekend as you guys are submitting your final renders. Shout out to Visual, another one of our moderators. But honestly, the dude is just he's much more than a moderator, as all the moderators are. They're not just moderators. They are fantastic artists. So it's cool to have you guys up in here, and I appreciate your guys' help. So Visual, thank you so much, sir. Faraz, yo, what's going on, dude? Welcome. Thank you for joining. Yes, Visual starting his entry today. Yo, better late than never. I feel like I still have a lot of work on mine. A lot of work on mine. Like, to be honest with you, I'm not really liking my render right now. Remember how I was talking about it yesterday or last week? I was saying how you don't like it, but then you spend more time on it and you start to like it. I'm in that zone right now where it's like I'm back and forth, up and down on this one. I'm like, I don't know. Once the whole thing comes together, then I can start shaping and really getting the visual contrast and the visual composition down. That's the thing that I'm not digging right now, is the visual composition and the color. But I know that once I get to an endpoint, once I have the buildings in there, once I can actually see kind of like a near final looking image, I'll be able to come in here and start tweaking stuff to really make it shine and really have the render feel as good as possible. And I am going to do a breakdown of this render, like I did with the car next to the ocean with the, foggy factory. I'm going to do one for this too. So I want to talk to you guys about everything that just is going through my mind while I'm doing this in a compact form. But yeah, Zurge is correct. Just got to keep going. All right. So let's build out this this sewer system thingy. It'd be cool to have some pipes coming out of the side of the wall. It would be cool to have maybe some like shafts and tunnels potentially. We'll see how that could go. It would be sweet to have a bunch of like shrubs growing down the middle and growing down like different little strips of this thing. It would be cool to have a bunch of dirt and like old wet paper and mud and grime collected in the corners, maybe with some dead leaves and sticks and rocks in the corners. And depending, it would be really cool to have a, I don't know, maybe some sort of like, robot or car or something down here, like some sort of like eye-catching little visual piece of contrast. It would be cool. So let us begin. Also, I might have, I'm just realizing this right now. Let me pull up my PureF stuff for you guys. How crazy is this, huh? Look at this. So scary. What the heck? I'm stuck. Why am I stuck? Why can't I zoom out? Anyway, like this right here, this is a dude. That's a dude. And I might do something similar with my render here. Instead of a giant hole in the background, I might actually just have the sewer go into a giant like wash pit thingy. I think that would be sick. That would be super sick. This is the same one. Isn't that terrifying? That's like, that is the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I just want more of this. I want more of this. I want to do a render very similar to this in the future. I think that could be really cool. I showed you guys this stuff on the last stream. And here's an example of kind of like the sewer here. It's like or not the sewer, but again, I don't know what this is. It's not the river. It's not the LA River. Even though I took the shots in the LA River. But I don't know what this is. A wash? Who knows? What else do we got? What else do we got? Yeah, I think that's good for the reference. I just wanted to show you guys that one. All right. So, where do we begin? We could start with man, it would be cool to have just that giant hole. But for now, I think let's just start with like some corner detail, all right? So, let me make my render a little larger. And let's scale this up. Technology within us. That's a funny question. That's a very funny question. Thank you, Visual. I appreciate you. I'm not answering that. That's a personal question, son. Getting back to it. All right. Let's uncheck the check camera option. Let's hop out of camera view. Let's save our work. And let's start creating. All right, so the ground plane. Here's what I want to do. I essentially want to make some topography to clone some stuff onto. All right, so basically these little like the gutter. What is it, like the gutter ball? When you get the gutter ball in bowling, it's the one that goes to the side and gets stuck in the gutter. Yeah, I want my little gutter polygons here because I'm going to be able to create some stuff off of that. So I'll select the floor here. And let's go ahead and let's grab bam, bam, and bam, bam. We'll grab both of those just like that. Yep. I'm going to hit UP. That's breakup. UP. That's going to disconnect those pieces, yeah? From the drain. Okay. So let's group this. Let's call this main drain. And this will be our corner scatter. Gotta name your stuff. Gotta name your stuff. Visual. That's funny, dude. Let's get rid of these little edges. We don't need these edges. I'm gonna MN. Gonna get rid of that. We don't need it. All right. So corner scatter. Let's hit up the Megascans assets and let's see if we can't find some mud. Nah, let's hit RD textures. Let's just drop some mud up on that. And we'll render region, so we're only rendering what we need. Awesome. Okay. Let's see what this, I know that we had like this guy, bam, this guy right here from last week, the ground. Edge mud. This one here, it was rubble floor 2. There it is, rubble floor 2. Let's try rubble floor 2 right up on that. As very reflective. So I think what we'll need to do is just make a new texture. Maybe this concrete. What is this? Concrete rubble? These are all, yeah, okay. Trying to figure out what texture works the best. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Go back to our little gutter. Corner scatter, here we go. And I'm just trying different textures. Ooh, that one's not bad. That one's not bad at all. It feels like real slimy and nasty. So we can take that and that corner scatter. Let's go ahead and grab these edges and bring them down. And then bring the whole corner scatter thing up so it just kind of goes down into the concrete. You see that? Look at that. That's nice. So before and after, so without and with, you're getting a little bit of that nastiness. Just a little bit of that nastiness, you know? It's really nice. And it adds. So we're going to keep adding on to this. So let's duplicate the corner scatter. And let's get something a little chunkier up in the mix. Bam. We'll drop that guy in there. I like how it's a little wet. Very nice. We can potentially bring this up and let's bring these guys in towards each other. So I'm gonna just kind of scale them in towards each other. And we'll bring that down just a little bit. So maybe it's too much. Maybe it's too much. Maybe we just need a little bit of chunkage up in the corner. So I'm going to undo what we did there. Bam. Let's actually do the opposite. Let's scale them out. So it's just a little tiny piece, a little strip of that chunkiness. Yeah, you see that? Now it's like you start to see that wet nastiness collect up in the corners. That's good. That's good. We could also, let's duplicate that texture. And I'm going to call this mud. And then I'll call this one mud. Mud dry, maybe. Because it's a little, I don't know, that's a little intense. But it looks, I don't know, it looks good. Also, what I'm going to do, let's go to displacement. I just want like little pieces popping up through the ground. So I'll set the displacement to 30. And the reason I duplicated it is because I don't want, like, we're using this main mud, we're using this in our foreground, and I don't want to mess with the way it looks. So I'm duplicating it so that I can actually get a different look out of it. Let's make sure the mapping is correct on that. So maybe I'll set this to cubic. And I'll scale it up. We're going to tile it 0.1 times. No, maybe I need to get up in here. Probably the best way to do it. Yeah, that seems right. Sweet, okay. Back to camera view. Just render region, and I'm gonna just drop it down again. It's so subtle. It's very, very subtle, but that's okay. That's really what we want. Let's see, negative 281. Negative 280. Yeah, that comes up a little bit. Yeah, very, very subtle. And let's take the specular and just drop the specular down a little bit. Awesome, okay. William, what's up, dude? Hey, good to see you, man. Your render is looking insane. Holy crap. I don't know if you submitted yet, but keep it up, dude. Keep it up. That's amazing. All right. So I think let's try and get maybe a little bit of, how do I want to do this? I think it's going to be wise to have some plants and shrubs down the middle of this thing, because that was actually happening in real life. Let me show you guys the reference image. Where are we at? The art, the VFX, the assets, endless concrete, raw. Here we go. So you guys will notice that these bushes here are kind of chilling right up in the middle where the water is. They're growing where the water is. You also have some shrubs right along these like little cracks, also where water probably pools into these cracks and grows some weeds and shrubs and stuff. And then there's a lot of like stuff collected in the middle or on the edges. These are a bunch of leaves from the trees up here. But we don't have any trees in our scene really. We don't have dead leaves, but we can have rocks and rubble, you know, again, collecting in the corner and kind of scattered throughout this whole thing. So this is definitely where we'll be using this as a reference to, you know, to really max out our little scene here. All right. So bushes and shrubs, you know, a lot of that you can use from the Megascans library. There's a lot of good stuff there, but I'm probably going to be using full forester for my stuff, just because it's easy, it's quick here. So what I'm gonna do is I'll still have those edges there, those little planes that we have as a scatterable kind of surface for our plants to be scattered and spread out on. So I need to do that for the middle too. So let's see if I can't, let's lock that. Let's hop out of our camera and do this, very similar thing than what we did before. Let's grab these middle pieces. UP, we'll break them up. And let's just name our stuff here. This is wall 1, wall 2, middle, middle, I guess. This is our floor. That's our corner scatter, and this is our middle scatter. Okay. So let's find the plants and the shrubs that we want to distribute along our sewer here. I also want to make sure that I'm not scattering. Yeah, that's actually perfect. That is perfect. If I hit Shift V, or no, Alt V, we can go to Safe Frames, Set Safe Frames, and you can actually see where this cuts off. So we actually don't need any of this in the foreground. We don't need to scatter on that at all. So I'm going to actually delete those polygons so we don't get confused. We don't need to waste any computer juice at any point during this render because it's going to start getting really rare. Let's go to the drain, the middle scatter. Okay, we can delete that. And the main drain, we can delete all that. The walls, I'll leave the walls for now. And the corner scatter, I will actually clip as well. So KL is your cut tool. Bam, we'll just get those and delete what we don't need. Whatever you don't see, there's no need to see it. Now, technically, you don't want any light influencing your scene from the bottom. So what we can do is actually put a plane down here with like a gray solid on it. That way it's stopping any light from coming in where you don't want it. But I'd rather use this than, a bunch of detail and shrubs that you don't see in the frame, right? So we can just get like a nondescript matte middle gray kind of texture for that plane there. Maybe even a little darker, so it doesn't bounce a bunch of light, you know what I mean? Fabian, yo, welcome to the first ever live stream. I'm glad you're joining me. Very cool stuff. All right, let's populate this thing with some shrubbery. So, like I said, I'm using Forester. So let's go to extensions. Where are you? Forester. And we'll do a multi-flora. Is that what we want? Do we want a flower? As long as it's like a weed, we want like a little weed. Let's go to the material selection. No, the library. We want the library. Yeah, this is what we want. So looking at my reference, let me go back to this reference here. Just to get an idea of what kind of stuff we're seeing. Very sparse. It's very sparse, not super detailed. And it might be wiser, to be honest with you guys, it might be wiser just to use the mega scans shrubs and stuff, because they're gonna be a lot more render friendly. And I might use, okay, so while I'm here, I'll populate the middle section with bushes and stuff that you can't really get with mega scans. So let's do that at least. And for the bushes, I think what we can do is actually use a tree instead and turn a tree into a bush. So we'll go forester tree. And let's drop this down here. And let's see if we can't do the tree library. And let's hit up something that looks like a bush. A sycamore? I don't know. A pseudocamellia? Prospius? So you can't really see the leaves in here. But if we go to tree parameters and we change the viewport level a little higher, you should be able to see some greenery. It's really thinking hard here. It's just very render intensive right now. There you go. That's a lot, isn't it? That's a whole lot. Whole lot of stuff we don't need. So what we can do is take the tree growth to like 0.1. And it's thinking really hard. Hopefully this thing will get a little smaller. Yeah, Forester's totally worth it. $300 for Forester, absolutely. It has a wind option. And it's just the best. I really do enjoy it. So this is taking a long time. It's really thinking very hard. I'm wondering if we can just use mega scans for this. Let me open up mega scans here. And let's hit up these 3D plants. Ferns. I do love me some ferns. So weeds, we'll get some of that. Some grass, we'll get some of that. Let's try ferns and see what they have. We can have this stuff growing out the middle. Let's see what else they got. Maybe some grass, perhaps. Some wild overgrown grass, I think, will definitely be a part of our scene. So maybe some of these like small guys here, these little wild grass pieces. Let's download the 8K. And we'll export the 2K version because they're going to be very small. And that's going to come right into C4D. Let's get rid of this tree. And let's take a look at these shrubs. These little grassy grasses. All right. So, if we re-render our scene, hopefully we should be able to see these things here. How many more days do you have left for the challenge? I think there's like 9 days left or something. 9 days and like 8 hours. Dang, did Octane crash? What's going on? Maybe it did. Let me just restart. Let me restart cinema here. Absolutely save my work. That's the name of the game, y'all. Sometimes, yep, that's an Octane crash for you. Computers are a little tricky. Sometimes they crash. You know, that's just the way it is. If for whatever reason cinema never opens for you, you can hit Control Shift Escape if you're on PC, and it's probably because you're running cinema in the background. It'll say Cinema 4D somewhere up in here, and you just want to make sure you close it out. But we don't need Lightroom anymore. We don't need Photoshop anymore. I did it again, didn't I? Yeah, Control Shift Escape. And in your processes, if you see Cinema 4D down here in the background processes, and it's not booting for you, that means you're still running it. So you can just make sure you close it out. All right. We will render our scene, and once we can see these shrubs, we'll start scattering them in the little gutter areas, and maybe we can scatter them on some other tiny little strips of concrete that can act as like the cracks in the ground and stuff. Floed, thank you, sir. That's very, very kind of you. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad you enjoy the streams. All right. When you see your bright yellow updating, that means you're close. And it should, yeah, here we go. So what we want to do, right, we got our little shrubbies, our shrubby shrubs. Let's go ahead and go into our actual scene here. Scene view, let's open this up just a bit. Oh no! Oh my God! No! Not 4. That would be very bad. And I'm just going to render this region here. That's all we need to see is the corner bits. Awesome. Okay. And we'll uncheck check camera so we can hop out of this view and create. So what I want to do essentially is just take all of these guys and scatter them. Wait, why did it stop again? Did Octane crash again? Anyway, let's try this. All right, let's take all of these. I can use an Octane scatter if I wanted to. And I think that's probably what I'll do. I'll do it with an Octane scatter. Yeah. So let's go ahead and make an Octane scatter object. You can do it by going to Objects, Octane scatter. And I'm just going to drop all of these guys in that Octane scatter. And in the Octane scatter options, the count is already at 1,000. I'm going to set it to just 100. And it's looking for a surface. All right. And we want to put it on the surface of this surface. And the surface will be the corner scatter, like we had selected, right? Corner scatter 1, and I think that's, yeah, corner scatter is totally fine. So let's go ahead and select Octane scatter. Let's drag our corner scatter, bam, into the surface. And you can see that we have these lines that are basically our little shrubs. Let's hop back into camera view, try re-rendering Octane. I don't know why it crashed again. Mason, thank you for joining. It's your first time. Welcome, welcome. We got a lot of newcomers today, guys. That's awesome. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting some weird Octane issues. That's no good. Apologies, y'all. I'm gonna try it one more time. Yep, another Octane bug. Let's give it the old open up C4D again, and we'll try one more time. If you guys are enjoying yourselves and having a good Saturday, give me a thumbs up in the live chat. It's always good to see y'all. All right, let's try this one more time. Bam. I know, I need a better processor. I really do. Ah, man, I am so sore from rock climbing yesterday. We went for like 5 hours or so. And I was telling you guys earlier in the stream, I learned how to set anchors and tie the ropes and all the knots up top. And it was a little stressful. It was a little stressful. Don't want to mess that up. No siree, not at all. All right, let's try to render region one more time. Looks like it's working. I'll uncheck the check camera option and we'll hop out of the camera. Hopefully it looks like it's working. Okay, so let's try and now these big ones, these little big bushes are a little too much. Okay, so I'm going to scale down these big ones. I don't want it to be too intense there on the edges. Sweet. And we want to add a random effector to the mix here because we want to randomly rotate these shrubs. We don't want them all in the same orientation. So we'll uncheck position and we'll check rotation. And we can look at these splines just as reference here. So if I rotate and it looks like nothing's happening, that's because they're rotating on the y-axis. These other axes, oh, Okay, so nothing's happening. That's because the octane scatter needs to, you need to drag the random effector into it. Then it'll start working. So, yep. That will actually orient these plants, hopefully 1080, and then let's go a little bit of angle on these guys. Bam. All right, that looks good. And I actually think Octane is bugging out on me when I'm doing like this whole combination of unchecked, check camera, render region. I think that's the issue, which is unfortunate. So we're going to go one last time and just make sure we don't do that again. Sorry, guys. Hope you're all still enjoying yourselves. What does GI clamp do? That's a good question. The biggest use for GI clamp is, by default, it's set to 1,000,000, and you're going to get a lot of fireflies, a lot of hot pixels, a lot of little white dots that just don't look right in your render. And the easiest way to get rid of those is by taking your GI clamp to 1. So by default, I'm always setting my GI clamp to 1. And you can actually go window customization, save as default scene, and that will have that fixed for you every time you open C4D. So GI clamp, bam, set to 1. And that essentially, like, I don't know exactly, but it has something to do with like the light and how far the light is traveling to reference your stuff. And you don't need it. You don't need it going 1,000,000 points in that direction. You just kind of want it to focus on. I don't know. I can't explain it. I hadn't looked at the documentation, so I can't really explain it. But let's render our scene again. Ugh. Global illumination clamp. Nice. That's what it stands for. Okay. Yeah, so it's like how much light, how far do you want to illuminate things? 1,000,000 points in that direction, or just 1 point in that direction? When I say that direction, it's a global thing. It's like a sphere. Do you want your sphere of light to be 1,000,000 times large, or just 1 times large? And for most scenes, 1 times large is just large enough. All right, let me test this out and see if this works. Render region. And let me start messing with these settings. Yeah, that looks like it's working. All right, so octane scatter, let's try 200. We're getting like a bunch of grass up in the corner there. And the random, let's go like 40 degrees, 40 degrees. So they're kind of all over the place a little bit. And we can mess with the size as well. So in the random effector, we can check the scale. We can do uniform scale. We'll definitely want uniform, and we can set it to 1. So it'll either scale up by 1 or down by 1. I wonder if we type -1. And we can, again, hit T and scale all this stuff down so it's a little smaller. And I want some more shrubs coming into the foreground a little bit, so I need to see like what is that scattering on? It's scattering on this bit. I can just mess with the seed. So the seed is gonna distribute these plants a little bit more randomly. You can just like switch through the seed here, get a different look. You can set that to 400 if you want. It'll really like, you'll have a bunch of stuff coming out there. 300 maybe. And you see how they're going like too far into the actual concrete. So we can scale that back by duplicating the, let's see, the corner scatter, or even taking the corner scatter and kind of scaling it in a little bit. We'll grab both of those, hit T, and just kind of bring them in a touch. But I like the look of that. So here's what we'll do. We'll duplicate corner scatter. We'll call this corner shrub scatter, and we'll use that instead, so that we're really just trying to get as much control over all these individual elements as possible. Nice, very nice, cool. That totally works. Yeah, and we have a little bit more shrubs there in the corner then. And then another thing we could do, actually, this is actually, I think, a pretty cool technique. Hopefully this doesn't crash Octane again. We will see. But let's create like a series of little cracks and stuff. Like here, you can see that this crack goes along down the path here, and there's different little shrubs growing within that. So I want to see if we can't replicate this kind of look. So what we'll do for that is essentially create, let's make a plane. Now, in fact, let's not make a plane. Let's select this ground here, the floor. All right, we're gonna duplicate the floor, and we're gonna use this to kind of like chop up. And let's go ahead and like, let's solo it. And let's make some cuts. So KL. And we'll make a cut here. We'll make a cut here. And we're just kind of making some grooves going down this concrete. Make a cut there. Cut there. And we'll do like a couple that go horizontally down this thing, so we can kind of get a little sense of depth. We'll equally space these out. A little something like that. And we can scatter these plants along these pieces. All right, so let's go ahead and select all these little grooves that we made. So UL is a loop selection tool. We'll go into edge mode, or face mode. And we'll select all of these little like channels, these runways. And we got to get in there. And these are the little like cracks and strips where our grass and our weeds are going to grow. Perfect. So from here we can hit UI and then delete everything else. So we just have this little bit here. We can name this. Let's see. Let's name this shrub. I don't know. Ground crack scatter. I don't know. That works. And let's start with the shrubs that we already have. Okay. We can actually take that ground crack scatter. And we have this texture that we have on it. We can duplicate that texture, and we can actually make it darker to appear like there actually are cracks in the ground. So let's take the brightness down to like 0.1. hop out of the solo mode and see if this works. Let's bring the ground crack scatter up out of the floor by like 1 point. So 52, so that we actually see it. Yep, now we actually see them running down the length of... Oh, that's perfect. Wonderful, wonderful. And we can make them a little darker too, so can do like -0.02. They're really dark. Awesome. And now all we need to do is let's duplicate the scatter, that octane scatter, and let's point it to this little ground crack system that we set up. Yeah, that's super cool. And what we could do is actually scale down. Let's try scaling all these guys down just a little bit, so it's a bit more subtle. And let's go ahead and see if we can't distribute these shrubs with some noise. All right, so let's set it to 1,000. So there's a lot of shrubs going down all of these little channels. And yeah, it's basically to just make it not as uniform. So let's see if we can't select that. Let's go to distribution. We'll go to the shader. We'll throw in a noise. Let's set the contrast to 100, and we'll set the scale, global scale, to 1,000, and see if that does anything. It doesn't look like it's really doing anything. Maybe the up vector, normal align, the count 500 maybe. Maybe we just do less count. Maybe we just go 200. It'd be nice to get this to work. I think I've never really like solved this one. It's always been a thing for me. That's why I always use the random effector as opposed to all these guys. But you should be able to get them to not be in certain parts based off of this noise map. Yeah, I think I'll have to do a little bit more research with that one. Vertex map. Use it in scale. All right, let's see. Let's try it. Shader, noise. This looks to work. Contrast 100. Yeah, that's working. Global scale. Let's take the count up to 1,000. Yeah, that looks like it's working. We can also do it with size too. Or no, we are in scale. Okay, so maybe instead of 100 contrasts, we do 90% contrast. Mess with the brightness a little bit. That kind of works. We can adjust the scaling of some of these guys. Awesome. Feels pretty nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so from here, we want to have some bushes and shrubs down the middle as well. So let's go ahead and scatter. Let's go ahead and grab a couple more bushes from the Megascans gallery. And I think you can like switch out a bunch of different variations too. Some dead stuff would be nice. This is actually some good stuff. Some like thatching grass. Yeah. Let's try this. Looks like I already have it. I can export the 2K version. 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. I gotta move my car. I will be back. Give me 2 minutes. See you guys in a second. All right, y'all, back to it. So yeah, we just exported some of this grass here. Let's see if we can get one more. If it's for the middle, we want it to be a little bit larger. Because the middle is actually going to grow a little bit more because that's where all the water is. So let's see if we can't go ground cover maybe. Herbs? Just a bunch of mint leaves. Some sage up in there. Interesting. A ginger plant. Huh, okay. Weeds. Because technically they would be really tall weeds. So it could be a mix of stuff here. We could do like some cheese weed. Maybe a little bit of this prickly lettuce. I want something pretty full, you know. We'll probably have a few different types. Ooh, this is nice. Sidewalk vegetation. Yeah. Dry plant set and sidewalk. Let's get these two. This is nice. I mean, this is like exactly what we want for like the ground cracks and stuff. So maybe we'll use this for the ground cracks, or we'll mix this. We'll just mix it all in. Dry plant set. This is great for corners too. So we'll export both of these 2K versions. Definitely don't need the 4K versions because there's just going to be a lot of them. We want to save as much as possible. And this one is nice too. I'll download this and export the 2K. All right. Let's grab all of this stuff. There's a lot. Wow, that's a lot. Jeez, okay. We should have done this one at a time. Let's go. Let's take things behind the camera and see if we can't sort all this stuff out. Variation 1 through 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wow, that's a lot. So we got that stuff. We have this other stuff, variation 1 through 14. And 1 through 11. And 1 through 3. Okay, cool. So let's deal with these one at a time here. This stuff is the fresher stuff that I think we can pile up into the middle of this. Okay, so let's go ahead and set that up, yeah? So I'll make a scatter. I'll drop those 3 into the scatter, and I'll tell the scatter to scatter on the, let's see, ground, or no, it's the drain, middle scatter. Bam. And instead of vertex, it's going to be the surface. And we have, yep, a lot of the same plant. So what we could do is use that same random effector to mess with the orientation. We want to mix up that orientation. And obviously it's way too uniform, and there's just too many pieces being scattered. Let's try 100. And it looks a little too dark. You know, we can take these, the tall weed here, and set it to glossy and octane. Same for the dry plant in the sidewalk. We'll just set all this stuff to glossy and octane. And what we can probably do is have a couple different middle scatter pieces. So this middle scatter, we can actually take and crunch it down a little bit. And then we could have middle scatter 2 be a little bit wider, and middle scatter 3 just be the full wide. That way we can kind of taper off these shrubs and have them just be a little bit taller in the middle. Let's go to that octane scatter. Let's go to the scale. We can actually scale them all up by hitting T. We'll scale them up. And we want to distribute these a little bit more randomly. So like we learned, we'll go to that scale option. We'll drop in some noise. We can set the contrast to, I don't know, 50% contrast. So that way you have full size ones and then half size ones, and then all throughout. Actually, just to see what it's doing, I'll set it to 100 and I'll set the global scale to 500. And let's work the seed. We can take the global scale to 500. And I want to find one that's a little bit more broken up. Like this is pretty nice. Yeah, maybe something like that. We can set the global scale to 50. And they're a little too small, so I'll take this scale on the random effector down. Oh, Ian Hubert up in here? Dude, what's up, Ian? Yo. Is that the true Ian Hubert? That is the question. Ian, all right, let's find out if it is indeed. I don't think so though. Is it really Ian? Is it really Ian? Because Ian, I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Ian. And this will be the ultimate test to see if this really is true Ian Hubert. The only an Ian Hubert and I could know the answer to. When Okay. What is a question only Ian knows the answer to? Let's see. When I came up to Seattle to visit you last time. No. Ian. What food do you have to get every time you come down to Los Angeles? When you visit, there's like that one food that you're like, yo, this is the one that I need to get every time. What is that food? This is the ultimate test. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Yeah, that's the right answer. Noodles. Sweet, dude. What's up, Ian? Good to see you, dude. Freaking great to see you. Thanks for hopping in, man. People are really excited about this. That's awesome. You're making a lot of people's days. So I'm working on my render right now. It's a big old render. And I'm trying to like populate this sewer to look nice. Trying to make it look grungy and nasty. And we're just scattering some plants and shrubs right now. Let's see. What should we do here? What should we do? I need a little bit more. Ooh, I need that sidewalk nastiness. That's what we need, is the sidewalk stuff. Let's try dropping in another chunk of plants here. So let me take all of these out. And let's see if we can't pop these guys in and see the difference. Okay. Kind of difficult to tell. Maybe we'll do these ones here. Let's try all of these guys. Oh, they're so tiny. They're so small. Let's try flipping these out again. The answer to everything is noodles. The answer to everything is noodles, but you can't overdo it, you know? I had some of those noodles last night, Ian, and my goodness, they're delicious. They are the best. Man, yeah, maybe I'll get rid of the noise up in here. I'll just clear that out so it's full. Let's see what we're dealing with here. We got these guys. We got this grass. This is the stuff right here, dude. These are the ones. I want to scatter that all up in it. And then we have these guys, the dead stuff. So I want to mix probably these and these guys. This dry thatching, I don't know. Yeah, it's all, I like these colors here. The dead stuff and this stuff right here. Like this stuff, that's not bad, but let's see if we can't get these guys working. Variation 1 through 14. Let's get these guys up in scatter number 1. Very nice. I'm just gonna make sure. Ian, if it's really you, send me a text message right now, just to be sure. Just to be super sure. I'm sure it is, dude. Have a good one. Peace out, dude. Later. You never know. You gotta be extra careful these days. You know what I mean? Gotta be extra careful. Alright, but you only had noodles once in LA, dude. It's all good. There's a lot of food in LA. There's a ton of food. Okay, back to it. You know, I get a little distracted, but it's all good. We're gonna keep going. So we have scatter 1, scatter 2, scatter 3. Let's kind of take it back. Take it back to scatter 1, and let's get some of that dead stuff up in there. So I'll switch that out for this 1 through 14. Sweet, and I'll scale that stuff up. That's nice. That's pretty nice. Something pretty subtle. And maybe we try that in the cracks here. Dude, if that I don't know if this Ian is real or not, but if they just randomly got the noodles question right, that's impressive. We'll see. I have no text from Ian yet. I'll just text. Let me text him. Let me see. All right. The word's been sent out. He's a busy man. I don't know if he'll get this. But the text has been sent. We're going to get verification here pretty soon. I know, it would have been one heck of a guess, huh? All right, let's see. Let's grab. I'm just, you know, this is just the stream today, y'all. We're just trying to make this stuff look nice. Spending those detail points. So I'll do an octane and a universal material type so that we can come up in here and we can plug the, let's see, transmission. Yep, that's right. It's got a transmission section there, and we can take the specular down just by half maybe. And we can probably take the brightness up to 2. Maybe the saturation down a touch, just the touch. Like 0.8 or something. See, they seem too dark to me. So maybe we can take the gamma down 0.7. And let's grab some more of like the dead stuff, and let's put the dead stuff in the corner. All right. So let's see. We can't find this. So this stuff right here. Let's copy this. Not copy it. We'll drag it into scatter number 1. The original scatter. Boom. Hey, that looks pretty nice, actually. I like that. That feels dirty and kind of gross and overgrown. I'm feeling that. That's looking sweet. Nice. Okay, and then the middle. Let's have the middle section be a combination of both of those. So I'll control drag that into scatter 2. And let's grab all these other variations. I'll just get these out of here. And then we'll do, let's see, scatter 1. Yeah, scatter 1, we'll grab those. We'll copy these, control drag, drop it into scatter 2 as well. Dang, did Octane crash again? I think so. Shoot. But I think we can, let's try and scale these up, because I know we're gonna have to scale these up anyway. Before we reset everything, I want to get them about the same size. Yeah, something like that. Awesome. We'll save that. I'm gonna save it as a new one actually. And we'll restart. Yeah, agreed. A little bit of rocks, some dirt, small rocks. And I think it'll be looking nice. So I got a question for you guys. Would you prefer I had music playing this whole time, or would you prefer it's silent like it is so you can play your own music? If you would prefer for me to have music on the stream, give me a thumbs up. If you would prefer me to keep it as is, with just silence so you can play your own music, give me a thumbs down. Let me know what you guys think. And I would love to do some polls on this kind of stuff eventually. There's just a lot of busyness to do, you know, a lot of busyness in the day. And let's render that. Yeah, honestly, I prefer the silence. That way you guys can actually play your own music if you would choose to. Because then you have an option, you know? Ronan votes for the thumbs up with a little bit of music. But you know what I mean? It's like, without music, you guys have the option to play whatever you want. But you also have the option to keep it silent too. If I have music, then you can't stop the music. It's just like, dude, I'm getting tired of this music. But I don't know. It's mixed. I see it's mixed. A lot of thumbs downs though. You guys enjoy the silence. I like the silence too. We don't have enough silence in our life. Constantly full of music and talking and noise and all that good stuff, you know? It's nice to just chill out, take a break. All right, let's take everything in the middle and scale it up. And let's also give it its own random effector. I'm gonna make a new one. And we'll throw that down. We'll get random 2 out of there. Random 3 will be for this one. And we want random 3 to have the, you know, full 180 degrees of rotation. We'll go 40 and 40 degrees. Dude, Octane freaking crashed again. Oh my god. What the heck? That's so jacked. What is going on? Like, I have plenty of room left. I don't understand why it's freezing up on me like that. So weird. All right. So this is it right now. If I throw in the safe frames, 100%, you guys can see what it'll look like, minus the floating plant. Sweet. Let's see if we can't grab like a pipe or something. But we need the rocks. We need the scattered rocks, and we need maybe some dirt. Let's grab some scattered rocks. 3D assets. We'll go nature, rock. Is there a scatter option? Yes, there is. And we can find some rocks. Small rock pack. That's easy. Here's some sticks and rocks. Some rubble scatter stuff could be cool too. Like concrete debris or something. Small rocks pack. This is the one I used for my car on the beach render. Scatter granite rocks. Scatter mossy rocks. I like this one. Let's download these. And we'll scatter these guys about. Bam. We just need the 2K versions and we'll export those. All right. C4D is thinking really hard. Hopefully not crashing on me. I think Quixel, I think they have poop. They just have a steaming pile of poop. They have horse poop. Yep. Classic. Definitely want to save that for later. Oh, come on. C4D dying on me. What the hey? Something's going on. Why don't I use S24? Man, that's a good question. It's because I've been working on this freaking render for so long. I don't want to switch versions in between giant renders. So once this one's done, I'll get started on S24. Also, I don't know if Octane is out for S24 yet. So yeah. Gotta get my Octane. All right, let's see if we can get those rocks up in here. Them scatter rocks. Poop. Let's do 3D assets, nature, rock, scatter, all the way to the bottom. All the way to the bottom. And we'll grab this guy right here. We'll export that. Let me just see what they have when I type in scatter debris. Because I feel like there'd be a lot of stuff down there. There'd be like sticks and freaking tree sticks. There'd be trash there. I feel like there would definitely be some trash down there, some cans and all that stuff, some pipes maybe. But let's start with the rocks. And you know what? I'm not even going to scatter them with the Octane view right now, because I'm just going to look at it and just make it work. Here we go. Rock pack. Bam. All these guys. Let's throw it in an Octane scatter. And let's scatter it on to the entire floor, which is, where would you be? The floor. Yep. Octane scatter onto the floor. We want probably 200 rocks on the surface. And you can see all these tiny little dots. Those are all the little rocks. So I'll let that do its thing. And I'm going to organize all this so we can clean it up a little bit later. So this is our rock scatter. The scatter 2 is our center scatter. Scatter 1 is the crack scatter. And then we have corner scatter. Bam. And I am going to group all of this stuff into one folder here. Let me also just double check what the heck this stuff is. All right, those are plants. Boom. All right, we can just let those chill for a second. Anthony Cavill, yo, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you, man. You have a question. How do you decide if you want to download a 2K or 8K version of an asset and Megascans? I finally started my participation, by the way. Congrats on starting. Sometimes it's the hardest part is to get started, so good job on that. And that is a very good question. How do you decide whether you download a 8K version or a 2K version? And how do you decide if you want to export an 8K version or 2K version? So basically, here's the way I think of it. Right now, I have infinite hard drive space. If you guys are really crunching on hard drive space, I would really recommend, if you're doing this as a 3D artist, invest in some hard drive space. So always download the 8K version. Always download the biggest version you can. Because you're future-proofing yourself. You want to make sure that you have the highest res version if you need it. Now, when it comes to exporting what you have downloaded, you can export the 8K version, the highest res version, or you can export a 4K or a 2K version. The way I think of it is there's a couple things. So you want your render to look as high res as possible, right? But you also want to balance performance. At a certain point, your computer's going to explode if you have too many 8K photo scans in your scene. So what I do is ask myself, well, by default, I'm kind of like exporting the lowest res versions. So I'll export 2K versions, 4K versions of all these photo scans and all these textures and assets, because it's going to be easier to go back and replace the ones that are closer to camera with 8K versions than it's going to be to like have to redo everything because your computer's crashing because everything's 8K and you have to go back and like change it all out again. So just start low and then work up to the 4K and the 8K versions once you're kind of looking at your full complete render. I would rather get all the way to the end with a 2K setup, basically, than to 20% or 30%, 40% of all 8K, and then it starts crashing on me. Then you have to kind of redo everything. So that's the way I think. With the rocks and the scatter, I know I'm going to leave that stuff 2K. I'm trying to save as much computer juice as possible with the rocks and the grass and the scatter. You're never going to see that detail. But for the foreground elements, the dirt that is right up in your face, the like, you know, the little train wheel that's sitting right there, or like your rubble that's right in the foreground. I know that stuff is going to be 8K eventually. So I'm downloading the 4K versions just to get everything placed. And once I have everything locked in, I'll start switching them out for the 8K versions until my computer explodes. And then I'll undo one of those so that it's not exploding, and then I'll render it. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. All right. So we have our rocks scattered. There's gonna be some trash. Let's get some trash going. I know. Let's see. Trash scatter. So I want the actual 3D objects versus these little like cards. These are just cards. So we could do trash, and we'll look in the 3D assets, and we'll scroll down and see what we can find. This rusty container, this rusted metal can, this paint bucket. This is all good stuff. Yeah, rusty container. Let's do it. Download the 4K, export the 2K. Same for the paint can. Well, it's actually, you know, let's see here. We have, the rusted can. What is this? Metal containers. I like this. This like dirty oil canister. That's very nice. I'm gonna download that one. But actually, you know, I think I got the pack. So I might just work with that pack that I have and scatter those around. Let's get the can. You know, you gotta get your rusted can of beans for sure up in the scene. We'll export the 2K. And if you guys have any computer information, if you guys are wanting to know what cards I have or what RAM sticks, all that good stuff, it's in the description. You guys just drop down the description. You can see the stats, my PC stats. All right, and maybe a cigarette box. Download the 4K to future-proof it in case you ever need the 4K. And then export the 2K because we don't need all that data up in our scene. You know what I mean? Sweet. How many points do I have left? I'm probably riding it pretty close. I'm still good. I'm still good. All right. Sweet. Okay. So we want to scatter some trash. Let me see if I can't find... Where would you be? The scattered trash. Scattered plastic bottles. All of these guys. Yep. All right, I'm gonna control drag these out so we can use them. Bam. Got a bunch of bottles here. Oh, you know, be good at some tires, man. Yeah, you need a couple like nasty tires, a pile of tires or something. But yeah, we can get all of these. I like the yellow one. Let's see. The yellow one, the gray one here, and maybe the... Yeah, let's grab these guys. 1, 2, and 3. Awesome. Sweet. And I might actually like hand place these, but we'll see. We got a couple other things here. We have, it's like a cigarette box. We got, what is that? That's the cigarette box. This is our can of beans. And this is our random canister. And those are the rocks that we are scattering currently. And I can move all of those rocks back to our asset pile. That's behind camera. Same for the other stuff here. Let's move all this stuff back and out of frame. So I just want to go really easy with this and scatter these things pretty strategically. Again, I might have to hand place this just because of the size, but let's at least get it going. All right, so I'm going to get the gizmo oriented properly on all of these pieces so that they're sitting on the ground. And I'm using the axis center tool to do exactly that. So for this one, I'll probably flip it on its side like this. And I'll reorient the axis with the axis tool over here. And then let's just go ahead and drop that down to the bottom. So it's going to be sitting flush on the floor. These cans probably will not be sitting upright. So I'm going to actually rotate them 90. And then make sure I undo the gizmo so that's sitting upright, and then drop the Y down to the bottom. Same for this can here. Rotate it so it's sitting on its side. And we'll basically drop this down to the bottom. Sweet. This guy as well, I'm just going to copy these 3. And this white one as well. And we'll do the same deal. We're going to take all of these. We're going to rotate them. Let's go ahead and rotate these guys. Per object manipulation, we'll check that. So they all rotate like this, 90 degrees. We will undo that gizmo so they're all just about the same. And then with all 3 selected, we can execute this function here so that the gizmo is right on the bottom there. Cool. So now when I take all of these little trash pieces, here, here, and here, And we'll grab 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically all this stuff we're going to scatter, right? And I'm going to hold Control, Alt. I'll drop it into a scatter. And we're going to scatter it onto this ground here. We want it on the surface. We probably want 20 of these tops. We don't want to overdo this. And I will select the floor so that they are scattered on the floor. I'm also going to want to randomly orient all of these as well. So we can grab these random modifiers. I think random 2. Yeah, random 2. Let's drop that onto the rock scatter as well as the trash scatter. And random 2 is just getting our orientation. We can probably ease up on this, or nah, we'll make our own. I think we need to make our own scatter for these. Now the trash scatter, yep, that's working properly. We can get rid of the random. The rock scatter is going to be fine as is. The trash scatter. Let's go ahead and make a new one. Random effector, we'll drop that in there. And this random effector will not be a position one, but will be a orientation. We can probably do like 3 degrees on each one of those. That looks about right. Mr. Sai Sharon, welcome. Welcome back. Thank you again for the chat. I appreciate you, man. You missed the past 2 hours, but it's good to see you. I'm happy to see you here as well. How was the climb? Dude, it was sick, man. Yeah, we went up to a place, very, very tall rock climbing wall with a little bit of a slant to it, positive slant forward. It was really good to get back into it. I've rock climbed a whole lot for years and years and years, a few years ago. But you know, when the pandemic hit and everything, I actually stopped climbing a little bit before then. I used to go like to the gyms and stuff here in LA. But yeah, it was sick, man. Rope climbs are serious business. Learning how to tie them in yourself too is even more serious business. So it was a good time. Very fun. All right, so we have our rocks and we have our trash. I think it's time to hit render on this thing. Tinham, no, real Ian did not confirm yet. I don't think it was real Ian though. I don't think it was real Ian. And there's a couple things, there's just a couple things, a couple reasons as to why I believe that, but until he hits me up, I'll let y'all know. Because if I go on about why it wasn't real Ian and he hits me up and says, actually, yes, it was, then I'd be like, God dang it. How you guys doing? Everyone doing okay? Thumbs ups if you guys are following along, still enjoying the stream. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Through all the crashes. We got a lot of crashes today. Sweet. Thank y'all. Good times. Sweet. That's pretty nasty down there. I'm a fan. Oh, snap. Bonsai. Yo, thank you. That is very generous of you. You say you've been a fan for 12 years and you've been working with Blender for 5 months, and this challenge is the biggest one you've worked on yet. And you're learning a lot, dude. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for that. It's very generous of you. I appreciate you very much. And I'm glad that you're learning a lot. I know we all are. We're all learning so much on this thing, and it's really cool. It's very, very cool to see you guys learning as much as you can. That's the way to go. All right, so I'm just trying to like clean up the middle. I think the middle is a little too spread out. So I believe it was a random 3 that was getting us that spread. So we just kind of bring it in a little closer together. And I'm going to take all of these pieces here and make sure they're set to rock scatter. Yeah, all this stuff I'll set to glossy and octane. Sweet. Very nice. Yeah, you got to have the tire in there somewhere. I don't think Megascans has tires, but I will double check. Nah. Maybe in time. That's something I'll go to CG Trader for. Let me reconnect these freaking fence textures here. It's been long enough. Let's go ahead and do a little organization. Let's add this to the Megascans layer. We can delete those. This will be its new layer. Let's add this to a new layer that's called CG Trader. And let's reconnect these guys. I don't know why sometimes these textures just get lost when you start up C4D again, but man, it happens. Metal fence pole. All right, let's find it. I have a video that I still need to edit. It's just going to take forever because I interviewed basically everyone I could. I interviewed Beeple, Ian Hubert, Blender Guru, Andre Lebrov, a whole bunch of people almost a year ago, asking them about their techniques when it comes to organizing their files. So I want to finish that video for you guys because it's very, very important. And it's really important to work as efficiently as possible. The more time you can spend creating versus looking for files, then you're just going to be more efficient. So I want to finish that one. It's just a long edit. All right, let's see if we can find our 3D models. CG Trader, date modified. Yep, chain link fence. And I believe that should load properly. Yeah. Sweet. All right, we got our chain link fence going. So part of me kind of wants to have this like this concrete wall, this concrete sewer end similarly to the way this is ending here, like this, where it just goes off into a scary pit. I kind of want that vibe going. And I think it's going to work a little bit better than this hole in the background, because this hole in the background isn't really selling as a hole in the background. It's kind of just more so a wall. It looks like a wall. I'm not really feeling it, so maybe I try and make this work here. Maybe we see if we can't do like a little creepy tunnel system that just like gets buried down. I'm gonna give it a shot. Let's see what we can do here. I'll uncheck the check camera. Octane's probably gonna crash again, but we'll do what we can. Now what I want to do here, let's go ahead and take this floor. What's the best way to do this? So I have these side walls here, both of these guys, and I kind of want them to continue, do a little bend modifier action on these things. Have them just kind of go into the depths of the earth. All right, how are we going to do this? Simon, how are we going to do this, Simon? Thank you for the super chat, Simon. It's been 5 times. And I tried to like the stream just to realize I already did, so I had no choice. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, Simon. Heck yeah, shout outs, man. Shout outs to Simon. Good times. Have I ever used Blender? Ariza asks, have I ever used Blender? Apologies if I got your name wrong. Yeah, I've used Blender just a little bit, more so to demonstrate things, how things can be done in other programs. I've never seriously used Blender to create stuff. C4D, that's the main love right now. It's, you know, I can't do both right now. I feel like it'd be bad to do both. Not bad. It wouldn't be bad to do both. I've talked about this before. It's the idea of using your left hand versus your right hand. No hand is better than the other, right? I'm right-handed because I've been using my right hand for my whole life, so I'm gonna keep using my right hand. You know, if you're crazy for whatever reason, you're gonna say, "Hey, I'm gonna challenge myself. I'm using my left hand only for the rest of my life." So then you'd switch to some other 3D program that you know, you're already a master. Hey, hold on. I'm no master, all right? I'm no C4D master. I'm pretty good, but I'm no master. I just know how to use the program pretty well. There's a lot of things I don't know how to use, but I know it well enough, right? It's my right hand. It's the main program. Why would I switch to a program that I don't know how to use and handicap myself, you know? I would rather switch to Unreal Engine, but I use the word switch to very sparingly. I don't want to say I switch to Unreal Engine. I'm going to learn Unreal Engine because Unreal Engine, I feel, is it fills a hole. It fills a gap in my 3D workflow that C4D cannot fulfill. C4D cannot do real-time game style stuff. You can't make games in C4D. And you can't send out exe files for people to play and have a good time with. So, yeah, I'm going to stick with C4D. No real reason for me to switch to Blender. If I'm going to spend a ton of time learning something new, I would rather that time be spent learning something that fills a new hole, you know? Like spend the time learning Substance Painter. I would definitely do that. Arian Tape, what's the difference between 3ds Max and Blender? Or sorry, 3ds Max and C4D? It's the same thing basically, man. 3ds Max is owned by Autodesk, I think is the company. And Cinema 4D is owned by Maxon. They both do very similar things. C4D is just newer. 3ds Max that hasn't had an update in I can't remember how long. I don't know. Maybe it's been updated and I just forgot about it. But I used to use 3ds Max for 6 years actually. But I switched back to C4D because C4D was the first 3D program I started in. The first real one, rather. The first one was Wings 3D. That was the first one I ever used. All right. Let's see if we can't get this this guy going off into the abyss here. So what I'll do is I'll take the floor. I'll control drag it. Let's see. Yeah, I'll control drag it out and flip it around. Whoa. 180 degrees. And I'll control drag it up. Flip it 180 degrees. So it's a tunnel situation going on here. And then let's grab these side walls. And let's see. Grab the side, both of the side walls. One and two. Turn off this per object. What's going on here? I'm gonna just, let's see, let's control wall 1, wall 2, control drag it up and out so we can mess with it up here. I am going to delete these polygons. Delete these polygons. I just want the straight wall. And I'll center up the axis. Bam, wall 1, wall 2. Good to go. We'll take those. And let's see. Actually, maybe before I center up the axis bits. Yeah, I'll just move that down this way. We'll take the other wall. We'll move that down this way. And then I'm just going to use L and center up those midpoints there. So now we have a tunnel situation going. Now I want to bend this downwards, essentially. I want to bend this downwards. And I want it to bend over kind of a long period of time. So hopefully a bend modifier will do the trick for us. Let me save this and grab these floor pieces. We'll drag these up and out just so we can mess with them here. Bam. Very nice. Okay. Let's make a new project file and let's see if we can't make sense of this bend modifier. So I'm going to make a plane and we'll kind of replicate what we have. That's our floor. All right. And let's see if we can't get this bend modifier working. It's the first one right up in here. The bend modifier right at the top of the stack. And let's set the strength to 90 degrees. We want a 90-degree bend. And we need to make the bend, I believe, the parent? No. The child? Perhaps. The plane, you can see it's not bending properly. I've always had trouble with the bend deformers. Dominic, dude, freaking awesome, man. Thank you for that. Really, really nice of you. You say you love the content and the challenge you're seeing got very big. The render will take a week. Yeah, dude, seriously, my render's gonna take about a week too. One question, you wanna change the arms. Watch the tutorial, but the arms always snap back in the position in R23. Yeah, you just wanna make a keyframe. You gotta make a starting keyframe on those arms so that they can, you know, remember where they were. So make sure you make that keyframe for either the position, the rotation, whatever you're trying to mess with. Hopefully that should work for you. If not, like, send me a DM on Discord. Maybe we can't help you with that. All right, fit to parent. Let's see, fit to parent. Where'd the bend modifier go? You said try rotating the bend. But yeah, it's not. Ah. Yes. Okay, bend modifier. Fit to parent. It totally disappears. Very strange. I don't get the bend modifier. I don't get why that works. So if I wanted to bend over a longer period of time, very interesting. Angle. I mean, I guess this could work because technically we're not seeing it, but if I wanted to, like, I guess I would just have to scale it up. I'd have to scale it all up. I'm wondering if I could do very basically this wall. 90 degrees on that. Boom. Let's just pretend like we have our little tunnel system like this. And we group it all together. We drop that in. And yeah, that totally works. Okay. So that's the answer. Definitely the answer. Let's go back into our render. Let's group all that stuff together. We'll call this tunnel. And let's throw that bend modifier down, shall we? So we'll make the bend modifier. We'll pop that in there and let's try fit to parent. And we want 90 degrees. And we'll rotate that 90 degrees. The reason it looks... Wow, the reason it looks so bad... We need to scale this up. Something like that. And we also need geometry on our floor. That's gonna help. So what we can do is just hit KL for a loop cut and make a cut and just add a whole bunch. We'll do 15 cuts, okay? So that actually goes down just like that. And then we'll do the same for the ceiling. Boom, 15 cuts or so. Sweet, now it's just darkness, which is creepy, but I want to be able to see into that just a little bit more. Same for the walls. The walls need to have a bit more. Yeah, just a bit more cuts in here. So we'll go 1. I wonder if this will work. Nah, okay. So we need to, man, do this for every single one. That's crazy. Cool, not bad, not bad. Same for the other wall. Just to a certain point. Awesome. All right. So yeah, it's definitely a creepy tunnel. I'm kind of digging the creepy tunnel vibe more so than the giant hole in the background, but I kind of want to make this a little bit bigger. And I'm wondering if like we can cut some holes in the ceiling of this to give it a bit more light. Let's see. We want the floor. Yeah, we want this guy. And we'll cut like some holes up in here. No, that's not really helping. We need to see the ceiling. We need to see the drop. And I think the reason we're seeing it in this render is just because so much of it is in daylight and is being bounced around. Yeah, you want that gradual transition to just a dark pit. So we can... I wonder if it's best to like have this open up and get a little bit larger as it goes back towards the back here. Yeah, because this is certainly tapered off. This is just the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life, though. Could you imagine falling into that? Oh my God. A fire drum. Yeah, a fire drum would work for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, we could cheat, right? We could cheat. Make a light. If Octane and C4D wants to work, that'd be chill. It's frozen. Dang. What the heck? All right, we ain't crashed. Let me try one thing. All right, we're in business. So let's try making a light. And we could simply just illuminate this tunnel a little bit. We'll turn off visibility in the light tag. Way too intense. Way too intense. And we could take this light down to like 20%. Yeah, but I think what we need, if we want to get that effect, I don't think the light is going to help us too much. I mean, we could try to illuminate Well, if I undid that, we brought the light back in, you know, we could simply do something like this if we wanted to pretend that, you know, this tunnel system had lights up on the ceiling and it was going down into it, would be a move, but I feel like that would be not as creepy as that reference image. So I can make an instance of this light. And start moving these guys back. And hoping that like the bounce light will give us a little something, but I don't know. It's also taking forever and a day to render too, so not ideal. Yeah, I don't think that one's the move either. The normals are correct. Normals are certainly correct. I think it's just how I have the ceiling here. So the ceiling would essentially need let's see. All right, we can take those and then we can move them. Soft selection, radius 1000. And we'll set it to bell. Now we want dome. Or do we want bell? 2000. So I switch back to linear and I'm just kind of like peeling this back little by little. Yeah, I would need a light essentially coming from the other side. It's just too backlit. I think that's the thing. Could also take up the brightness of that texture too. Claudio, I appreciate the super chat, man. Yeah, I think the normals are probably fine. They're certainly facing the right way. I know I need to get rid of this water streak on that texture there, but I think it's probably just a matter of let's control drag this. This is my concrete. I need this guy. Let's add this to the custom thing here. We'll duplicate it and we'll make this a little bit brighter so we can potentially take this up to like 1.5. And we'll try that. Let's try that. It helps a little bit. I think it's just the angle too. The angle doesn't really help. It'd be better if we were like right up in here. You know what I mean? So you see like down into this pit just a little bit. If the slope wasn't so steep. Okay, so if you're saying like just the 20 degree or even 15 degrees. All right, I'm gonna take the roof. Let's try this again. Let's bring this up. Control drag this guy up. And we can take all of these points, Control A, and hold Shift. Whoa. Make sure they're all sitting flush. And maybe there's a way to have some light shining into that area somehow. It's a bit more natural. Maybe it starts a little later, the ceiling part. Let's push back a little bit. No, that doesn't help. That's just... It's interesting though. Yeah, I'll definitely have to mess with that and see how that works. Emissions alongside the rail. Oh, you know what'd be interesting? Maybe like glow sticks or something. Like people have gone down there. Or like... Maybe there's like... Maybe it's reverse. Maybe there's just a really bright light source coming from the bottom of that tunnel. I don't know if that would look good. Let's try it. We're here to experiment. So what really works here is if I actually select that light and I go to cameras and I use set active object as camera, I am now the light. So I can position the light based off of, you know, where I'm at in the scene here. Something like this maybe? And then that's obviously like really blowing out. So let me switch back to active camera. And we can turn that light way down. We can get up in here potentially and open it up. And then just turn it down. And I think I'm going to need to make a new version of the texture. So let me open up Photoshop real quick and do a version without the water streak down the middle. All right, so let's open up, let's see. One of these is the one I need. All right, not that one. Ah, nice. Okay, so I definitely, I took care of myself. I have the version already. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, let's control drag this out. This is the version without the water because I added the water after the fact. And I'll just search for the bridge version and I'll set the specular to the correct version as well. There we go. And I'll apply that to the ceiling. And maybe we'll tone down the specular. The mix. The roughness is probably fine as is. And that light is not going to be daylight. Let's have it be warm light. Mr. Flank Cobra, thank you for that super chat. Much appreciated. Support and love from Lithuania. Very cool. I've never been, but you know I love to travel, so that'd be cool. Do I need to rig my character before changing the default one? Or can I leave it boneless? My character will need more bones for pistons and stuff. I don't think you can leave it boneless and skinless. You're going to need that full-on bony, skinned chicken breast if you want to apply a new character. If you follow my tutorial, there's it's 2 videos ago. I posted it last week. And it's how to take any 3D character and apply it to any custom 3D rig, any custom mocap data. And basically the way I know to do it, there are probably other ways to do it. Let me just preface with that, okay? But the way I know how to do it is you want to T-pose both your skeleton and the character you want to throw on to the animated mesh. And to T-pose them, I'm assuming you need bones to do that. I honestly don't know of any other way. But if you find a way to do it, let me know. I'm all ears. I don't know Cinema 4D in its entirety, you know? I probably know a good 30-40% of Cinema 4D. Maybe 50% of Cinema 4D. Other than that, dude, there's so much stuff that I just don't know. So good luck with that. I know it's kind of a difficult thing. To switch out the character. There's just a bunch of different programs that people are in, but let me know. Hit me up on Discord if you have a specific issue with that Flank Cobra. But until then, best of luck to you. Thank you for the super chat, and let's get back to it. Grates for rain from above would allow light to pass through. I like that. Yeah, very cool. There is a movie called Let me see if I can pull it up for you guys. It's one of my favorites. It's called Stalker. And there's a scene, Stalker, there is a scene, what is it, Stalker, sewer scene that looks absolutely beautiful of them just going through this sewer like this. And you have these little light shafts from above, and you can tell they're blasting the side of this with a light that's just off frame. But man, does it look nice. Yeah, see, they're hitting it with a light just off frame to get this glare off the wall. But these little bits here are drooping down and getting you these nice little light shafts inside here. So maybe I'll do that. Yeah. This movie is beautiful. Have you guys ever seen this movie? Yeah, this is oh, so good. So good. The cinematography in this movie is top notch. Look at this. Yeah, if you guys hadn't seen Stalker, definitely check it out. It's a long movie. It's very heady. It's a Tarkovsky film. But man, is it beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right. So maybe that could be a good way to do things. Xavier, yo, dude, thank you for the super chat. You were wondering if your specs are good enough for 3D. An i7, 64 gigs of RAM, RTX 2080. Yeah, dude, you're good. I was rendering on a 1070. About a year ago, I was rendering on a 1070. And 64 gigs of RAM, I think, is what I have currently. Yeah, dude, you're good. Don't let your computer stop you from rendering cool stuff. All right. So, I like this vibe a lot. I think it's a really cool vibe. I think, however, the way to get a little bit more light into this tunnel is to probably just open it up a little bit. 2 times the size. 2 times the savings. Let's get this floor piece looking right. NC, ND, NC. Yeah, that's the way to go. Let's select all these. Hit T for scale. Hold shift. Just get the y-axis. Bam. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to grab just these ones out here. And I'll scale those ones down. Because I still want a little bit of like drainage. Central drainage piece there. 0%. Awesome. We'll bring that up. Cool. And the walls themselves, let's see. The walls will probably need to be... scaled. Scale them up. Scale them up. Wow, very interesting. That's really cool. There's a lot of depth in that, you know? I might have it be the double-sized wall. I like that a lot. Because that'll kind of line up here with my spherical element, which is definitely something I need to work on, but I like that. That's really cool. There's like different levels to the level, you know what I mean? Gradual curvature, you think? A little bell shape to the floor. And probably the ceiling. Maybe the ceiling is straight up just a little hemisphere. So the ceiling could do a little something like, we grab this soft selection circle and we go, I don't know, 400, 500, like that. And we kind of do a little something like that, perhaps. And then throw the bend on it. I like it flat. I think flat is nice. And this could potentially be some sort of road up here. A bridge. Yeah, I like the idea of a road being up here. It's really cool. Yeah, I think I could work with that and add a couple fun little elements to that, you know? This light here could be very small, maybe. Tiny little light. Just hitting the highlights of that. So maybe we can come into the specular channel, give it some contrast. Not 200, that's a little intense. And we could bring this up. Whoop, just peeking just a little bit. Move it back. Point it up to the ceiling. I feel like that's what you kind of need. You need it like tilted up towards the ceiling. Just off frame. Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm going to have to spend a little bit more time on that. However, I do like this kind of setup with this stuff going off into the background. I think that's really fun, really, really nice. What we could do here is actually extend this middle scatter area and just kind of push that out a little bit into the darkness. So we're scattering a little bit. Let's see. That not the one. Center scatter. Yep. Middle scatter. Yeah, I think that's what we want. Yeah, so they just kind of, the plants go a little bit into that darkness, just a little bit. Sweet. Ninja is listening while driving. Be careful, my friend. Be careful. Thank you for the super chat, man. That's awesome. Hope you were at a red light. Freaking great, dude. Heck yeah. Yeah, it's looking really good, dude. It's looking good. We got a nice tunnel system going. And I can't wait to figure out how to, like, accentuate what is inside this tunnel. That'll be good. But let's try that grading thing again. Maybe we can figure that one out. Maybe we select the roof. And we grab like this first little bit. We can delete it. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Let's just extrude it. No caps. Bam. And then delete the top. And we'll do this. Let's actually select all the bits we want first. Extrude it. Delete it. Bend it. Oh, interesting. I feel like you would need a little bit of fog in there to get some light shafts coming in. Let's see. Let's see about that. Let me just throw on the fog real quick. I'll let that go for a second. These plants need to get out of here. All right. And then we still have some more plants somehow. There we go. Yeah, the fog definitely adds. That is certain. The fog adds. This render is going to be insane when it's done. I can't wait. Very nice. Yeah, I think the shrubs up in there look really good. I'm very happy with how those turned out. And the reflection is looking really nice too. Yeah, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be really nice. Let me try changing the contrast on the reflection for this guy. So let me hit boom 20 on the contrast. Oh, not for the actual texture, but for the specular. Let's try and get a little bit more highlight and dry parts out of it. Sweet. Yeah, there we go. You can see how like it's a bit more wet and dry now. A little bit more contrast on that. Looks really good. The light shaft's not a fan of yet. So I'll actually walk those back. Sweet. It's starting to shape up, you know, there's a lot of little things we got to do, but let's try and get some graffiti on the wall maybe. I don't know if that'd be too much. Let's try it though. So we got, it's going to be under decals, and they have graffiti. They also have leakage, which is amazing. And I'm wondering if we can get any leakage up in our scene. We might touch it up with some of that a little bit later. But they got some good stuff. Concrete leakage, yeah. But we want, let's try graffiti. Let's see what they got. Street boys, fish boy. I don't want anything too cheesy and cliche, you know? I could also do my own graffiti too. That would be pretty sweet. Yeah, a warning message pointing towards the tunnel could be sweet, actually. I'll try this one for now. Just as a test. And we'll export the 2K version. Kombucha for life graffiti, dude. Yeah. So this just gets, I think, scattered onto a, or pasted onto a plane. So we can very easily make a plane, drop that onto the plane, and we'll just have to line the plane up with the wall. And that'll be that. So we'll just want to line this up as close as possible. So it's sitting right on the wall. We can go to like a top view or something just to match it up as close as possible. That's very subtle. Yeah, and then on the right, you can see there's a little bit of graffiti action going on. But subtle is good. I love me some subtle. And let's change this up. Let's do glossy, octane, and get it as close to the wall as possible. We don't want to drop shadow on it. Yeah, there's still a little drop shadow. That's tough. This is really easy in Unreal Engine. But in C4D, it is not easy. 97.6? Nah, the other way, 97.8. $97.7. Hmm. 97 point, I'm just trying to get it as flush as possible. 0.65. Now the other way, 7.5. Is there a way to make it not cast a shadow? Hey, great question, dude. I think so. Yeah, let's give it a test. So select a plane, pull it off the wall just a touch. We can see it's got a shadow there. If we right click it, we can give it an octane tag and visibility. We'll say shadow visible. Uncheck it. Oh, I thought that would work. So that's camera visible. Shadow visible. Yeah. I'd have to make the wall shadow, uncheck shadow visibility on the wall. But I don't think that's going to happen. That is close enough right there. That is darn close enough. Sweet. A compositing tag? Okay. Shift C. Find our compositing tag. Let's try it again. Let's bring it out. Yep, there's the shadow. add, we can uncheck cache add. Ah, it doesn't work because it's Octane. Probably because it's Octane, is what I'm assuming. Why not just make the plane on that wall with local axis and put the texture on that plane? Yeah, that'd be a way to do it for sure. But I mean, I had it lined up close enough. That totally sells right here. So I'll just leave that as is for now. But yeah, Unreal Engine makes it so simple. I wonder if there's something in C4D you could do, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm digging how this render, it has two versions of the render. There's like the first part and the second part. First part's all muddy and gross and destroyed, and the second part reveals this giant sewer. Wait, so you say that I can drag the material itself onto the wall and it'll just work that way? That's interesting. Once Octane decides to stop or start here, I will try that. Yes, Redshift is a render engine. So is Arnold. So is Cycles and Eevee. Those are all render engines. And so is Octane. But yeah, we officially, Octane just crashed right now. So let me save. And we'll open it up one last time. And then I think I'll call it quits pretty soon here. Can I upload files to the chat? I can't. I was gonna try and give these to you guys. Dang. Well, soon there will be a place for that. I'll have a place where I can get you guys all my materials and assets and files and all that stuff. Very soon. All right. So I guess in these last 10 minutes here, I will answer any questions you guys have. If you want to @ me here in the live chat, I'll do that. I'll render the image here, kind of give you guys a preview of what we did. But in the meantime, these last 10 minutes, I'll just answer some questions. Because I'm hungry. I hadn't eaten today. Thank y'all for joining me on this Saturday. I appreciate y'all. And really, every Saturday you guys have been here. Every single Saturday. Is this still the same render with the circle-shaped white space in the sky? It is. Yes, it is. It is that same render. I'll be working on that throughout this week. And, you know, next Saturday is the last chance, basically the last stream on this render. And then we have to deliver on Tuesday, June 1st. Yeah. What are my tips for photorealism? Well, I'd say attention to detail is certainly one of them, and it really depends on what you're doing, but be sure to include surface imperfections. That's a big thing, you know, smudges on the glass, scratches, wipes, all that good stuff. I have a surface imperfection pack. If you guys want to check that out, the link is in the description on my Gumroad. I also have an HDRI pack, but that surface imperfection pack is definitely something you guys want to do if you're trying to make things look more photoreal. A lot of first-time 3D artists, they will just, you know, render the image clean, but there's a lot of things you got to do to dirty it up, and that's really my favorite part. So surface imperfections is huge for that. Using an HDRI spherical environment to light your scene helps with photorealism a whole lot. Beveling your edges helps with photorealism a lot, believe it or not, because there's no such thing as a 90-degree perfectly sharp edge in real life. Every edge is beveled just a little bit. The attention to detail, like the grass in the cracks on the sidewalk, that kind of stuff, that will help your guys' photorealism so much, I promise. What else? Adding a little bit of camera schmutz, you know, some grain, maybe a little smudge, maybe a little blur here and there, some bloom, but it's very easy to go overboard on that stuff, so don't go overboard on it. It'll make your render, a little bit of it will make your render really nice, and it'll blend in and it'll look perfect, but too much of it will ruin your render, so be careful with that stuff. Go easy on it. Is there any way you guys can look at the submissions right now? No, I am saving the submissions for 2 streams from now, all right? Once all the submissions are in, myself and a couple guest judges, we're going to basically show you guys all the submissions live, and then we're going to come out with the montage the following week, all right? So I want to save those for you guys for the montage video. It's going to be amazing, and it'll be worth the wait, I promise. How did I get my name? Very good question. So when I was in middle school, I got together with a group of friends, and we used to just, you know, goof off, roughhouse, and wrestle. And, you know, we were fans of a show called Pure Ownage. It's my favorite web series. It is the original web series. I think it was like the first web series. And it's about a group of socially awkward gamers, and it's the best show ever. And the main character was the Ponerer, and we all had, in this little wrestling group, you know, it was just 3 of us goofing off at my friend's house. We all had different names. So there was the Grandmaster Pone, there was the Ponerer, and then I was the Ponisher. So that's how I got my name, because I love Pure Ownage, that show, so much. What am I gonna eat? I'm gonna get some Italian food. Mr. Hallodry, yeah, I'm gonna get some Italian food. What else do we have? Let's scroll down. Let's see what we got. Is it okay to upload your own submission to YouTube? Yeah, sure. I don't care. You know, I don't mind at all. I'd probably wait though until the montage. Give me at least till the montage. And like you guys are proud of your work, you know, share your work with your friends and stuff. But really it comes down to the montage where I'm going to pack them all together and show the world all the sweet renders. So it'll be sweet. It'll be really, really cool. What else do we got? Yeah, I'm going to keep doing challenges. I have a challenge planned for after this challenge. So you guys will definitely be ready for that. It's going to be a good one. I'll have news on that pretty soon. After this challenge here. Yeah, you guys will feel it out. It'll be cool. Any tips for compositing the final animation in Blender Compositor? I don't use Blender Compositor. I use After Effects. So I don't have any Blender Compositor tips, but I do have After Effects composition tips, and that is to render out a Z-depth pass. Use your Z-depth pass to comp in smoke, fire, fog, all that good stuff that just takes up too much computer juice in the render. So that's a good one. Don't forget your Z-depth pass. It'll definitely help you all out. Will every render be featured? I think what I'm going to do is do like a top 100, and then I'm going to do every single render. So there'll be essentially two render montages. Because I want to show everyone's. I would feel bad if I didn't show everyone's, but everyone's together is going to be so long. It's going to be impossible to get custom music written for it. And I think the best way to go is the top 100 and then basically everything. So I think that's the way we're going to do it, just depending on how many submissions we get. Right now, we're already at 122 submissions. Probably more since, since we started this whole thing. Oh, hold on. We got a Japanese comment here. What does this say? Something. Oh, semasu ka? I don't. So was it nasimasu? Nihon something? Do I understand Japanese? A little bit. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still learning. A little bit of Japanese. Once a week for the last year and a half. Yeah. But I think that's na. I get na and sa mixed up. But you guys don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm saying random stuff over here. Do I have a tutorial on the node editor for Octane? I have a couple tutorials that mess with the node editor for texturing and stuff. If you guys look at the how to turn yourself into a robot, there's a whole texturing segment I do on that. I also have a tutorial called my full VFX workflow, and it's of like a newspaper stand. I go into full texturing workflow on that as well. So I really dive into the Octane node graph editor a little bit on those. He asked if I speak Japanese. Hi. Let's see. Skoshi. Nihongo dekimasu. Nihongo chotto dekimasu. I get the order mixed up a little bit. Oh, hanashimasu. Hanashimasu ga. Hi. Totemo. Let's see. Hi. I'm speaking Japanese on the stream right now. This is ridiculous. Nihongo totemo tanoshii desu. It's very fun. I enjoy it a lot. And I hope to be very fluent one day. I'm listening to my Japanese podcasts. Let's see. Do I have a course in my plan? Is there a course in the stars? A Punisher course? There will be eventually. But it's going to take a while to make, so I'm very busy right now. And I think in time, maybe end of this year, beginning of next year, I'll have a full-on VFX course or something. I know a lot of you guys have been asking about that. What languages do I speak? Just a little bit of Japanese. Obviously, I speak English. I know a little bit of Spanish. Just a little bit. Just barely. So, yeah, I don't know. I love Japan, man. Obviously you guys can't tell by the freaking things over here. I've been there twice. I love the culture. I love the country. So it makes sense. I don't know. Maybe I'd learn Chinese next if I had to pick another language to learn, but yeah. What else do we have? A couple more questions. I'm gonna bounce. I gotta get some food. Do I have a Spotify playlist or two? Well, there's one linked in the description, and it may not be the playlist actually. It's like the early streams. If you look in the description of my earliest live streams, like a year ago, I'll have my ambient music for VFX and reflection or something like that, for editing and VFX in the description of some of my streams, the early ones. So I'll have to probably add that to these descriptions because dang, they are good. But I do have my favorite ambient artist who just recently passed away a month ago from COVID. He was 27 years old. That sucks so much. We were going to do a video together, but I'm still going to do a little something for him. I'm going to do a little tribute thing for Mount Shrine. So check out his music. Which Japanese podcast, dude? I'm on like easy Japanese. It's like, let's see, what am I doing? I'm doing the Easy Japanese. It's literally called Easy Japanese. And then I'm doing Japanese podcast for beginners. Nihongo kon teppei. And those are the main... Oh, and Let's Learn Japanese from Small Talk. Those are the 3 that I'm listening to every night, falling asleep. I had my first dream in Japanese this week, so that was pretty sweet. I want to get to that point where I'm just like, just consuming as much as possible. Couple more here. Do you think 3D prop making will eventually die out with scanning getting more mainstream? No, not at all, because people still need to create like mesh perfect props for video games. Until you can photo scan something and have the mesh just be perfect, then I think custom modeling and all that stuff will always be around. Absolutely. It's just really fun to do, too. It's really fun to make stuff, All right, y'all. My tummy is a-grumbling. It has been a stream. Y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me, guys. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Let me show you what we got just before I dip. This is the render. This is the first part of the render here. And we do a little scrolling over. And you get to, let's see, the second part, which is the sewer system that we just did. It's very widescreen. Very, very widescreen. So I still have a lot more work to do. Seriously, I got a lot of work to do this week. I got the whole background to do, but I got a plan for the background. I do have a plan for the background. But y'all, thank you so much for your time. Definitely hang out on the Discord. I'll be there this week, crunching on my render. Good luck on your guys' final submissions. If you're looking to submit, definitely hit up the Discord. The link is in the description. There is an alternate realities series of channels. And in the info channel, you guys will find a submission link. You'll also find a submission link. If you click on the little timer that's counting down, you'll find that submission link as well. You only get one chance to submit, all right? You get locked out after your first submission because I can only handle so many files. So make sure you guys do it right. Don't upload any works in progress, please. Don't do that. Just need those finals. But y'all, thank you so much. Have a good Saturday. Have a good weekend. And I'll catch you guys on the Discord server. Next week is the final live stream where you have like 2 or 3 more days to finish your render. All right. So that you guys should have your renders near final. And if you guys are looking to, if it's going to take you like a week to render, then plan for render time. Please do. Or use a render farm. One of the two. But thank you guys. Have a good one. I will see you soon. Peace out, y'all. Later. What is going on, everyone? Happy Saturday. Thank you for joining me on the C4D live stream. Thanks for hanging out with me, all. You guys are the best. Man, it has been an intense 2 weeks. Man, most of you guys know at this point that I left Corridor. I left my job at Corridor to pursue all this full time. And I couldn't be more excited. Like, I love those guys over at Corridor, and they actually really helped me, get as many eyes on this as possible. So I really appreciate the Corridor boys. I freaking love them, and we're hanging out all the time. So don't you guys even worry. I'll be in videos here and there, as you guys probably already know. But look, y'all, today we are building out a motorcycle. All right. So basically, I have for you guys this block out. All right. And the story behind this is I want to be able to make another super high quality render, like a really cool environment, and this motorcycle is a part of it. And the only way that I can model this motorcycle, I don't want to just download one, because I feel like part of me just wants to create this on my own, So really what I want to do here is model my own motorcycle, and you guys can join me if you're using Cinema 4D. Obviously I'm in C4D, or if you're using Blender or whatever the heck you guys are using, please join me on this. It's a blast. It's going to be a lot of work, but it's going to be very fun, and it's going to pay off. So we're going to be focusing today on the stream. We're going to be focusing on building this complex model as a block out first. The block out is so important to anything that's complex, all right? Because if you start getting right into the details of something, like if I got right into the details of my little Sam Porter Bridges guy right here, if I started detailing all these little pieces here, like it'd just take me forever. I'd want to block it out, And this is a machine motorcycle, so for me, it's easier to just start with blocks and then get more detailed. You don't want to give up immediately right in the beginning, so you want to just kind of like do your broad strokes, do your sketch. And that's exactly what we're doing today, building out that block out. Now, once we get this block out done, all right, we're going to hop right into the art review, the challenge winners of the weekly challenge. I told you guys in the last video, we're doing basically the prompt was to model a sentimental item. You got to model it from scratch this week. And oh my God, guys, we got 325 submissions. That's 2/3 more than like usual, basically. It's the most submissions we've ever had. And I'm just very excited to get into it. I'm going to show you guys the winners, my 5 favorite, and I'm going to show you like 30 honorable mentions because there's just too many good ones. But y'all, before we get into it, we got to talk to our sponsor today. It's going to be Skillshare. So I got a little video for y'all to check out. Definitely click that link in the description. It helps me out. And it's 2 free weeks of Skillshare free for you guys. So let me tell you a little bit about it. This week's stream is brought to you by our friends over at Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community for creatives like you guys who are looking to up their game, grow their value, and learn a new skill. Now, it doesn't matter if you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced on your journey. You can learn anything here on Skillshare at any level and any schedule type too, because these classes come in bite-sized little chunks, sometimes 5-10 minutes, and it'll allow you to fit it into your very busy schedule. All right, so first I got to shout out this incredible artist. This guy is Don Mupasi, known as Visual Don. He's an incredible artist. He's going to teach you guys how to make a looping city animation in C4D and After Effects. This guy is awesome. The work he puts out in C4D is incredible, and I know you guys are going to learn a ton with his tutorials on Skillshare. Next up, I know we got some Blender folks up in here, so I don't want to forget about you guys. Blender is a free program. It is a fantastic program if you guys are looking to dive in and learn how to do stuff for free. And there's a ton of great tutorials on Skillshare for Blender, and this one here is an intro to modeling. So if you guys are trying to learn more about how modeling works, what it is, this is a great way to start for anyone trying to do this for free. And finally, for anyone trying to bite off more than they can chew, there is a ridiculous 11-hour course on how to make a game here on Skillshare. It's a fantastic course, lots to learn here, and Unreal Engine is, again, it's free, guys. So check out this fun course on Skillshare. It's a good time. So as a Skillshare member, you guys get unlimited access to regularly updated premium content for less than $9.99 a month for a yearly subscription. And to the first 1,000 people who click the link in the description, I got you guys with a free trial of a Skillshare Premium membership. You guys are going to learn something new, you're going to grow, you're going to get past the competition, And it also helps me out too. It helps me do more of these live streams. So click the link in the description and start learning. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. You guys ready to start learning? I'm excited. But yeah, if you guys want to help out, definitely click the link in the description. Y'all got 2 weeks for free on me and Skillshare. Get your learn on. If you guys want to dive into more stuff, it helps me out and it'll help you guys out too. You guys will get your learn on. Elry Talon, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, you're working in Blender, but you don't know your hotkeys, dude. You gotta learn your hotkeys, man. Learn those freaking hotkeys. That's the way you gotta fly through the program. Like, I equate it to basically when you guys are learning something new. Anytime you're on your educational journey, as most of you guys are right now. When you first start a program, you're stuck. You're like stuck in quicksand. You're crawling through your program. But then as you get better, right, and you learn your hotkeys and stuff, then you can start wading through this quicksand, and eventually you get to the point where you can start running, and then you can start flying, and then you're like God mode, and you're just like doing everything because you know it all. But it takes a minute to get there, right? It takes maybe a couple of years to get there. So learning your hotkeys is a way you can fly through that. And Derek, thank you for the super chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. It all helps out. There's like so much that goes into prepping these streams before I get this thing live and going. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. So the super chats are very much appreciated. Thank you guys so much. But without further ado, y'all, let's get into it. Let's build this motorcycle. So I don't have the motorcycle built, obviously, because, you know, it's going to be a lot of work. But this is the block out. This is what I made this morning to make my thumbnail, essentially, for this video, because y'all got to figure out what the heck we're doing. And the idea, here, let me pull up PureRef. So PureRef is a fantastic program, and I use this for reference imagery. So I'm going to go ahead and load, let's see. I'll tell you guys a little bit about the piece of art I'm trying to make here that the motorcycle kind of plays into. So basically, a few years ago, I went hiking in Utah. It was the Arches National Park, and we found this place called, what is it called? Shoot. It's in Canyonlands, and it's called False Kiva. Yeah, False Kiva is the name of this place. I think it's spelled F-A-L-S-E, and then Kiva is K-I-V-A. And it's basically, if you guys have seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, like the Southern Air Temple, where it's like underneath the mountain and in like a little cave, that's basically what this is. So this is a panorama I took, and I'm standing, basically, you see these like these stones, these stacked stones. Well, that is this. This is me lying down in this little circle area here, and it looks out to this amazing view here. So what I want to do is create this environment. I want to spice it up though with a couple like fossils in the background, you know, some like Breath of the Wild style fossils back here, like huge ones, kind of like this, you know. So there's a lot going into this render that I want to do, but it definitely takes place. This is kind of similar to the angle I want. And while I'm not going to be building out this whole environment on the stream, I'm going to be building the motorcycle that's going to be a part of it. Because basically, I want to have a campfire, 2 characters, a road that leads down to this valley that shows that giant, like, fallen colossal thing. And then there's going to be 2 motorcycles parked on the left side here. And that's what I'm going to be blocking out on the stream today, is one of those motorcycles. And backstory on the motorcycle. So in Little Tokyo, I saw this dude, this guy right here. He is amazing because look at this bike. It's the craziest bike I've ever seen. It's pieced together with duct tape and like zip ties and stuff. Like there's wires hanging out of every angle. Everything's like ratchet strapped down. Even his kickstand is like, you know, cinched down with little metal pieces. And I just loved this bike. I didn't know what I wanted to do with it. I just needed to take that picture. And this was probably like 4 years ago or something at this point. And I just loved it. I loved how crazy it looked and how pieced together it looked. It reminded me of like a Miyazaki Studio Ghibli kind of vehicle. So this is what I'm going to be blocking out today on the stream. Jay Surin, you're not late. You ain't late. We just begun. These things go for a minute, all right? And currently, y'all, we just broke the record. 940 people in the live stream right now. That's incredible. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the support. Love you guys. It's only getting better from here, y'all. It is only getting better from here. I'm so excited to spend my full time to this YouTube channel, to this friggin' to this whole thing, man. Like, I want to do a movie. I'm working with a writer to do a movie. I'm working on some short films, and I'm doing some VFX education for you guys. So it's gonna be awesome. All right, so let's dive in. We got a reference. I'm using PureRef. That's the program to pull up my reference imagery, and this is gonna be with me for the entire process here. So I'm just gonna get this down. I might pull it off to the other monitor here, but for now, I think we can just probably place it right in our like little render view that I've set up here, and we'll use this as an example. So to get the angle of this picture perfect, you can see here that the angle is pretty spot on. I used what is called the camera calibration tool in C4D, and it's pretty sweet. It lets you like line up an image. Where is it? I got rid of my background. Yeah, it basically allows you to line up an image. Get rid of this thing. Yeah, and then like you go in and you add all of your little lines. You tell it what's the x-axis, the y-axis. So that's how I got that going. But I'm gonna start from scratch on this, guys. I'm gonna delete literally everything, and we're gonna get into it here. So we want to do a block out of this, all right? And the block out is gonna allow us to essentially start adding the details. The block out is the foundation on which we build the details. This is insane. If I'm looking at this, I'm getting overwhelmed already. How the heck am I going to model and create this thing? It's gonna be a lot. I mean, literally the other night I was thinking like, do I even want to do this? Like, should I just download a model, you know, from TurboSquid or something? And I think this is the way to go. I think I need to do this. So let's see what we can do here. For whatever reason, the Wacom tablet has got this update that is killing me. So y'all bear with me. There might be some technical difficulties. You know, that's how it is when you live stream. 970, y'all. We are close to that 1,000 mark. I don't think I have any party poppers left. 984. Very close. 994. Oh my God. Y'all, 1,013 people. That is a new record. Thank you guys for making that happen. Holy crap, that's insane. 1,000 people in the stream. That's what's up. All right, let's get working because we got 1,000 people doing this. And they're like, yo, get to it already, all right? So look, primitives, that's what we're dealing with. That's your spheres, your cones, your cubes, and your tubes, all right? We're going to make a tube, and these are going to be our wheels right here. So let's set that to plus Z. All right. And I'm going to make that editable. Actually, no, before I do that, NB, that's going to be your shortcut to see the polygons. The Primo Arts, yo, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Your name's Kamal. Thank you for making the awesome content. Do you ever 3D print the things you model? Dude, I've never 3D printed anything. Maybe one day, but for now, I just like, you know, putting stuff on the screen. I really enjoy it. But thanks for enjoying the content, man. I appreciate you. So we can add subdivisions and all this later. So I don't think we need any of those segments. Let's get the inner radius up a little bit. The outer radius, yeah, sure. And the height we'll just kind of scrunch down to get to that tire size. Hit C, we'll make it editable. And I want to get the gizmo on the ground. I want to line this thing up so it's sitting right on the ground. But instead of eyeballing it, basically I can hit L, get this gizmo on the ground. But that's still eyeballing it. So what I use is the axis center tool, this tool right here. And I'll slide the y-axis all the way to the bottom. That moves the axis all the way down. And now I know I can just zero that out. And it's sitting right on the ground plane. Boom. No guesswork involved. Okay, control drag. Get our other wheel going here. And we can, you know, we can feel this out as we go. T is for scale. I'll make that back tire just like a little bit bigger probably. And how are we going to do this here? What do we want to start with? Now we can go into a little bit more detail on the tire. You know, we might be able to do basically something like this where let's change the axis back to the center point. Bam. And if you hold control, basically you'll create a new primitive in the place of this old one. Y'all, oh my goodness. First off, Johnny Boz up in the house. Good to see you, dude. Thank you for the super chat. He says, happy Saturday. Motorcycle hype. We're getting down. Good to see you, man. Johnny Boz has been a long-time friend, a long-time fan of the channel. We've met at multiple VidCons, challenged in Mario Kart race, beat him very badly, and he had to do, you know, some publicly embarrassing things. I think he has a video to it somewhere on his channel. It's pretty funny. And then Red Beast VFX, man, thank you so much for that super chat. Very, very kind of you. He says, hey, Clint, you've been a huge inspiration for me as I've taught myself C4D. Excited that I'm able to use your tutorials to help me on my journey. Can I maybe ask what genre you hope to make your feature? Oh, man, that's a good question. Well, I'm glad that I was able to teach you a thing or two. I hope I can continue to do that in the future here. What genre do I want to do for my feature? Well, here's the thing. I love so many different genres. I love action. I love comedy. I love drama. There's some good horror movies out there. But really, it comes down to me, action comedy and storytelling. It's got to be about the story and the characters first and foremost. So what we're working on now, I don't know if I want to say too much about it, but there's gonna be heart, there's gonna be drama, there's gonna be action, there's gonna be comedy. There's gonna be a lot of good stuff in it. So I'm very excited. I'm working with a very talented writer. His name is Nathan Graham Davis. He's been writing for years. Like my focus on VFX and directing is his focus, but for writing. So like I can't do this one without him. We're teaming up on it. It's gonna be awesome. Wow, Arcboard. Oh my God, the super chat. Jeez, man, thank you so much. He says, thanks for keeping me inspired the last few months. You got me through some tough times last year, and I wanted to thank you for everything. I finally landed a job in 3D design, and I'm super pumped. Can't wait to see you kill this year. Dude, congratulations on your new job, man. That is awesome. 3D design, that's so much fun. You get to just make stuff all day and get paid to do it. That's super sick, man. Congratulations. Thank you for that super chat. That is very generous of you. Man, we got more. Diego, thank you for the super chat. Shout outs, man. That's great. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Apologies, but it says much love. Thank you for sharing this stuff. Absolutely, I got you guys. Okay. So, like I was saying, hold control. Y'all hold control to make stuff within your stuff. So let's see. I want to make a cylinder in here, and let's make that plus Z as well. So if I didn't hold control, it'd just be, you know, right down here. But I want it in the center point. So you got to hold control to get that and spawn it right up in that tube. So I'm gonna make it editable and just take this down and make some wheel pieces. You know, roughly something like that. And we can scale this down, but not affect the Z. So uncheck the Z, and then, you know, you can scale this down like this. And there's a lot of detail going in there, but I think that's going to be good enough for us for our block out there. And this back piece, let's see, let's just control drag this guy here as well. And hit S to snap to whatever you have selected. That feels about right to me. Amazing. Let's group our stuff. Alt G will group it. This is our front wheel, and Alt G to group it. This is our back wheel. Keep yourself organized. It's gonna get crazy. I promise you, it's gonna get crazy. And make sure you save your work. Please save your work. And I'm saving iterations so I can go back to previous work here. So I really want to do a solid job of blocking this out. Unlike the thumbnail, that was very quick, very fast. So I want to make sure that I'm really setting myself up to save time here. Now, all these pipes and parts and all this and wires and stuff, that's going to live and kind of grow off of this base stuff that we're setting down. I think you guys get the point. So, there's a seat involved here. Let me do this one last time because it's going to be glitchy on me, like as you can see here. Just like that. Perfect. All right, and then we'll just leave it at that right there. All right. What do we want to do next here? So we got exhaust pipes, we have the chair. Let's see if we can't build out the fuel tank. So the fuel tank piece, let's see if we can do that. Simon, what up? NFT thoughts. I'm on Foundation, hard to sell. NFTs I think are awesome. They are allowing artists to make a living creating the art they love. I personally I've sold one piece, and it went really, really well, and I'm excited to do more. Yeah, I think it's very cool. So yeah, let's do this tank piece. All right, so it's this piece right here, this little like fuel tank, right? So I'm just gonna make this cube editable, and let's build this thing out. All right, so it looks like it tapers, the front and the back. So KL, we're gonna make a cut here, and let's see if we can't move this line down. So W is gonna switch between world and local orientation, and that's gonna help you all the time. We'll get these guys, we'll hit T and we'll scale them down, something like that. And you guys see how I'm doing this, right? We're building out this block out. Sooth Sonata, thank you for the super chat, much appreciated. For the coffee, I got my kombucha right here, ready to go when it's time. All right, let's maybe control drag to make a new geometry. So you see that control drag will make new geometry, and we'll scale that down. And that's kind of your block out for this thing here. Now it kind of tapers in on the sides here, and I'm going by eye. I'm not really going too hard on this. Again, W is for your world and local orientation. And let's see. Oh, is that off? No, that's correct. Okay. Let's take these guys and we'll scale these guys in because it's kind of angled. You guys see the way it's angled in like this? A little bit like that. And that feels close. That's not bad. Again, this is a block out. Right, so another thing we can do, let's see, maybe this comes down a little bit. Just want to get the feeling and the shape of this thing. And then the whole thing, if I go to model mode right there, maybe the whole thing will scale up. Hit T and scale that guy up like that. And we're building this thing out. So, we can use this later basically to, throw it into a subdivision surface, and then KL is going to be your loop edge, and you can toggle back and forth with Q. And we can just start like sharpening these points, but we're not there yet, We're certainly not there yet. But this will be, the process when we get into it later and we start going for the detail. Most of you guys are here probably from my last video where I showed you guys the subdivision modeling process, more of an overview, and then I have a whole live stream on modeling those bone phones, which I don't have with me right now. But that's that subdivision process. Very fun. It makes your stuff look really good, really clean. Matthias, yo, thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's awesome, man. He says, Clint, I'm hyped for the stream, and I was wondering if you will make this whole scenery project a video series on your channel or stream only. Video project. I was wondering if you would make this whole scenery project a video on your channel. I'm not quite sure exactly what you mean by that. The whole scenery project. You mean like the creation of this scene? Yeah. Oh yeah, dude, for sure. Like, I have to live stream every week anyway, so I might as well live stream like the art that I'm trying to make. So to me, that sounds like a win-win. It's just a matter if you guys are down for that. If you guys are like, this is boring, I don't enjoy it, then maybe we'll figure something else out. But I'm gonna be doing this stuff anyway. All right, so the seat. We have a seat piece that we need to model. So if you go to model mode, this little top left box, select the model you want, hold control and make a primitive, it's going to spawn that primitive right there on basically, and what's the best way to explain this? I think you guys get it, right? If I were to rotate this thing all crazy and move it off in some crazy direction, and I hold control and make that cube there, it's going to be spawned with the right attributes, the right position, rotation, and all that stuff. That's why it's very handy. Just holding control, very simple. All right, so now I want to build out the seat. Okay, so the seat, I'm just going to make this cube editable, and we're going to crunch it down, and let's go to edge mode, KL, to make those loop cuts. And if you hold shift, it can snap on these different pieces. I'm going to go right down the middle and add one, right? So we have two perfectly spaced cuts. I'll select them both, hit T for scale, and move them out to the side. Wonderful. Okay, from here, I just want to extrude these little bottom pieces for the seat. All right, so D will be your extrude, and something like that. KL. We're going to need KL here, here for... Looks like we need to, let's see, right down the middle, right down the middle. I'm just thinking about this shape here. So I take these edges here and move them back. I'm looking right here at the seat. Sorry, at the seat. And let's go ahead and maybe grab these guys to get the shape of this thing right. It kind of comes up and around like that. Yeah. And then it tapers in the back as well. So let's grab these guys, and we'll pull them back like this. And it's lower than the gas tank, so we need to bring this thing down to about here. And it's kind of right up on that gas tank too. Very nice. Very nice. Are you guys doing all right? Give me a thumbs up if you guys are enjoying this video. Give me a smiley face if y'all are following along and modeling something yourself. Paul Crawford, yo, thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. That's a very generous super chat as well. Thank you, thank you. He says you've been watching my vids since Cardboard Warfare. Man, that's like 11 years ago. Uh-oh. Here comes the chat train. I gotta read the super chat. He says, you, Corridor, and Freddy were big influences on me becoming a filmmaker. I recently started getting into 3D space in Blender, and I'm loving it so far. Dude, yes, man. Congratulations. Welcome to the 3D world. It is a wonderful world. The reason I got into it was because I realized that I can create anything that I can imagine if I'm technically good enough. So that gave me the drive to learn 3D because I want to make movies. And if I can make the stuff I see in my head look photoreal, then I can make any movie I want and make it seem real. So that's why I'm getting into it, you know? But all right, y'all are freaking having a good time. That is what's up. All right, all right. And shout outs to our moderators. We got Ronan, Visual, Sadamonte, Darren Winkle, MDK, and my God, am I forgetting someone? Saipo. Yeah, we got some moderators up in here. Thank you guys for helping out. They're on the Discord server making it happen. This week was crazy. I'll get into it later when we get into our art review, but this week was insane. Moderators were working around the clock to make sure that the weekly challenge went as smoothly as possible. All right, let's maybe widen the seat out a little bit. So I might just do a cut knife tool. That's K. Hold shift, bam. Right down the line there. Oh, but we need to, you see that? Here. Control Y. You see how it just cut on the top? We don't want that. We want it to cut through everything. So you just want to check, where is it? Visible only. Yeah, so just hold shift, bam, try again. And now it's going through everything there, all right? So we'll grab these little edges here. Boom, boom. And technically, we want all of this stuff. So I'm gonna hit 0, grab the points, all these points right here. Let's grab all this. Hit T for scale and widen it out just a little bit. Something like that. And same for this here. Boom, we get those in close. That's your seat. Amazing. It's looking good. And that's gonna sit right over top, basically. And maybe it's a little intense. Maybe that's a little intense. 0. That's gonna be your like rectangular selection tool, and it's gonna cut through anything. Any polygons that you can't see, it's gonna find them and it's gonna get them. All right, so that's our seat. Well, but the seat kind of comes up in the front too. So maybe what we'll do is make another cut. Let's make another cut. Bam, right down here. And let's grab all of these points and move them up just a bit. Yeah. Riptide, yo, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, man. He says, stoked for the new path. I'm the guy that made a vid of you singing on my channel. What's the best way to reach you for business stuff? Good question. Yeah. So the best way to reach me for business stuff will probably be my business email, which is punisherdirect@gmail.com for business inquiries only. Otherwise, hit me up on Discord, guys. I'm there. I am there. Let's save your stuff. Okay. I feel like the wheel is a little close. Back wheel, or is a little far, because that basically comes right up to there. And then we're gonna build out basically like the top seat piece, which is technically part of this bottom seat. So let's name our stuff again. We gotta name our stuff. Seat and gas tank. So let's grab these polys here. Hold control to make new ones, move them up, and then move them back here like this. Maybe, actually no, maybe. Here's what we can do actually. We'll just hit UP. We'll select those, we'll hit UP. That's gonna break up. That's the way I think of it. UP is up, break up. Boom. That makes new polygons that you can move and do your thing on. Let's go ahead and make this a little thicker. This is our back seat. All right, we want a little bit of cushion. You know, and maybe same for the seat. We can give it a little bit of cushion. Hit UY. That's gonna be gross selection. Boom. We can move those guys up just a little bit. And for whatever reason, we need to cap this here. So that is gonna be, let's see, this is our back seat. MD, like medical doctor, patching holes. That's the way I think of it. MD, patch those holes. And then KK for the knife tool. And we're just going to get those right there. Awesome. Vandad Tours, thank you for the super chat. Y'all are awesome. Thank you, thank you. He says you're a sound designer, photographer, videographer, and you inspired me to start looking into CG. Your teaching style is very approachable. Man, that means a lot. I'm glad. I'm very glad. CG, man, it's such a fun world. You can do whatever you want. Again, given that you know how to technically maneuver the program. So that's why I want to be able to, teach you guys how to do it, to show you how I do my thing. And my way is not the best way. It's not the worst way. It's just a way. So if it speaks to y'all, that's cool. That's cool with me. All right, so the back seat, it goes to, I don't know, based off that bottom reference image. I know it's tiny. I'm guessing it goes to about where it is. Yeah, that feels good. Maybe you can go a little further or something. Boom. Something like that. Now we have some water cans, and we have basically a storage container on the back, and all of that is kind of sitting on top of this seat piece. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is save our work, and let's go ahead and rough these in. So in model mode, let's go ahead and select. Oh, so yeah, the back seat. You see how the gizmo on the back seat is way over here? If you hit this tool right here, this is the center axis 2 tool. Boom, it's gonna center it. And that's gonna be the same for all of this stuff. It's gonna center the axis to the object you have, and it's very handy. I use it all the time. Car keys. Oh yes. Here you go. Love you. Have fun. All right. Caesar, what's up, dude? Yo, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. As always, man. He says, you're excited for the new challenge review. This is the first time I participated. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Caesar, absolutely. Thank you for joining. I know it's a lot of work for you all throughout the week. So I think it's a really, really cool incentive to bite off little challenges every week to help you guys get better at what you're trying to do. So it's perfect. I'm excited to jump into it too. And Wizzleless, Redkillus. Yeah, man. Thank you for the super chat. Very cool. So you have a burning question. You said you want to make a feature film. Yes, I do. Do you want to be an executive produce? Do you want to executive produce a feature film or be a major player in someone else's? I mean, no, I want to direct, man. Directing, that's the way to go. I want to help with the story. I want to direct. Editing, I'm fine not editing. I have a music guy, Casey Edwards. He is the man when it comes to music. But as far as producing, I think naturally I will produce because I have a lot of contacts and I have a lot of resources that I want to get together to make the movie happen. That's what producing is. If you are planning a birthday party, you're producing a birthday party. You're calling everyone, hey, can you make it? Hey, did you get presents and all this? Like, you're producing a birthday party versus producing a movie. So it's a lot bigger, a lot more work, but that's generally what it is. So I want to direct, help with story. Nate Davis is writing it. He's the writer. So he's definitely gonna knock that out. But no, I don't really have any interest in making other people's movies. I'll make my own. That's where it's at, So yeah. All right, getting back into it. Where were we? We were getting these little blocks here. Holding control. Let's make a cube. We'll move it up, and let's go ahead and just make it editable. And we'll drop the y-axis, or drop the gizmo down on the y-axis. We'll scale it down. Let's see. These water tanks are just a little bit wider than the seat. So I'm just going to move these guys down, and they're sitting basically like right down there. That's perfect. Okay, cool. So from here, let's go ahead and use just our faces, and we'll pull these faces up and out. And the watering cans, it looks like they come up above the gas tank by a minute here. So boom, that's good. And I think they're a little thicker, personally. Something like that. Amazing. Amazing. All right. And we'll rotate this guy back because there's a little bit of a lean to it. So remember, we talked about world and local orientation. Let's hide the camera and take a look at this. So if I were to move this back, the world, or no, if I were to hit W and you see the gizmo, it's changing. This is local. If I hold control to duplicate, right, you see how it goes down into the seat. You know, I don't want that. I want world orientation so that they're stacked like books on a shelf. You know what I mean? I think y'all know what I mean. All right. So those are our water tanks, because I'm guessing this dude's motorcycle overheats 24/7. All right, so that's why he has those things. Let's get this little like cargo case on the back. So I'm just gonna make a cube. Normally, I want it to be oriented properly, and let's go ahead and like crunch this down. Based off the watering cans, it's a little bit wider than the watering cans, but not as tall. And it is probably longer than it is tall, so it's probably looking something like that. And it's sitting right on the seat here, right about there. Awesome. And that'll be a fun thing to dive into. I think depending on how long it takes us to block this out, maybe I'll give a quick poll and we'll say, hey, which model, which piece of the bike do we want to take further into detail? But we'll get there. We'll get there, certainly. Oh, you see how it's off? Yeah, you see how it's off right here? So if you try and eyeball it, yeah, you can get close, but it's not going to be exact. So you just type in the coordinate down there. Bam. So this is looking fun. Gabriel, no. I am not finishing this whole thing today. My knees would break. I'm standing. Like, I'm standing up. I can't stand up for 20 hours. This is not a 24-hour charity live stream. Nah, man, this will probably go for a little bit, but nah, I can't finish this whole thing. I'm finishing the block out. I'm finishing an extensive block out of this so I can continue to work on this. So I'm showing you guys my process when it comes to building really detailed models. And that's with the block out. You got to start with the block out. That's the way to go. And on DjDoggs11's, we're going to be coming out with a what is it? It's called functional filmmaking. You guys have probably seen trailers for it, but I teach a class. We recorded this like months ago, but I teach a class on how to model texture, light, all this, a film camera. And the first thing I start out with is the block out. You guys will see, you'll see if you guys, if you know, you know. All right. That probably made half sense to everybody. I speak in like half phrases. All right, let's get some kombucha going. Jay, what shortcuts do I use in C4D? Man, I like to call them out as I use them. W is a good one. Switch between world and local orientation. UL, loop selection. UK, or no, KL. KL is a loop cut. Calm, appreciate the super chat, man. Cheers to you. You said that I've seen yourself and Ren wear those sweet C4D shirts before. Where'd you get them? Loving those streams. The C4D shirts we got from Grayscale Gorilla, actually. GrayscaleGorilla.com. And dude, they taught me so much. They taught me a whole bunch. So remember when I tried to model that Lamborghini on the stream and failed? Yeah, I went to Grayscale Gorilla and I watched their topology crash course. And it blew my mind. I learned so much, and that's how I was able to model those 4 items that I modeled last week on that breakdown for you guys. Simon, you put on some music, dude. I leave it this way so you guys can put on your own music. Play your own stuff in the background, you know? I think my music would be cool for some people, maybe a little repetitive after 3 or 4 hours for most. So that's why I leave it open so you guys can play your own tunes, you know? Gotta mix it, you know, just mix it in the background a little bit. Okay. Thomas, what up, son? Thank you for the super chat. Your enthusiasm for 3D art creation is infectious. I love it. Dude, that's what's up, man. Let's keep making stuff. So I don't know all the answers. That's why we're learning and growing together, all right? I try and teach what I know, and then I ask you guys for the rest. So that's how it works here. All right. Let's see. Let's get these like little saddlebag pieces, okay? Let's try and get those going. Do we want to do anything else with this? Okay, let's give it a fillet. Let's throw it in the oven. 0, no. 1 subdivision. And we just kind of like bring it down like that. You see how that kind of matches that box a little bit? Just a little bit. It's close, right? And it's not editable, so we can still work those numbers. We can work that fillet, you know? Now the gas cans, we can probably block these. Oh man, this would be a really fun thing to model, is this gas can. Maybe that's what we do. Once we block out the bike, we work on the gas can. Or not the gas can, the watering cans. Oh my god. Oh, pardon me. This freaking, these GT's Cayenne-ade, man. This thing is spicy. Daniel, y'all with the super chats. Much appreciated. Thank you. Passion for the art is awesome. You got me back in a blender. Are you a dual monitor man or an ultra wide guy? I'm a dual monitor man. I got 2. I got the stream on this side and I got C4D on this side. Honestly, I want to get 3 going. Because honestly, it'd be nice to have the stream on one side, or like maybe the stream is up here or something. I don't know. I just need more monitors. Y'all are awesome. Let's just take like 5 minutes here. I'm gonna answer some questions. Hit me up with the @ thing. Do the @ Punisher so I can see. All right. Otherwise, it's just white and gray on my screen. It's craziness. So just give me a little @ Punisher right here, and I'll answer whatever questions y'all have. And I appreciate you guys joining me. Good times. All right. It's flying. Let's start from the top, all right? Let's start from the top. What music am I into? I love ambient music. I'm also a drummer. So I love me some like trip hop, some drum and bass. I love prog rock. Porcupine Tree is probably my favorite. I love Mute Math is a good band. As far as ambient music goes, I mean, Brian Eno is like the godfather of ambient music. I mean, it goes from there. Stars of the Lid is a good one. Very like classical and dramatic, you know? And then you got guys like Mount Shrine. Mount Shrine is like one of my all-time favorites recently. Super good. All right, what else? Are those bone phones worth it? Yes. Moving on. Am I using a standing desk? Yes. Moving on. How do you fill it after connect to object? So like once you make it editable, you just bevel it. You hit it with that bevel. Dang, there's so many questions. Oh my god. Speed round. Definitely interested in functional filmmaking. You're doing a modeling one, and I know that Nick is doing one for story. What are some of the other ones? Ren's doing one on how to like make a video for an idea. Sam's doing one on editing. Nico's doing one on cameras. Oscar, hey Clint, love the work. Personality, keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. The Discord link is broken. Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, I'll have to fix that soon. After this video, after the stream. You might be able to go to my last week's video and click that one. Octane or Redshift? I'm in Octane. Best place to start learning C4D? Right here, son. You're in the right place. Otherwise, I love Grayscale Gorilla. Learn all my stuff there. David Ariev is a good one too. And EJ from iDesign. What age did I start doing CG? I started doing CG, God, 2000. 2009? Maybe 2009? Will you do more than blockout on this stream? Yeah, I'm gonna finish the blockout. I'll probably go into detail on one of the pieces, and then I'm gonna do an art review. You've been drinking my chai lattes for a while. Heck yeah, that's amazing. Let's see. Do you think you can do any tutorials that only use After Effects? I don't have C4D, but love to do 3D VFX. Yes, they're coming. They're coming. That's why. That's a big reason why I stepped away from Corridors, because I have so many ideas and so many things I want to do, and I just did not have time to do it all. So I had to choose. It was a tough choice, but I believe it was the right choice. So I've got a lot of ideas for this channel, and I got a lot of things that I want to show you guys. So stay tuned for that. If you're not subscribed, y'all, hit that subscribe button and hit the bell notification thingy. You know how YouTube works, all right? You know how it works. What else? Render Warrior, welcome. You're not late. Better late than never, though. But then I just admitted you're late. You're not late. It's like an hour, dude. You're good. What else? What kind of computer am I rocking? Man, I built this thing with the help of some of my friends. Ah, man, I got an RTX Quadro 6K up in here. I got like 64 gigs of RAM. You know, the motherboard is in there somewhere. 1,000-watt power supply. You know how, yeah, computer stuff, you know? So many questions. Am I gonna eyeball the measurements the whole time? Yes, I am. I'm gonna eyeball these measurements. I'm not trying to get it exact, but we got 1,000 viewers, live viewers, once again, y'all. Heck yeah, thank you guys so much. Shout outs. Amazing, absolutely amazing. How good is that Quadro for gaming? Do you use it for that? Man, honestly, I use the Quadro for all my really intense scenes, and I hadn't had an issue with VRAM since then, man. 24 gigs of VRAM is like killer. So good. But let's get back to it, y'all. It's about time. Long John is correct. Let's get back to it. All right. Colonel. Been a long time, huh? All right. I'm gonna stop rambling now. Okay, let's do these saddlebags. All right, let's just beatbox the whole time. Saddlebags. All right, we're going back in. Let's keep building this thing. Thank you for the questions, y'all. I'll answer more later as we go, as we do our thing. Alrighty. So this is okay, just eyeballing it. It comes up to about halfway up the seat in terms of our x-axis. It comes up about this far, and then for the back, we got probably something like that. And this thing doesn't start until about here. And it comes out probably, I'll make that editable, and I'll start messing with the polygons now. Comes out maybe about there. Cool, and it's gonna be symmetrical, all right? So remember the video last week, don't model more stuff than you have to. All right, so let's get that axis right on the 0, 0 point. Oh, hold on. We gotta be in model mode. Try that again. Get that axis right on the 0. Boom. And then we hold Alt to make this cube that we have selected an automatic child of this symmetry. And then you gotta just change the symmetry settings so it works. And now we got some symmetry on this mug. Boom. And you only have to work on the one guy. Hit on the one dude. Right? And you do half the work. Tweak, thank you for the super chat. You got to say that between robot tutorial and these streams, you have really inspired me to start actually doing some personal works. Yes, dude. Yes. That's amazing. Hopefully, we can all have jobs doing awesome creative work, or yeah, just our passions. That's the life, having the job doing the passion. So, you know, If you guys can make that happen, it's a long journey. It is certainly a long journey. But it's certainly possible. And it won't happen if you guys don't put time into the stuff you love doing. So treat that stuff with care. It's very important. You got to do what you love. Okay, saddlebags. Boom. We got to cut it here because this thing kind of does a funny little taper. Boom, like this. And then we kind of get, let's go ahead and grab this piece. And I want to move the gizmo all the way to plus Z. So we'll execute. Oh, it's not working, huh? Well, how about we just force it? I'm going to hit L and just move it manually. Man, I didn't even need to do that. See, there's a million ways to do things. Just grab the edge. Bring it in. Right up to that point there. KL, we'll get that loop cut again. Bam. And it kind of does like a ramp. Like that. Like a little ramp. Boom. Awesome. Now we need to get these. Well, technically, we just scale it. So grab the whole thing. And no, I'm lying. We need to grab all these points without grabbing that point. Holding shift to grab everything here. And we want, let's see. What's the best way to do this? KL, we want to go right down the middle. And let's just bring these points in, T for scale. I'll bring these points in, T for scale. Well, they all kind of come down at about the same level. All right, so I was on to something here. So holding shift to grab all these, solo mode. And we'll get these guys down here too. Holding shift, bam, to get all your stuff. Hit T for scale. We scale that down. Awesome. Awesome. Dude, B. Merrick, congratulations on getting that VFX internship. Yeah, man, just learn as much as you can. Learn as much as you can. Be a sponge. Absorb it all. It will pay off. It will pay off indeed, I promise. Like that's pretty close for this block out here of this little saddle piece. Maybe I bring in, maybe it's coming out a little far. So we just kind of bring that in a little bit. And we can bring these guys, these points up right here. We can just kind of scrunch them down, scale them down, and move them up a little bit. Like that. Hey, there we go. Boom. And maybe we can grab one of these points here. Scoot this thing back a little bit just to give it a little roundness to it. And technically, I think these points here scale as well. So these guys need to come down. Let's go ahead and solo again so we can see what we're doing. Grab that guy. And I think that'll be it. Just these guys here and here and here. And I'll scale them. Something like that. Awesome. Very nice. Let's save a new iteration. Sweet. You guys hanging in there? Doing okay? Thumbs ups? Let's see those thumbs ups, y'all. You're having a good one. Freddie, I'm glad that my voice is calming and relaxing. Because, man, it's so stressful trying to get this stream up. There's so much to do beforehand, so that's cool. All right. Any time management tips here while working? Yeah. Don't get distracted. Don't pick up your phone. Don't use your phone. I like to set a timer. I think the most practical piece of advice here is to set a timer. I'll set a 1 hour timer and I'll work straight for an hour. And I set a 10-minute timer and I take a 10-minute break doing something that, you know, doesn't require my brain focusing on something. I'll go for a walk. It's probably about the best thing you can do. So set the timers and try and work through them. If you can't focus for a full hour, focus for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, however long. I learned that I have ADHD as well as a mild version of OCD. I think we all got some stuff, all right? And for me, I'm actually able to, despite the ADHD, I can really focus on something for a long time. Obviously, it's still different when I have the stream going, because I got to go back and forth, and I'm talking everything out the whole time. I'm looking at the stream, looking at the chat, going back and forth. So it's tough to work as efficiently as I would if I were just quiet and working, you know? So this is a little slower because, you know, you got to keep it entertaining, you know? But yeah, set that timer. That's the best piece of advice. Okay, let's see if we can't get this piece here. Control it up like this. And control it in like that. And they kind of connect a little bit. And then we can take these inside pieces, hit D for extrude, and kind of just get some thickness on that. But you want to create those caps. You want to create caps. Boom. Just like that. Hey. There we go. We're back. Marcelino, thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated, man. Thank you, thank you. He says, bro, I love you. Not in a gay way. Like, I hope you the best. And I forget about cinema. Blender is the way. Son, it doesn't matter what 3D program you're using. Dude, it's just a matter of what you can do in that 3D program. That's all it comes down to. Oh, man. That your super chat reminded me of the Super Kobe fan video. Have you guys ever seen that? Oh, my God. It's so funny. Just type in crazy Kobe fan interview, and it's this dude who like pops up and he's got an orchid for Kobe. He's like Kobe, like, man, we can take a day trip down to Santa Barbara. He's like, I'll get you an orchid, baby. Like, dude, it's so funny. It's one of my favorite videos. That dude's hilarious. All right. Let's see. Let's grab all these points and scoot them back a little bit so that this plastic piece is just right up against the seat there. That feels good to me. Cool. Yeah, that feels good. Ooh, there's a little piece here on the front wheel. Let's get distracted a little bit. Let's go in here on the front wheel. Let's grab, let's see. Looks like the top piece down to the middle right there. We're going to hit UP. We're going to break it up and we'll scale it up. Something like that. No, maybe we just move it. Like that. Then we hit D, extrude it just a little bit. Something like that. Yeah. That's going to be our fender. Keep the mud off the tire. And let's do the boring thing, y'all. We need to name our stuff. Let's take this moment to just organize our scene and rename some things here. That's my fender. This is a water can. Got our back seat, our front seat. Gas tank, yep. water can 2. We'll group those. This is our cargo. I'm gonna just make it editable. Let's see, the cargo container. Awesome. And then this symmetry, what would you even call this? I don't think it's storage. I think it's just like back fender or something. And what I like to do is actually take all of this front fender. I'll take all of this, Control G, and I'll just call this Geo for geometry. So everything is really clean. Save your stuff. Save your stuff. You don't want this to crash. Last night when I was making this block out for the thumbnail, I finished it and it crashed on me. So I had to do it again this morning. So make sure y'all save. Let's save a new iteration. And it's fun. I like the iterations because not only are they like really handy when trying to go back to previous projects or previous versions of your creation, because you can pull stuff from that. But it's cool to see the progress, the timeline, like how it all came together. So that's very, very fun for me. So already this is a lot more detailed than the blockout I did for the thumbnail. So I'm digging this. Let's just, you know, because I get distracted and because I do things that aren't necessary, let's go into this tire. KL, that's your loop cut. Let's make 2 of them. So 1 down the middle, holding shift. I'll add 1. UL is loop selection and T for scale. And I'll just get those guys out like that. And let's go ahead and loop select these outer pieces here and we'll scale them in, but not on the X. You see how you scale it there and it like kind of scoots in towards the X axis? We don't want that. So uncheck Z, uncheck the Z. That way they kind of move without scaling in. So I just want to give it a little bit of roundness there. And we'll do the same for the front wheel. KL. Holding shift to get the middle slice. We're going to add 1. We're going to add 1 by hitting the little add. UL is loop selection. Holding shift to get both of those. T for scale. We'll scale them out. And UL once again to get those outer pieces. Making sure that the Z is unchecked. And we just kind of scale those in. Oh, why is that? Why is it going crazy on me? Scale them in just a little bit. Awesome. Okay, so we got, you know, the handlebars, the dashboard, and the engine, like the engine block and all that stuff that makes up that, the radiator and everything. All right. So let's try for the dashboard. Let's try and get the dashboard going. Let's see what we can do here. So I'm just gonna make a cube, hit T, automatically make this thing editable. Go to object mode and let's scale this thing down. Bring it up here, kind of rotate it a little bit, rotate it forward. And it looks like it is kind of in the gas tank. It's like sitting right up in here. And it's cut out. So let's see, go to edge mode, KL. We'll make a center cut. We'll hit the add button and then we'll just kind of scale this up. We'll make another cut right about there. And we can go ahead and dissolve these faces. MN, well, all 3, I guess, right? Let's solo it so it's easier to see. MN. Oh, totally didn't work. I'm just going to delete it. Boom. And we need to bridge these. So MB in edge mode, MB. And we'll bridge those pieces. So now we're good to go here. We can go back out. All right, let's see. So it almost looks like this gas tank kind of Well, it's both. The gas tank fills out this area, but this dashboard kind of tapers a little bit. The inside, at least, the inside will taper. So maybe we go ahead and do a loop selection on this piece. Or grab Control A to select all the points, UO to optimize just in case we have overlapping points, and we'll bring all these down. KL for that loop cut once again. Boom, boom. And I want to take these points and just kind of bring them in towards each other a little bit. Like that. And we'll do the same for all 4 of them. So there's a little bit of taper on the inside, like that. And the gas tank, let's give this gas tank a cut down the center, KL. Right down the center, like that. And let's go ahead and open this gas tank up. So I'm going to select basically all of these points, all these edges here, and try and open it up to fill out the space. T for scale. It's pretty darn close. We can take, let's see. Let's grab these polygons here, loop selection, holding shift to grab the front ones, and we'll bring it forward. And that feels a little closer to how this thing actually is. It feels a little stretched to me as well. So I mean, let's just look at this bike here and see. Is it the front seat? From here, it looks like the handlebars actually come out of this hole right here based on the reference image. That's pretty crazy. So it looks like these front wheels are connected. I'm just kind of talking out loud here. Holding control, I'm going to make a cylinder. And I'm just going to give it like, I don't know. It doesn't need that many polygons, so I'll give it like 8 or something. And it doesn't need any height ones either. And let's go ahead and just like skinny it up. Pull it out here. And it looks to me like this thing comes up. And goes to kind of the outside underneath section. Let's go ahead and make it, yeah, it is editable. Let's make it editable. And let's move the gizmo using that axis center tool down to -Y so we can rotate it this way. Really take a look at this thing here. It kind of comes up to this dash piece, and I think the dashboard actually like comes out a little bit. Like it almost does. Almost does one of these things. Like mud flaps almost. Your knees go underneath that. Cool. And let's, while we're here on this dashboard, let's go ahead and round out the top. So to me, that is basically just taking these edges here and bringing them in. And it's a little tall, so we can bring that down. And it kind of has like a little lip on the front too. So we can grab those, hit D, and push it out just a little bit. And it tapers, so we'll grab these far edges here and bring them back like that. Cool. Sai, what's up, dude? Thank you for the super chat. He says, hey, Clint, I hope you and the members of the stream are having a great day. Excited for the stream. Good to see you push limits with every stream, man. Thank you so much. That is awesome. Yeah, I got to really try and do my thing here and push myself, because I think that's the way to get better. You gotta get out of your comfort zone and really try and push yourself. So I'm glad you see that, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tom, the super chat, appreciated, man. Why no mirror? It's not, I don't know. I could, and I might when I get into like the really, rather I will when I get into the insane details of this thing. But honestly, like, I'm cool right now with the way this is. It's not really any extra work to do what I just did. I'm certainly going to get a mirror here on this little, like, the shocks piece, the suspension. We'll definitely have that. All right, so let's see. Let's take a look at this and see how this is going to look. So the suspension based off of reference kind of comes up underneath and into like the radiator area underneath the dashboard. You know, I feel like it'd be a lot easier to do a photo scan of this, but again, you gotta challenge yourself. So that's what I'm doing here, getting that challenge. Okay. So this piece, this cylinder, kind of tapers up and out. So I'm going to grab these cuts here. And you see, if I were to do it with world orientation, how it looks weird. Actually, in that case, it actually looks fine. Either one you do, so that's good. We need to make another cut. Scale that up. Kind of does one of those. Why is that scaling all weird? Oh, it's because this thing, I messed that up. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Awesome, something like that. This piece could have, let's see, a tube on it, and it'll be plus Z. Let's scale it down, and I'm just trying to get like a little brake caliper piece in here. The height comes down. We don't need any of those segments. Yeah, something like that. And we can take this, let's see, we'll take this tube and we'll just control drag it the other side, and we'll take both of those tubes and let's control drag them into this back wheel, and I'll just move them back here. Yeah, something like that. Perfect, perfect. All right. And this shock piece, let's go ahead and give it some symmetry. And we're getting close. We're getting close to our block out. All right, so I'm gonna hit L. Make sure this gizmo is zeroed out. And I'll hold Alt and throw it into that symmetry modifier. Wonderful. So we just need to kind of finish the front piece with the handlebars and then the engine piece. And then we can take, I'll probably take this watering, the water can here and model that to completion. And then we'll get into the weekly challenge results. But this is going to set me up here for a full detail of this bike, which is going to be intense, but it's going to be awesome. Okay, so the handlebars. Let's go ahead and zoom into this picture here. And janking out on me again. So give me a second. All right. So, come on. So annoying. What the heck? What the heck? Ugh. Something with his tablet, man. Gotta get that update. All right. We're doing good, y'all. We're consistently at like 900 people. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. You know, if you guys are just joining me, we're modeling a motorcycle. We're blocking it out. The important step that cannot be missed when doing stuff that is so detailed is to block it out. Go easy on yourself. Get the brush strokes, sketch it out, do your thing. Super easy. Not really, but it's just long and tedious. It is a long and tedious process. To all you guys with the super chats, I appreciate you all so much. Thank you guys so much. And if you guys want to help out one extra little step here, click the link in the description, the Skillshare link in the description. Click that, all right? That's going to help me out. It'll show that, you know, I'm doing good with the Skillshare guys, and it'll also help you out with 2 free weeks of Skillshare. So it's a win-win, you know? It is a win-win indeed. Okay. Let's get this thing going. Bam. Slide these guys down. Something like that. Yeah. So the handlebars. It looks like the handlebars, you know, they kind of... What's the best way to do this? The easiest way to do this? Maybe just with a cube, to be honest. So let's take our tank here, hold control, make a cube, scale it down, and position it kind of right up in here. Let's scale that down, and this will be like the base of our handlebars here. Bartek, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you for joining. I hope you're learning something. You know, it's tough to trying to entertain and educate and do this at the same time. It's a lot, and I hope it's working. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and sticking in. Okay, so the handlebars. I just want to orient these things properly. Let's get them coming out like this, and they kind of come up in here. Ninad, thank you for the super chat. Is it even a C4D stream if it doesn't glitch out at least once? Thanks for sharing the process. Watching this at midnight here. Loving the lo-fi vibe. That's awesome, man. That's very, very cool. Thanks for sticking with me all the way through midnight. That's a lot, I know. But it means a lot, man. Yeah, I mean, it's a live stream. What do you expect? There's going to be some glitchiness. Let's go ahead and MW, in extrude inner. Hit D to pull this out. We're going to do KL Holding shift to get these little pieces on the end here. D will bring them up. And KL again. To, let's see, how do we want to do this? They're kind of they're kind of angled, so I know technically this isn't right, but if I just kind of angle these guys in, this will at least give me the idea of where I'm going with these things. And then I'm gonna hit D to push these things out. That's so janky. But that's it. We're blocking it out. Trying to get the feel there. Like really to go in here and do this full detailed would take probably 2 hours to do those handlebars. It's going to be a long process. I'm getting overwhelmed looking at this, but you got to take it in baby steps, one piece at a time. All right, maybe we don't do it the janky way. Let's try and do this proper. Let's move these down. Again, that's local versus world orientation. If I try to move it down with world orientation, nah. W will get you that local orientation. It's what you want. And yeah, hit D. Or even MW extrude inner, and then D will bring it out. Pete McT, yo. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you. He says, Clint, you my hero. I love Corridor and I just started VR modeling. So dope to randomly see your channel and see this. Dude, that's what's up, man. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. VR modeling, yeah, it's pretty sweet. My buddy Don Allen III, he's really into VR modeling. He's like the VR XR master. And he turned me on to it. I think it might be the way I build out a giant colossus fossil, like skeleton structure. I might give that a shot. Do it that way. And Tom, I see you. Thank you. 2 hour handlebars with mirror is 1 hour. Dude. You're so right. You're so right. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. 2 hours? A 2 hour handlebar model is a 1 hour model. Absolutely. With symmetry. All right, let's see if I can't get these guys, and this is definitely a symmetry situation, I know. But I'm just doing this the quick way, which again should be with symmetry, right? All right. Move these guys back. I kind of want to... Yeah, screw it, dude. You know what? Screw it. Symmetry. KL. Slice it down the middle. Get all these points that you don't care about. And just delete them. Delete. I don't know why I didn't get that piece. Why didn't I get that piece? Let's try that. Ugh. Jankiness. Boom. Make that cut. Let's do this right. Get rid of this point, this random point, MN. No? MN. There we go. I think that... What is going on here? Now we got problems. What's going on? Delete that. Let's dissolve this line here. No one wants it. No one cares about it. This one. MN. Get out of there. And then we're going to go ahead and MB. It's going to be a bridge tool. MB. Bam. Bridge it up. Close it up. And then for safe measure, go to polygon or point mode. Control A. You can see point selected. 50. Hit UO. Optimize. If that number goes down, that means you had duplicated points on top of each other. You don't want that. Let's delete what we were trying to do before. And let's throw it into symmetry. Select it, hold Alt to make the symmetry modifier an automatic parent of what we're doing here. Let's get out of solo mode. And let's go ahead and, like, I don't know, start pulling these points back. Let's do what we were actually trying to do. Pull these points back. Let's rotate this a little bit. Something like that. That feels much better. Much better. Awesome. Ethan, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciated. Tom, man, I see you. I see the hearts, man. Thank you guys so much. Heck yeah. Doing good stuff. Ronan, Visual, thanks for modding. Thanks for helping out in the chat. Much appreciated. You guys are taking care of the stuff I can't see. Can't do it without y'all. All right. Okay. So let's try and finish out the front piece of this. All right. So janky. All right, one sec. Here we go. We back? We're back. So we have like more watering cans and headlights. So let's see what we can do. Let's make that cube. We'll make it editable and we'll start scaling it down to fit how we want. Daddy Wayne? My goodness. Thank you for that super chat, son. Doing big things. I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. All right, we'll scale this thing down. It's probably about that size, right? And it's angled a little bit. So we want to get that nice little angle on it. Walk it back just a touch. Maybe something like that. And, you know, I almost feel like these handlebars and the dashboard are a little too far forward. So I'm going to move these back. And let's rotate the handlebars up so they match the axis, or they match the like rotation of the wheel. Because technically, when you rotate these handlebars, it's going to move these guys here, which moves the wheel. So we want to get that nice and lined up. All right, that guy's about there. And then if we control drag this and we make these like turn signals. These guys are angled down for whatever reason and push back just a little bit. And I'm not going to worry too much about symmetry. I'll just control drag it over there. That's pretty good. So another thing the blockout does is helps me see, like, are my proportions correct? Do I have things lined up and do they spell out the shape of the object? If they don't, it's easier to adjust fewer things than it is to just adjust a bunch of things. So that's another benefit of the blockout. Gabriel, thank you so much for the super chat. You guys are too kind. Thank you. And Kamlesh says, what's up? How do you feel about modeling in Maya? Dude, I used Maya for 3 months when I was trying to figure out what program I wanted to get into. I liked it, but I ended up in C4D. I used 3ds Max for 6 years, though, as well. But I don't remember modeling in Maya. I remember I made a shark. That's about all I remember. It was fun. Modeling in any program is fun, man. Yeah, but at the end of the day, Doesn't really matter what you use. It's just what you make with it. Okay. So now it looks like we have some sort of like oil thing, an oil tank, a water can thing on the front. Let's go ahead and make that. This guy's bike is so cool. I love it. And that's kind of pushed back to about there and strapped to the frame that holds his mirrors and stuff. So we'll get that too. But let's go in and detail out this little piece here. KL, that's going to be your loop cuts. And let's get that. Boom. We'll select these guys here and scale them out a little bit. Extrude this up. And like same for these pieces. Something like that. Do we technically need this cut here? I don't know. Sweet. All right. And let's get the frame of this thing down. This will be symmetry. I know this will be symmetry. So let's use this object to spawn our cylinder, holding control. We'll scale it down and we'll move it out to the side. Let's go ahead and change it to 8 sides. We don't need any height segments. We'll scale it down. Pretty small here. We'll scale it up. And we'll get it basically like right in there. And we'll make it editable. You can grab those points, bring them up there. Virtually there, thank you for the super chat. Have you ever used Blender and what are your thoughts? I've used Blender like barely. And I think it's awesome. Yeah. I think it's great. There's a lot of fighting on whether Blender's better or C4D's better. Honestly, I think it's an argument that is pointless. Because, hey guys, what's better, my left hand or my right hand? Oh, they're the same thing. You were just born using one of them. So you're used to one. It's like, have you ever thought of switching to your left hand? Like, no, because I use my right hand and I'm fine at it. I don't need to switch to my left hand. That's the way I think of it. Use what you enjoy. That's really it at the end of the day. It's cool that Blender is free though. You can do some cool stuff and you can get into 3D with Blender because it's free. And a lot of people stick with it because that's what they got into it with, you know? Jacob, the super chat, once again, you guys are killing it today. My goodness. He says, thank you for the good vibes and the great content. My girlfriend is so tired of listening to me talk about surface imperfections. Dude, that's great. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll zone out. I'll start looking at the wall, specifically at the surface imperfections. I'll be like, dang, that looks good. So I know how you feel, man. That's really funny. Let's give this thing symmetry. All right, let's get this lined up at the 0. Hold Alt, throw it in the symmetry modifier, put it on the right plane, and then we can start duplicating these things. So let's grab this and move that to the top, rotate, hold control, and get this kind of lined up. Now, I feel like this guy needs to be rotated back a little bit more. Let's take that down to -y and rotate this thing back like this. Yeah. This one, let's go ahead and move it down here. And it looks like it comes out too. This piece comes out like that. It opens up. This piece can angle back a little bit. Just get right up in there. Scale it up a little bit. Awesome. And this piece, let's bring it out and rotate it down. So it's coming straight down. And maybe we angle it out just a little bit too. Cool. And let's bring that point, the axis, down to the bottom. And we'll control rotate. So it brings it down to that last little piece here. That's like our frame. And we want to make sure that that stuff is in the symmetry modifier. I don't know why. Why is that not working? Because it won't let me add new stuff? Maybe I have to throw it back in the symmetry modifier, or maybe I have to put it into a null object. There we go. I put it into a null object and then it works. Ferret. Yo, man, he says, huge props for your pursuing your dream, man. Love the content so far. Keep it up. Thank you, sir. Thank you guys for joining me. Thanks for sticking with me. If you're new to my channel, welcome. It's good to have you guys. If you're back, and you're watching the streams like you normally do, thank you for sticking with me for so long. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. All right, let's throw down some. Let's see. Let's get this gizmo up to the top. Hold control, make a cube, scale it down. And these are our mirrors. I'm going to make some big ones here. This goes up top. And we'll control drag for the smaller mirrors. And it kind of is a little bit forward and tilt it up a little bit. Push that back. And we can even rotate it just a little bit as well. This dude's bike is crazy. Like, the more I look at this bike, I'm just like, my God, it's so cool. Okay, so I think at this point we just need to build the frame, like the housing at the bottom. And for that, I'm gonna start with a cube. So let's scale it down, make it editable with C, and we'll scrunch it up. So it's basically as thick as the gas tank, maybe a little skinnier. And it's certainly up in there. And let's go ahead and just get it to the skinniest point of the gas tank there. And we'll get this off the ground. I think that's probably good there. Let's grab this point and bring this guy back, because that's going to be our radiator. It goes up into the motorcycle. And let's make a cut. Boom, like somewhere right up in here. Control drag it out. Yeah, something like that maybe. And the radiator is going to sit on here, so I'm going to hit UP and break that up. I'll move it out just a little bit, and we'll hit D. No, I'll hold control to scale it. And let's make it a little bit wider. So I want that gizmo right up in there. And we're going to go ahead and we want to center it. And we'll open it up just a little bit. That's our radiator piece. And it's hollow, so we need to hit MD to patch that. That's the what is it? Create patch polygon hole or something. What's the name of that tool? Close polygon hole. Yeah, MD. All your shortcuts are on the right. You got to learn them, y'all. Okay. And let's extend this guy. Well, let's name it radiator. And this we'll just call we'll just call the hull, I guess. And let's rename some of this stuff up here. This is I don't know, I guess this is a water tank too. I guess maybe oil tank. This is a frame piece. This is our rear view mirror. Another frame piece. And another frame piece. We got to stay organized, y'all. There's going to be a lot of pieces here. Side view mirror. And the symmetry will be our mirrors. Turn signal, right turn signal. And left turn signal. Headlight, and let's see. Dashboard. Awesome. Artem, thank you, sir, for the super chat. I appreciate you, man. So you say, hey, I am a longtime fan of Corridor and Freddie W. early days and just found you. I missed this week's challenge by 1 day, but I'll participate next week. That is the spirit, man. That's what's up. Yeah, the challenges are great. You know, I keep talking about how it's a really cool way for people to dive into their passion and learn something new or keep working on something they love every week. You have to do it consistently. That's the biggest thing. You have to do it consistently and keep working it like a muscle. So I look forward to you participating in this week's weekly challenge, which will be announced at the end of the art review after this lesson. And Soundwave, I see you too, man. Thank you for that super chat. He says, love your work. Keep up the great work, brother. Thank you. You too. You too. You keep it up. Oh man, we're almost there. You know, just got a couple more pieces to go, and we're gonna get into the weekly challenge winners. And all the honorable mentions. I can't go over all of them. There's 325 submissions. It was a whopper of a contest. I'm giving you guys my surface imperfection pack as well as all 4 of those models in last week's video for you guys to mess around and play with. So it's going to be cool. It's going to be very cool. I'll probably spend another, I don't know, 20 minutes or so on this thing. Maybe I'll work in the water tank here, and then we'll get to the art review. So let's get to it. Alrighty, all right. Sweet. This is looking cool. Even as a low poly, like it looks awesome. Like this is definitely if you guys ever played Katamari, it's definitely like something that would be in Katamari. I love it. Okay. So let's bring this back to this point here. And I'll probably just grab this piece here and kind of move it back in to this point. And KL, we can just grab, we solo it, we can grab this polygon or this edge here. Something like that. And I'm not going to worry too much about, you know, the bike. I feel like I want to shorten this bike just a little bit. It feels a little long to me. So So here's what I'm going to do. I need to crunch the hull back a little bit for the gas tank. So I'm going to hit 0, grab those points, and move them this way. Let's grab the seat. Let's move it up the same distance to about there. And I'm going to grab all this stuff in the back as one piece. So let me solo this again, and I'll grab these polygons. I'll move them up a little bit. And then I'm going to hit 0. Wait, what? What did that do? Undo. Redo. Control Y. Redo. There we go. I'm going to hit 0. And let's just try and grab all of this stuff. We got to be in model mode for that. Grab all these and move them up. Something like that. That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, sir. 100%. Yeah, that feels better. That feels better to me. Just a little adjustments like that. Again, we're trying to figure out the shape of our object. We want to really define the object at, with shape. That's what we're doing. If it doesn't feel like the object, then, you got to figure out where to make your tweaks and stuff. Now, there's a ton of stuff going on the engine, but that's the detail. I'm not going to worry about that right now. It has a kickstand. I don't think we need to worry about the kickstand either. But this is basically at a point now where we can go in and start adding a butt ton of detail to this. Now, I guess it'd be fun to give it some light. Let's give it some light. Bam. Let's get a sunlight going. The first attempt. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. In all seriousness, I feel like these live streams and videos are going to help me a lot with my pre-rendering journey. Yes, man. Yes, that's what's up. So I'm using Octane. Make my stuff look really nice. Let's give this thing a floor here. We'll scale it way up. Hey, that's another thing too, is scale. So let's make a figure. Oh, our bike is huge. No good. So here's what we'll do. Let's fix that. Let's put everything into that geometry null object. Let's take our gizmo. If we were to scale it now, it'd be like hovering, right? But let's take our gizmo and drop it to the ground and include all children, use all objects. So now we can drop it to the ground and get this bike reasonably sized. Something like that probably feels good to me. And let's go ahead and Grayscale Gorilla. They have their new Grayscale Gorilla hub for C4D, and it's the best thing ever. I'll make a psych and delete the floor, move our psych around. Something like that. And we can actually use an HDRI as well. So let's right click this, give it HDRI link the texture, and we can choose from all of these awesome HDRIs. Where are they? What happened? Where's my stuff? Where is my stuff? What's going on? Plus library. All my stuff should be here. Maybe clear the search. Okay, yeah. I guess I had something in the search. You just pull up any one of these HDRIs and take the sun. Maybe we turn the sun off and just let the HDRI do its thing. Let's see. So it's blown out. You can select the image and change it to linear, and that'll normalize it. And there's just a ton of HDRIs that we can choose from to really like make this thing look nice. I like this concrete shelter one. It feels pretty good to me. Tizerk, hey man, thank you for the super chat. He says that you love the positivity with everything. Thanks for the fun streams and educational videos, man. I got you. I got you. All you guys, thank you so much for joining me on this journey. Boom. We can give the background a texture if we want. We'll give it like a diffuse. I like this blue. Almost teal. And we'll up the roughness. So we get a little reflection in there. Feels good. And then you can just throw an octane light on it, you know. Holding shift. Go 90 on that. Boom. Get it up there. Let's hop out of camera view. Really get that thing up there. And maybe we just shine it on the background, you know? Like maybe that's going to be a cool look for us. And you can hop into the camera and under option, you can uncheck the check camera option and then hop out of the camera and be able to adjust your stuff. And we got to turn this down. It's a little intense. And of course, you can go in here and, you know, give it some depth of field, which you're not really going to see too much of because, you know, it's just a blue background. But let's do, you know, we can add a color correction to our stuff. Make things look a little nicer. Maybe give it some vignetting if you want. Maybe some bloom. You know, and work that cutoff so it's just hitting like just the brightest points. But this is our block out. This is our block out. We can hit it maybe with a, I don't know, maybe a 24 mil, and we can pose it a little bit. So here's a trick. Here's a trick for you guys. You can go into the I keep saying geometry. Go in here and just go ahead and select everything. In fact, if you control click this little plus, it'll open up everything you possibly have. So go in, hold shift, select everything, go to coordinates, drop down freeze transformation, and freeze all. This way, if we go in here and we start moving stuff around and like we start posing stuff and all this, minus the psych, you know, we start moving this stuff around and doing our thing here. I was like, oh man, all my stuff is all over the place. Well, all you have to do is select those objects and just hit reset PSR and they're going to snap back to place. Because I want to be able to pose this motorcycle, and posing it is not the ideal position for the bike to be in when we're modeling. We want it to be standing up straight. We want it to be, you know, hitting all of the correct lines and everything. We don't want it to be off axis. So what I do here is basically I freeze it here. So once we pose the bike, you know, in a cool way, doing a wheelie or whatever, we can just say, hey, reset PSR, and it'll go back to the way it was meant to be. Super chats. We got some super chats up in here. Let's see. We got DTAQ. They say they're 20 and left a dream job at Apple to focus on myself. Yes, dude. People thought I was insane, but now I'm deep in my 3D grind. Respect for trusting your gut. Where can I find real feedback for my work? That's, dude, so cool, man. Congratulations to you. Yeah, keep it up. Keep going. I know you already believe in yourself, so you're doing your thing. Where can you find real feedback for your work? That's a good question. I mean, the weekly challenges, when I do the weekly challenges here, I'll choose the 5 winners and I'll talk about why they're so good. and then I'll go into honorable mentions and kind of lightly touch on it. I don't really get into here's all the things you need to do, but I'm working on a way within the next couple weeks here. I'm working on a way to have like basically an exclusive show that will be just that. It's art review. So you submit your art and I take a look at it and I really break it down. And it's just like an hour-long thing where I go through like however many pieces of art. Maybe it's 20 pieces, maybe it's 10 pieces of art, but I take an hour and I go through and I really break it down. So you'll know if you're subscribed to this channel, you guys will know about that when it comes out. All right. So definitely stay tuned. But DTAQ, yeah, keep going, man. Keep crunching. Join the Discord server. I heard the link doesn't work right now. If maybe one of the mods want to drop a link that works, that'd be helpful. But I need to fix that link after the live stream. Maybe look at one of the last week's videos and look at the Discord link there and you can see it. But definitely join the Discord server and get in there. People are very helpful. They will help you with your stuff. So let's pose the bike. Let's choose the access center tool, drop it down to 0. I want to lean it so the bike is chilling. And I want to move the handlebars. So everything that has to do with the handlebars, I want to group together. Okay, so that would be, let's see, the mirrors, the handlebar, the headlight. Let's just go in here and select all this stuff. It'd be the turn signal, headlight. And if it's difficult to see here with the lighting going on, guys, you can hit NC and that will take away the lighting just for the viewport. It's the front wheel. It's the, like, you know, these little caliper pieces. It's the fender. And I think, yeah, it's definitely the oil piece and the symmetry. So that's the front of the motorcycle. I'm gonna hit Alt-G and it's gonna group everything into one null object, all right? So I'll just call that front. And we want to line this up here. Hit L. I'm gonna move this to the center point of the handlebars. And I'll push it back. So it's right up basically on the corner of the handlebars. That's where it's turning from. And then we'll rotate this tire a little bit like that. And we'll stand the bike up a touch. And we'll get in there. Let's get in there. I'm going to take my camera and let's set that to a 24. Yeah, is good. Maybe even like a 20 to get in there. Low. Let's tilt our camera a little bit, just to get some of that bike in there. And we'll open up this cyc. We should be able to change the width, yeah, and the height. Boom. And that's looking pretty cool. And just, you know, get your focus right. And you can even get it closer, maybe like a 15. Get a cool angle in there, you know, something fun. Anyway, you guys get the point. That's good stuff. We missed the super chat, didn't we? Bartek, yo, you say I'm pretty okay with modeling, but sucks with composition and lighting. Can you suggest good resources to learn more or give any tips? Yeah, lighting and composition is huge, man. That's a huge move. So in a similar way, so I blocked out this motorcycle, right? But when I did my parallel dimensions render, if you go back, I think I have a playlist for it, and it's the first video in that parallel dimensions playlist. It's the environmental masterclass. So in that video, I start with concept art, and I do it in Photoshop, and that's where I'm working my composition. And as I, you know, go along the process, I'm constantly referencing that that concept art to make sure it's looking, looking correct. If you want a book on concept or on what do you call it? What is it? God dang, composition. If you want a book on composition, I got one for you. Hold on. It's right over here. It's called Visual Story. And I learned a lot from this book. Basically, it teaches you how to describe objects with their shape using silhouette and lighting and color to push and pull things into the foreground, into the background, how to draw the eye. Dude, this book is solid. This is one of my favorite ones. Yeah, lots of good stuff here. Talks about, how stuff stands out in frames and images and whatnot. It breaks it down really simple. It talks about movement and everything. It's a really, really good one. Here's an example. Like, going black and white. So the image is broken down into like black and white. And you can really see, can you tell what the image is just in the black and white, So that's why filmmakers like to shoot things in black and white sometimes, is because they're really able to focus on just the shape and the composition. So check out The Visual Story, Bruce Block. It's a really good one. I learned a lot from this guy. So, we got the bike here. We got this bike. So what do you guys want to do from this point? We can hop right into the weekly challenge winners, or I can take the next 30 minutes to work on like detailing out this water can. What do you guys want to do? What y'all want to do? Let's go with the weekly challenge. All right, challenge, details. Challenge, weekly challenge, details. Some detailing, maybe a little bit of both. How about a little bit of both? I won't take too long, but let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do here. We want to model this guy here. That's what we want. There's also a handle on this thing too. Let's see. Quentin, the super chat. Appreciate it, man. I hope you will I hope you will keep doing the amazing share of knowledge and positive energy as long as you can, as long as C4D exists. Absolutely. Yeah, man, I'll do what I can do. Obviously can't do this until I die, but I would like to be able to share my knowledge until I die. I don't know if it's going to be exactly this way, but, we'll figure it out together. So to me, like, these are the two angles for this thing. So let's see if we can't get this figured out here. Boom. All right. So the watering can. Let's go ahead and save our stuff. And I'm going to reset PSR on this bike. Let's go ahead and select all these objects, reset PSR. Oh, snap. Maybe that happened because we changed the gizmo. So in that case, I will undo and undo and undo. That's good to know. That's good to know. It references the gizmo, so I need to be able to like group that stuff before I get into freezing the transformation. All right, so let's take this piece here. This is our watering can. Let's find it up in here. Watering can. Yep. And let's go ahead and unfreeze all. Bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so we'll stand this up straight. Save our stuff, and we'll solo it. This is what we're working with, okay? So, we gotta make some cuts. We gotta make some cuts. Let's see. I'll spend about 20 minutes on this, and then we'll get into the weekly challenge. All right, so I'm seeing some stuff like this. We probably got 1 and 2 there. All right, we can bring in, I'm gonna model the low poly version of this so that we can make the high poly version. All right. First attempt, the super chat. Appreciate it, man. Make sure you group that windscreen and mirror assembly with the frame and not the handlebars. Also looks great so far. Thank you, man. Thank you, thank you. Good advice. All right. So it looks like we need to grab these edges and these edges, hit T, and we'll kind of bring these guys in a little bit. Basically, looks like, yeah, this comes in just a touch. And so does this piece. So let me use the actual, I'll loop select this and then hit MO. That's gonna be our move tool, and we want to clone it. So I'll just move this out a little bit, and I'll do the same here. Yep, and then let's take these, all of these points here, or these edges rather, and we're gonna scale them in towards each other. About like that. Okay, and then I want to, let's see, I want to bevel these. Let's go symmetry on this. Down the middle. Hit 0. Point mode. Select all that. And we make sure that the gizmo is right in the middle. So I want to push that gizmo all the way to +X. Yep, there we go. And then we'll throw it into symmetry. All right. Now I think I need to break up these points here. I need to bevel these, MS. Because it's basically, let's see, it's basically like, if I were to make a cut down this thing, this guy moves over. A lot of trial and error on this thing, you know? Get this thing down like this. And because like this piece here almost is in, it's in a couple different polygons. So I wonder if the way to do this is to, again, to follow my own piece of advice here, is to model this thing flat first. And I think that is the way to go. So I'm going to start with a straight up polygon in here, holding control. I'll make a polygon and I'll rotate it 90. And we'll scale it down. And I'm just gonna move these points here. So let's take the polygon, make it editable with C. And let's go ahead and like move this up here. This will come up and out this way. We want symmetry on this. So let's go ahead and bring it up and out. I'm gonna make a cut down the middle. We'll get rid of these points here on the side. And we want, yep, that's where it is. Symmetry on the XY. Awesome, okay. So I want to build out this shape here. Something like this. Let's see. Something like that. These points can come up a little bit. Aztec, thank you for the super chat. First time I watched your videos was a Carbo Warfare. Holy crap. Then you stopped uploading and I found you on Corridor. Happy for your journey, bro. Best wishes. Thank you. Yeah, man. I can't do it all. I can't do my channel and Rocket Jump at the same time. I can't do my channel and Corridor at the same time. So it just made the most sense to dive into my stuff full time, man. So I'm so excited. So excited. All right. Let's keep going on this. Try and get this detail looking nice. Move this out a little bit. Yeah, that feels good to me. Maybe these guys can come in a little bit. Man, you got y'all with the super chats are popping off today. Thank you, Fabian. Much appreciated. Sending some love from Lockdown London. I built a little macro 3D scanner for insects, and your videos helped me so much in making the scan shine. That's what's up, man. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, dude. You guys are awesome. Thank you for continuing to support me, even if I take a long time to, you know, do my stuff in 3D. It's like, it's a lot of pressure. I want to be able to do stuff perfectly, but it's trial and error at the same time, you know? There's a lot to bounce around in your head when you're live streaming. It's tough. It is tough indeed. Let's get this shape. We want to get this shape, right? So, how are we going to do this? Control drag down here. Get this going, maybe come out here a little bit. I'm just really trying to get the shape of this thing correct. Boom. This one can kind of come in like that. Awesome. Awesome. So this is kind of the vibe here on this watering can. Let's move up these points somewhere up here. And let's give this another cut because I want to. Aztec, thanks, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I want to kind of get this. You know what would be fun is actually be able to do some Photoshop where you draw out the points to build your plan, build your game plan, and then go from there. Because I feel like this piece, let's see, this piece kind of comes down to the corner like it currently is. And then you have this piece coming down here and this piece coming down here. I don't know if that's the best way to go. Something like that, maybe. So that is our like flat version. And then we, from here, we can, I'm just gonna duplicate this, control drag. So I have this as a backup in case, you know, I get all janky on it. And let's go ahead, make it editable. So it's one piece now. And I'm gonna grab all these points, control A, 31 points selected. I'm hit UO, that's optimize. And again, if any of these, if this number went down, it means you had doubled up polygons. But in our case, we're good. So I'll select all these, hit D, make sure caps are on, and push that back. Cool. So there's some 3D elements to this. That's the stupidest thing I possibly could have said. Yeah, of course there's 3D elements to it. There's some like inner detail on it. You know what I mean? So let's make 2. And UL, loop selection, we'll scale them out a little bit. Like that. And then let's go ahead and actually delete these guys. And I believe we can delete these guys. And we'll bridge this. So MB, our bridge tool. Gemma plays. Yo, thank you for the very generous super chat. Holy crap, that's amazing. He says, thank you for all the great content you made while in Corridor, and I wish you the best of luck on your new path. You're awesome, man. You guys are so cool. Thank you. Thank you for helping me out here. Man, I just hope that you guys stick around, and I hope you all learn something through this process. And it's of value to you guys. I really, really do. I can't thank you all enough for the support, though. This is awesome. All right, so we're just bridging this stuff and following the shape of everything. Again, go to point mode, select everything, hit UO, just to make sure we're all good there. So that's about the shape of that. Moving up into this piece. So this piece, we'll solo this. This piece here is connected on the right side. So what we want to do is we can grab all of this, we can delete this, and let's bridge. So MB once again, all right? Bam, we'll get that connected. Let's get this front bit connected. Okay, so there's an N-gon situation here. What we can do is go KL. Bam, hit those points like that. And I think that might solve our issue. Eric, dude, my goodness, thank you. Thank you. You enjoy my stuff. You recently started your own CG business, and I'm thinking that YouTube could be a good way to get your name out there and get clients. What would you recommend for someone new to YouTube? Great question. I would say focus on the stuff you do. Sorry, by the end of the stream here, my brain starts to lose itself. Focus on the stuff you love doing, because you're going to have to do it consistently, and you're not going to be able to do stuff that you find, you're not going to be able to do it consistently. All right, so you're going to have to keep it with consistency. You're going to have to focus on the stuff that you love, and you're going to try and collaborate with people that have a bigger audience than yourself, but you guys speak the same language. So definitely those 3 things right there are going to help you guys out a lot when starting your YouTube channel. It's a lot. It's a lot of work, but very, very doable, very possible. You just got to stick with it. All right, so these points here, let's bring those guys up a little bit. In fact, I'm gonna grab these ones too, and we'll scale those out just a little bit. Awesome. Okay. MB once again. Let's get this bridge tool going. Boom. Very nice. Same on the back side. Very nice. And now we can take these points here and scale them up and in. So I'm going to grab all these points. In fact, yeah, no, it's the points. Get all these points up in here, and we're going to open them up. No, I lied. What do we want? We want to basically crunch them down like this. Open it up. And we also want to take these back points here, holding shift to grab all of these, and move them forward. Yeah, something like that. That's very nice. I like that a lot. Great him. Thank you for the super chat. I'm glad you like watching the streams and that you're learning a ton, man. That's really where it's at. I'm learning a ton as well. You gotta keep learning, gotta keep growing. All right, let's get these points. Move these guys down. Get these points. Actually, no, before I move those down, kind of what I need to do is kind of grab all of this. I don't want to do this. Evolver, dude, one of the OGs. Good to see you, Chris. Man, thank you. Yeah, I know. A photo scan would be a lot easier. Enough said. It would be a lot easier. And part of me is like, man, I probably should just photo scan it, but I don't know. At the same time, it's fun, so it's a good time. Let's take our slide tool, MO, and make sure that clone is not checked, and we just want to slide these points down. Cool. And we can probably open them up a little bit. It's a little intense. And we might as well grab these guys too. And I guess just this one. And open them up as well. So when you go in here and you give it a subdivision surface, you know, you can start making some cuts and stuff, and really like sharpening up this model. Got your edge flow going, really nice. Yeah, so it's just, you know, a lot of work to get this thing done. Certainly. I don't know if we have all the time to wrap this thing out, because, you know, I can only stand for so long. I'm only human here. But I don't know, maybe on the next stream or something we can do the details of this, which I would really like to do. I'm probably going to work on it throughout the week and then show you guys some more details later. I can definitely post stuff on the Discord server, details and all. So that's That's a good way to catch up on all this stuff there. Caesar, super chats. Chris, super chats. Y'all killing it. Oh my goodness. Caesar says, you really enjoyed these troubleshooting moments in 3D. It's only when you actually get it right when you realize how much you learned from it. Absolutely. Yeah, keep it up. And Chris, LiDAR and photo scan seem similar, but accuracy is a world apart. Ah, interesting. So LiDAR is using, I don't even know. It shoots points out, right? It like shoots out points and like knows when it stops, and it gets it from all the angles. So it can perfectly make the photo scan. You want to call it a photo scan? Oh man, I'm exhausted, y'all. I am exhausted. This is really the process. Let's finish the low poly version of this at least, okay? I don't want to leave you guys hanging too much with that. So let's see if we can make a cut here. We're gonna need a cut along, probably along here, and we'll need a cut along here as well. And that's going to be how we get this handle. So we can delete this bit there. And this piece is going to come out. Extrude this out here. And we want to make a right angle. So basically, we want to get up in here and see if we can't connect this stuff together. What's the best way to do this using these polygons that we have? All right. But it also does a thing too where, these pieces come in. All right, so all of this, we scale this down. I want to basically match what we have on the left side by scaling that down like that, and then bringing these side pieces in, all this stuff, and scoot that in. Okay, very nice. Now I basically want what I have on the right, but without this piece. So maybe I delete this bit. I think honestly, the easiest way to do this is to probably hit it with symmetry right here. And boom, let's hit it with the XY. Bruno, what's up, man? Thanks for the super chat. You want to say that you've abandoned 3D, but I've helped you get back into it slowly but surely. Greetings from Brazil. Dude, that's awesome, man. That's friggin' sweet. 3D is so much fun, man. Keep creating the stuff that you love creating. I love doing it. It's like a puzzle to me. That's like my favorite, man. It's just a big puzzle. So keep it up, brother. Keep doing your thing, man. All right, so we want to optimize this just to make sure all these points, we got 148 selected. Hit UO, still got 148, so that's good. Now, again, this left side is the same as the right side, except we want to delete this bit here. That leaves us with a gap, which we can bridge with MB. Amazing. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now there's a handle that's cut out of that. It comes out the middle. So we want all this to be connected. So I'm going to go ahead and make those cuts there. In fact, I'm wondering if we can just make it work by selecting this point and restrict to selection, so we just get those cuts right there. Because I'm not really going to change the angle of this. I'm wondering if we can just do... I'll do the same on this one. KL. And I might be wrong, you know, we might have to come back later and change that, but I think for now, this is going to be good for us. Let's just restrict it to the selection. Right there, it will delete these bits here, and we'll bridge it. Okay, so MB, once again. Awesome. So there's your handle on the side of that thing. Artemis, what up, dude? Man, thank you for that super chat. Seriously, this is the most super chats I've ever had on a live stream. That is amazing. You guys are so freaking cool. It's also the most viewers I've ever had on a live stream. So I hope y'all are digging it. It sounds like you are. Artemis says you've been watching the videos about how to make my surface imperfections. I learned a lot from it. Thanks and keep it up. P.S. Weekly challenges and submitted renders in there are really inspiring. Hello from Russia. Yeah, man, you guys have killed it on this weekly challenge. So much good stuff. And I'm very excited to break that down with you literally like within the next 5 minutes. I'm about to just wrap this thing out and we'll get right into it. But Artemis, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right. Yeah, this is turning out here. Let's go ahead and just make this a little thicker. Whoa, let's try it again. It's a little thicker. And maybe we just do like this guy and this guy. So just everything minus the handle. And we open it up just a little bit. I really like the shape of this thing. It's very cool. This is what we have. And we're very, very close. The last thing is the handle on top. So it looks like the handle on top kind of tapers a little bit here. So maybe we can grab these top pieces and move them down. But I want to keep this flat, so maybe that's the move tool. It is the move tool. Yes. You guys see the difference? When I move these polygons down, you're getting this, you know, this skewing here on these faces, which are no good. I don't want that. I want it to be flat based off the reference. So I'm using the move tool, that's MO. Or the edge slide tool, sorry, MO, and I'm just sliding the edge. And that's maintaining that sharpness, but also giving me that rounded look that I want. And, oh, what happened there? Okay, so it's being a little janky on me, so maybe the way we do it is just select these guys one at a time. Wow, do we really have to do this one at a time? So come down like negative 1.86. Sure, that's the number we want. Select that guy. We'll come down. I guess this is 1.86. And we'll do the same on this side. 1. negative 1.86, and 1.86. Cool. That gets everything nice and neat. And since these are flat, we can actually, I'm assuming we can just cut into this polygon right here. Let's try KL. And we want to restrict it to selection. Let's go ahead and chop 1 and 2. Just like that. Yep. And from the bottom, we'll get that piece and that piece. Now we just bridge these two pieces here. So MB, the bridge tool, you guys remember? Let's bridge that. Bam. Back the other way. We'll get the top. And we'll sneak in and we'll get the bottom right up in there. That's your carrying handle for that thing. I'm going to bring these points in a little bit. All these guys, just to get the right shape of this thing. Boom. That is the low poly version of this watering can. The igloo thing we can probably punch out later with a boolean or something. And you know, I probably need to come in here and get the cap piece, but I think it's time to move on, y'all. Y'all get the point. Got a lot of stuff to do, a lot of stuff going on. Bam. 180 points on this thing. That's fun. I dig it. That's the like janky low or high poly version, but it's not sharpened. We need to go in and we need to sharpen those edges to make it look nice. But that's it. That's it, y'all. Okay, guys, I think it's time to talk about the challenge winners. You guys worked really hard. You did a good job. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to announce these winners, the 5 winners, and I'm going to go over like 30 honorable mentions because there's just so many good ones. If you guys didn't make the honorable mentions list, don't worry about it. It's okay. Just join the next challenge, okay? And keep learning. The whole point of this is to keep learning, all right? And I hope that we can inspire each other to keep doing that, okay? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and I'm going to be back, and we're going to knock out this weekly challenge. I'm also going to announce the next weekly challenge for you guys to get started on at any point. All right. So I'll be right back. Y'all enjoy the chill screen that I'm about to pop up right now. I'll see y'all in 2 minutes. Don't move, right? Don't move. right, y'all. It's about that time. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to review some art here. All right. It's going to be sweet. I'm very excited to get into this. There are so many. Oh, all right. Here we go. So okay, here's the thing. Before I get into this, I must give a disclaimer because we had 325 people join this weekly challenge this week. It's the most we've ever had on a weekly challenge. It is really freaking cool. With those 325 people, though, we found the most cheaters that we've ever found combined, like from all the past cheaters. We've had more than all of the past cheaters combined on this challenge right here. I think we had to ban a person or two for using downloaded models, for using past projects. The point of this is to learn and grow. So we don't want to just download models and say, hey, that's it. Really, it just comes down to reading the rules. Y'all just got to read the rules when we do this thing. It's very important y'all read the rules, all right? Also, the reason I called it on Friday as opposed to Saturday at 9 a.m. is because there's just so many I had to go through. It took me hours to pick the 5 winners. But this is something I've been wanting to do for a while. So the deadline, I think it's always going to be, no, I don't think, I know. It's always going to be Friday at 9 a.m. So we're just moving the deadline back by a day. It gives me a chance to go over the winners and like, basically it makes my stream mornings a lot easier on me and a lot less stressful. So it's just the time I need to get that done. So yeah, guys, read the rules. You have to read the rules. I know like it's a little convoluted, but please read the rules when doing these challenges. You guys don't want to get banned from the server. You don't want to cheat. Whether you're doing it knowingly or unknowingly, we reached out to people and they still lied and said, I didn't do this, I didn't do that, but really they did. Guys, we got like 6 or 7 moderators on the server now, and they all worked super hard, like around the clock to make sure that these submissions were legit. So we need to respect their time, gotta respect my time, and respect your own time, all right? So with that being said, guys, I'm amped, all right? There's been so many freaking awesome submissions on this. The majority of you guys, like 95% of you guys did it right. You modeled it within a week by hand, no photo scans or anything like that, all right? So let's get into it. The first winner of the weekly challenge, who's going to win my Surface Imperfection pack, as well as all 4 models from last week's video, the pen, the knife, the bone phones, and the water bottle. You can do whatever you want with them. It's going to be Mr. MDK with this incredible render of Wiimotes. Not Wiimotes, they're Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons is what they are, and it's perfectly, immaculately rendered. Look at these things. The surface imperfections are top-notch. The modeling is top-notch. The textures are top-notch. Like, this is such a difficult thing to model. I'm blown away. And the Switch is basically, it's my favorite console. I love it so much. It's the best. You're getting the lights down, and you're actually using your camera movements very nicely here. They're cinematic. They're clean. They're well done. They crossfade into each other, and it's not jarring. It's very pleasing, and I'm enjoying looking at this. I could watch this over and over and over. The only gripe I have about this MDK, and you know this, is that there's just no story. It could be sitting on top of I don't know, a magazine, a gaming magazine or something. Could be, I don't know what other story elements you could put into this, but maybe just like a small little environment to help, like what environment would these Joy-Cons be in? You know what I mean? So that's the only thing where I'm like, story. I think that's the one thing that you could have done to, 11 out of 10, but you obviously won the challenge, so don't worry, dude. I'm very impressed. It's absolutely beautiful. So, moving on to our second winner here. We got 5. They're in no particular order, okay? the second winner of the weekly challenge. By the way, you're getting a challenge role on the server, so you're going to be right up top. People are going to see all the challenge winners every day, all the time on the Discord server. So the next one is going to have to be, boom, DjDoggs11's with this incredible render. And here's what I'm talking about, the story. Like, you got the story worked into this a little bit. It's sitting in an environment. These suitcases, there's cobwebs on these things. So they're old. They hadn't been opened in a long time. I'm getting to know a little bit about these objects based off of the way you're lighting this thing, based off the environment. In MDK, I realized that surface imperfections do tell a story, you know, so they're not super clean. The controllers have been used. But yeah, like this is incredible. I had to check in with all 5 of these guys to make sure it was done this week by hand, and sure enough, it was. DjDoggs11's, he wins these things pretty consistently, but my God, absolutely incredible render. Hats off to you. I think you said that they were like your grandfather's suitcases or your suitcases or something. But that's a darn good render, man. Congratulations. You are a challenge winner this week. You're getting all my models and you're getting my surface imperfection pack if you don't have it already. So congratulations to you, DjDoggs11's. Hats off. And moving on, after I drop the ISO on this camera here, a little bright, isn't it? Well, that's not working. Anyway, moving on. All right, so we got, bam, number 3. Whoop, Nelly. With an incredible render. You got the story going. You got that story going, and your model is incredible. You got cobwebs up on this thing, like they've been there for a while, and the birds flying up, the hummingbirds checking it out, seeing what's going on for a little bit of scale. The shoes are all dirtied up, modeled by hand within a week. This is absolutely incredible. It's perfectly lit, it's perfectly modeled, it's perfectly textured. It looks like a photo scan, but it's not. It's really well done. It is really, really well done. Great use of story, great modeling. You even got some graffiti, like a little bit like a graffiti on the tip of the shoe there. It's so good. It is so good. Hats off to you, Nelly. This is an incredible render. You should be proud. You're getting all 4 of my models and the surface imperfection pack. I think this is the first time you've won a weekly challenge, so that's exciting. That is very exciting. All right, moving on to number 4 out of 5 here. Let's see. Here we go. Bam! Moonshake 3D with this incredible render of a camera. Now, there was a lot of camera models that were submitted that I thought were really well done. Very, very, very well done. This one just happened to be my favorite. It's got the surface imperfections. It has the story. It's sitting on a magazine, a photo magazine, that maybe this camera took the pictures in it. Your surface imperfections are amazing. Your modeling is amazing. It's a very simple model, it looks like, but the detail is there, man. Like 100% super, super solid model. I'm very impressed. Moonshake, you do solid work. You've won some of these before, and I'm glad that you've won again. You're showing everyone here what is up. This is amazing. Something to really look up to. So congratulations, Moonshake. You're the winner this week. You got that challenge winner role. It's going to be on the top right in the Discord server. Everyone's going to know. Everyone's going to know and be inspired by your amazing work. And finally, the final winner of this weekly challenge is dun 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 dun. But don't click away, because I literally have 30 renders to go through and show you guys as an honorable mention, because there's so many good ones. But the last winner is, boom! Wait, is this? I don't think it's Ronan. I think it's Jason Bournevita. I'm sorry, I messed up the name. It's Jason Bournevita. Let me type that in. Now like I said, guys, there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do on the weekly challenge. I just missed one of them. Jason, Born Vita, congratulations. This freaking render is sick, man. There's story. There is story in this. That's what I'm talking about. And your object here is the cassette tape. And then you got the speaker in the background, the nice muddy surface. But I really dig this. I think it's a really nice, high quality, detailed model. Your lighting is super solid and on point. You got your surface imperfections crushing. And you built a story around your object, which is really, really what I'm looking for, man. I love the name of it. It's the 90s on the cassette. Super sick, man. Congratulations to you, Jason. You got the challenge winner roll. You got the freaking surface imperfections, and you got all 4 models from last week's stream. So now, guys, big congratulations. Let's get a round of applause for our winners, and let's get into the honorable mentions, because there were so many good renders. Like, I just gotta show them. You guys did such a good job. So let's break it down here. Let's see. All right, let's hide this. We got our winners on the left, and let's just go down the list. First up, we got Bobby Riggs with a medium format film camera. The surface imperfections are top notch. Let's just get into this full screen. I think this will be like, bam. Yeah. The surface imperfections, dude, top notch, super solid. I'm loving everything you got going on here. Your texturings are your textures are really nice. And your lighting is super solid. So congratulations, Bobby. It's looking really nice. Who's next? We got Akuma with this really, really cool keyboard. This is freaking solid, man. I love your wood texture that you got there. It's really nice. And you did a really solid job modeling this keyboard. Hats off to you. It's very nice. Good stuff. Let's get that full screen. See what it looks like. Got some nice surface imperfections on there. Sick, man. Yeah. I learned a lot about you guys too doing this challenge. There's a lots of cool video game renders. There was music renders, different weapons, different objects and stuff. Lots of coffee, lots of cameras. All right, next we got the Dread Soul with a video. Yes. Full screen. Look at how sick this is. It's like all super cinematic for some freaking clippers. It's hilarious. You got your imperfections on there. You got your bloom and your glow on there. It looks really nice. And I just thought that this was a super solid model. Really good job. Good work on the like cross hatching there. You got some animation. Dude, your camera work is freaking solid. It's very, very cinematic. I dig the way you did this here. So I wanted to shout you out. The Dread Soul. Congratulations for that honorable mention. You guys are doing good work. Next up, we got Soul Nate with another video. We got a few more videos for you guys here. Let's go full screen on it. Dude, Soul Nate is so good. Soul Nate puts out solid work all the time, and this is no exception. Your texturing is solid for just even like a white object. It's a really solid render. Let's loop it up. Let's loop it again here and see what we got. Look at the surface imperfections and like the bump, specifically the bump when we get into this close up here. It's just really nice. It's really detailed, and it's a really, really good model. So congrats, Soul Nate, for that honorable mention. Y'all are close. Y'all are really close. Calypsy is next with the PlayStation controller. Yes, yes, yes. I love PlayStation so much. I'm playing through Ghost of Tsushima right now, but look at this thing. Amazing. Solid work. Fantastic work. A very difficult model to work on, actually. It's a really difficult one. I think my only gripe with this one is the camera movement. It starts and stops. I feel like it should just kind of flow through the thing, you know? That's really my only gripe, other than adding surface imperfections, but I think it's solid, man. Really good work here, and I just wanted to shout you out, Calypsy. And Jano with this one here. This is our last video. Sorry, second to last video. I love your cinematic movement here. Let's take a look in full screen. You got your surface imperfections, fantastic model there, really nice on the minute and hour hands. And you got some dynamics, it looks like, a little bit of dynamics. And I love the way you presented it. It's very filmic. It feels very appropriate, and it's lit very well, rendered very well. So Jano, congrats, man, on the honorable mention. Good stuff. And we got Bayu Bongo. Sorry, Banyu Bongo. What an awesome render. I remember my PS1. It was my first console. And this is like the mini, right? This is like the PS1 mini or something. It's not the original PS1. I remember a friend had this one, but dude, your stickers are solid. Such a good job on that. The imperfections are really good too, but I just love the way your stickers are all like broken up and crusty like that. It feels very legit. And CTR, dude, that was my favorite game. Crash Team Racing. Really good job on this. I love how your memory card's kind of crooked too. It's kind of janky and broken. I love it. Really good job on your textures there. Bayu Bongo. BAYUBONGOH. Congrats on the honorable mention. All right, Zachary with this one here. And we checked, we got to check on these. Because this is an easily downloadable model. That's the thing that we got ourselves into, is we were like, people can just download these models and say they did it. But I checked with all these guys here, and they did it legit. So this is a really good one. Your surface imperfections, your lighting, your composition, and your modeling skills, boom, they're popping off. It's really good stuff. You should be proud. Very, very proud, Zachary. Trips is next. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the detail. Look at that detail. It's so good. God, it's so good. It's like so sharp and crispy, and your bump is perfect, and your lighting is perfect. Fantastic work. It's a tough model. It's a tough shape too, so I wanted to shout that one out. Trips, congratulations, man. Honorable mention. Steve, you're next. You got a friggin' fan. This thing is great. Your rendering quality is perfect. Your modeling is perfect. Like, what else can I say, man? It's really good. It's really, really good. Yeah, I love the fan shape. It's a good one. It's a very, very good little model to bite off there and get into. Seb is next with the coffee maker. Yep, hand modeled within the week. Congrats for the honorable mention, man. I wanted to shout you out. I think your rendering quality is nice. Your textures are very good. The mugs seem a little small to me, but I don't know. Maybe they're tiny. Who knows? You got some smoke. I think you said you used Photoshop for this theme, but this is super solid, man. Good work all around. Ronan, one of our moderators in training. Yes, man. This is so good. The skin shader, what the heck? I've never seen a skin shader that nice with the hair and everything. But the watch is the focus here. It's very well done. How are you doing the numbers? Is that like a Photoshop file with alpha, or is that straight up geometry with like a radial cloner? How are you doing that? That's pretty sweet. Yeah, I wanted to shout you out there. One Man is next with this one here. Hand modeled within the week. Really nice. Good job on the car, man. That's a really cool model. It's a difficult one too. Cars are difficult, but this one is like a little bit more on the doable side. I like it. It feels really fun, and you did a good job making it feel old. You had some dust on it and stuff, and you did a good job with the imperfections. And your wood floor is great. I'm assuming it's probably from like Bridge or something, but solid work. One Man, very solid. All right, next up we got One Dead Duck with an amazing render here. This one almost won. It was very, very close. It was in the last little chunk deciding of which ones are going to win here. And One Dead Duck puts out constantly good stuff. So this is amazing. Your imperfections are great. Your modeling skills are great. Your rendering is great. Like, it's just what it is, guys. These are just some solid renders here for you. Next up, we have Nova with the GameCube controller. Yes, I was playing last night with Devin Supertramp. We were playing Smash Bros. And we were both on GameCube controllers. This piece of technology has a very, very soft place in my heart. So I think it's cool. I think you did a really good job. And my only note would be to get a little bit closer to that purple color on the GameCube controller. It feels a little bit washed out. But other than that, I think you did a really good job especially getting the shape of this thing, and also getting the seam around the controller is hard to do. So I think that's a really solid render. Congratulations on that honorable mention. All right, we're moving on, guys. We still got more. Mortbot. Yeah, Mortbort. This is sick. Hold on. You guys take a look at this. I'm going to get something. I'll be right back. So, you know, I love it because it's a good render, honestly. Like, it's a really solid render. The lighting is really good, and it's very well done. But I just got to show y'all something. I got a little something in here. Boom, right here. Right here. This is it. I got one of these. I got one of these, and I got one of these. I got 3 of these unopened packs right here. Unopened. And I got the fossil ones too. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. A fun fact. I never got a holographic Charizard. And I bought some packs and gave them out as birthday presents one year. And I kept some for myself, obviously. One pack I actually opened. The one pack I opened, I got a holographic Charizard. I've never had one as a kid growing up. But it happened to happen, I guess. I don't know. I got lucky. But this one's cool, man. Mortbort. Congratulations. I dig it. Solid render. Leventi. Yeah. What a good render. Super solid model. Very good render quality. Good lighting. Good presentation against the background. If you're going to do it against a solid color, that's the way you do it. A little bit of dynamics in the background. Give it some reflection. Bump up the roughness. Good stuff, man. Super solid. Cosme is next. This one is good. Like this one really has the that filmic light to it. And the model is really solid. It's a really cool piece of it's a really cool shape, really. And your textures are spot on. Really good work there. So congratulations for that honorable mention. Josh Close is next with another guitar. Dude, your rendering is solid. Your modeling is solid. It's just everything. It's just everything, guys. These renders are really popping off, and there's so many of them. There's so many of them. We're like halfway through. All right, let's keep going. Josh Close, congrats, man. Bashil Mig. Look at this. This freaking thing, dude. Look how good this looks. Let me get the full screen on this thing. Just move it around here, like the textures on it. Oh my god, this one almost won. This one came pretty close. Absolutely incredible. Very, very nice model there. You should be very, very proud, Bashil Mig. Yeah, the textures are perfect. The modeling's perfect. I got nothing else to say. JD Reach with the gun. This is Grandpappy's gun. That you hand modeled within the week, textured within the week. Amazing work. Very, very solid. It's a difficult shape, but it's doable. It's doable. Like, it's cylinders and flat pieces and stuff. And you did a really good job doing it. And you lit it very well too. So really nice work there. We got Frosh Electro. This one's cool. I like this. You didn't just put the helmet on the ground. You know, duplicated the helmets all around, and they're actually not clipping into each other either. So you probably hand placed all these, or you did it with dynamics. But it's really well done. The rendering quality is amazing, and the texturing, and of course the modeling is really nice. So Frosh Electro, congrats, man. That one's amazing. I dig it. We got Folio next. with this awesome knife render. Really good job here. Let's get up in close. Let's see. Let's freaking full screen. How am I gonna full screen? You know, I'm just making it happen. Here we go. Boom. Yeah. Look at that. Isn't that nice? You got the surface imperfections. Really good shape there. Really good job on the knife. I mean, probably better than my knife, to be honest. Yeah, you're even getting in there with the like beveled out, extruded out hole and everything. Really good, even on these guys. Solid work. Very solid work there. Moving on, we got Fatu Edward. This is crazy. This one is really nice. Let's go full screen with this one and see what we can see. Let's get it up here. Boom. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Like, that's a sweet model, and it's a difficult model to do. So congrats on that honorable mention. I think this is solid work here. Big fan of this one. Very, very big fan of this one. Your texturing game is really nice. I think it could just use some imperfections. Get in there with the dust, scratches a little bit, and you'll be off to the races. David K, another camera render here. This one's really nice. You're up in here with the imperfections. You got the faded font and text and stuff. You got little speckles of dust on the lens. Very good work. Very, very good work there. David, you should be proud. I dig it. And I love the colors too, man. Arion SV with this chair. Look at this chair. It is like really, really well done. The shape is a little tricky, maybe on the handles there, the armchair. But man, your textures and your lighting, freaking A level, man. A+. Very good work, Arion SV. We got Andrej next up with these headphones. These headphones, look at how good this is. Look at freaking how good this is. Isn't that crazy? You even have like the dusty little hair pieces and the scratched up rubbery foamy plastic. I feel like I can touch this one. It's so good. It's so good. Congratulations, Andrej. It's Andrej. Freaking killer. Absolutely killer. Zach 4K is next. Let's go full screen on this. This is a pencil sharpener, I guess. I think. Super sick work, man. Your imperfections are killer. Your modeling and texturing is killer. Your rendering and lighting, everything is spot on. Keep it up, man. Like, you guys, there's so many good ones here. Keep up this good work, all right? You guys are going to win these things, seriously.